So this dude, Yang Shi, was just sitting there, deep in his feels, in front of his little sister. Then, out of nowhere, he drops a major bombshell. Yang Shi's whole deal was that he could straight up yoink other people's powers from their core. Kind of like what he was doing to her right then and there, pulling this glowing orb out of FI's body. Yep, FI's super OP mental shock ability. And just like that, it was gone from her. Yang Shi was muttering to himself, I gotta level up, no cap. If my powers were even a little more juiced, Fi wouldn't have gotten so wrecked that she couldn't even take a hit from one of Li Shanyang's screw-ups. Suddenly, there's a huge commotion outside the hospital room. He's a straight-up murderer. But dude, he saved a ton of people, didn't he? Yo, try to keep it together. Nobody could have controlled a situation like that. It's just messed up that Miss Yang happened to be at that convenience store. Outside, Li Shanyang's lawyer was chopping it up with Yang Shi's parent. Yang Shi's dad was fuming and just yeeted the papers the lawyer brought over. I am absolutely not signing this garbage. Take your dirty money and get out of my face. Just then, Yang Shi strolls over, scoops up the contract, and his parents were just shook. He pats his dad on the shoulder. Look, their Fifi was basically a vegetable now. They needed serious cash to keep her on life support. Hearing that, his dad was literally shaking, like he couldn't even believe this was his own son. Yang Shi turned to the lawyer and hit him with a counteroffer. He demanded that the guy who caused this whole mess had to pull up and apologize to their family in person, the so-called national treasure, Hiro Bingghi. The lawyer was like, me and the Kunlun agency will apologize on Hiro Bingghi's behalf, but Yang Shi was not having it. He wanted the main man himself. Look, we're really sorry about this. But, an A-rank hero's schedule is crazy packed. He can't just dip. Hiro Bingghi totally wanted to come, but he got called into another throwdown. How about we just add an extra 100,000 blue crystal coins in compensation? Hearing that, Yang Shi just cracked a little smirk. He signed the dotted line and slid it back to the suit. On the way back, the lawyer hops on a call, letting someone know it was all handled, except for having to drop an extra 100,000 blue crystal coins. The person on the other end was all chill, like, bet, it's just 100K. You killed it this time, Lawyer Wang. I'll have my assistant wire it over in a sec. After the call, Lawyer Wang just clicked his tongue. He was thinking that Hiro was on another level. Dude could literally get away with anything. Low-key, he wished he could get some useful powers, too. Back in Fi's hospital room, Yang Shi was spilling the tea to her again. I hope you're not mad I signed that cold-blooded contract, but I swear I'm gonna find out what really went down. Some of these so-called heroes are straight-up frauds. Yang Shi was about to fix all that and get justice for his little sister. Period. Right now, Yang Shi was just some reporter intern, but to get his revenge plot rolling, he had to get his own place. Yang Shi's new crib was in the Mingguan community. The second he got there, his two female roommates gave him a super warm welcome. Hey, I'm Dinglan, and this is Xiaoyi. We've got one more roommate, but she's MIA right now. Yang Shi introduced himself back, all polite, even though dude looked like he hadn't slept in a week. Seeing the new guy, Dinglan was like, we should totally throw a little welcome party. But Xiaoyi was a junior with a killer exam coming up, so she couldn't make it. Yang Shi gave it a hard pass too. He literally just moved in and all he wanted to do was crash. So, back in his room, Yang Shi's just vibing on his bed, doom scrolling on his phone. Clips of heroes brawling with mutant beasts were getting even more views than the latest viral dance challenge. I mean, these powered up people have been around for a minute. Nobody knows when it started, but these black portals just started popping up everywhere, and out came these mutant monsters invading the planet. The only ones who could stop them were pro-level ability users, and everyone started calling them heroes. To stop people from going rogue with their powers, they made this ability law, which basically says only certified pro heroes are allowed to use their powers legally. So Yang Shi was rewatching the footage of Hiro Bingghi's fight, the one where Fi got hurt. But after replaying it till his eyes burned, he still couldn't find anything sus. He checks the time, and it's already 2 a.m. Yang Shi drags himself up to brush his teeth and hit the hay, because he's got work tomorrow. The second he steps into the hall, he sees this black-haired girl who is absolutely trashed. It looked like this was the final roommate Dinglan was talking about. Since he was right there, Yang Shi decided to be cool and say hi. The girl just bolts for the bathroom and starts worshipping the porcelain throne. After she's done yakking her guts out, she just straight up passes out on the toilet. Yang Shi gives her a little shake, trying to wake her up, thinking, ugh, should I even get involved with this? Instead, Yang Shi goes and knocks on Dinglan's door for backup. Dinglan, half asleep, yawns and cracks the door open. Yang Shi's like, yo, I need your help. Your roommate is passed out in the bathroom, he said, figuring it'd be less awkward since they're both girls. But Dinglan just tells him to let her be, saying it's not like it's the first time. She had work in the morning, so she just shuts the door in his face and goes back to her precious bed. Yang-shi just sighs and goes back to the wasted girl. He tries calling her name a few times but gets nothing, so he's left with no choice but to scoop her up himself. His power literally pinged, letting him know she was a soup too, and her ability was Superb Brain, a total F-rank ability, by the way. It basically lets her go Galaxy Brain for a hot minute, amping up her math skill. So she just shuts the door in his face and goes back to her precious bed. Yang-shi just sighs and goes back to the wasted girl. He tries calling her name a few times but gets nothing, so he's left with no choice but to scoop her up himself. She could probably be some top-tier academic. Anyway, since he found it, he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Yang straight up borrowed the girl's ability. And real talk, he wasn't sure he was giving it back. After he was done messing with it, he got curious about what would happen if he mixed the Superb Brain power with Fi's mental shock. So, Yang-shi immediately fused the two abilities he had just snagged into a D+ rank ability, also called Superb Brain. Now it could actively blast out psychic shocks and boosted his calculation and reasoning game. He figured if he used it to break down the video of Fi getting wrecked, he might actually find some solid clues. The next morning, Yang-shi was so dead asleep he didn't even hear his alarm. He's yawning while opening the door, but the scene waiting for him was a total jump scare. The drunk girl from last night popped up to give Yang-shi his jacket back. Thank you so much for last night. My name's Lin Neuer. Now that Lin Na was sober, she was giving off major innocent and pure vibes, just like the first time. Since he literally just jacked Lin Na's powers the night before, Yang-shi asked if she felt like off or anything. Lin Na said she was cool, she was used to coming home totally wasted, so he didn't need to trip. Then, this tall, blonde dude just waltzes in. Old Yang, so this is where you're crashing now? Seeing Lin Na in her PJs chilling with Yang-shi, the guy was completely shook, probably thinking his boy was getting into a situationship behind his back. Yang-shi had to quickly clear the air, explaining Lin Na was just his roommate. With him bugging out like that, things were about to get super awkward for Yang-shi. The guy was tripping over his words for a sec. He said if the house wasn't already full, he would have moved in too. Bet. Then he tried to play it cool, slicked back his hair, and stuck out his hand to introduce himself. Hey, Miss Lin, name's Fan Pang. I'm Old Yang's best friend and coworker. Lin Na shyly shook his hand, probably because Fan Pang's whole vibe was screaming pick-me boy desperate for attention, and she wasn't wrong, for real. Fan Pang took his chance to flex, showing off that he was a soup who could take pics and vids with his bare hands. Seeing his friend about to pull his usual cringy moves, Yang-shi quickly dragged him away before Lin Na got the ick. Over at the newspaper office where Yang-shi worked, he sat there re-watching the footage of Hiro Bingghi fighting that mutated beast on a loop. Hey, Miss Lin, name's Fan Pang. I'm Old Yang's best friend and coworker. Lin Na shyly shook his hand, probably because Fan Pang's whole vibe was screaming pick-me boy desperate for attention. The move was super sus, like he was charging up for some ultimate attack. And right when things were getting juicy, Fan Pang tapped his shoulder. Aight, Old Yang, let me drop some game on you. You can't just wait around. My guy, you gotta be proactive, especially with a total smoke show like Lin Na. If you don't shoot your shot, then I will. Yang-shi's face went dark, but he wasn't really pissed. He was just like, dude, we're just roommates. Fan Pang then started giving him a whole masterclass on how to turn a housemate into a situationship, like as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone screamed outside, "Mutated beast! There's a mutated beast here!" Outside, it was a whole light show, with thunder and lightning hitting the ground. A giant one-eyed hunter was just levitating in the sky. It looked like a messed up jellyfish, using its tentacles to tear up the roads and snatch people for a snack. A monster has invaded. This is a B-class disaster. All city residents, please evacuate to the shelters immediately. Heroes are being dispatched now. And just when the chaos was peaking, a pair of golden boots hit the pavement. A hero rocking a cape with spicy sour written on it made a total main character entrance. Everyone, chill! Spicy Sour Superman is here! There's no way Liu Kang City is getting trashed on my watch. The crowd went absolutely nuts as the B-class hero, Spicy Sour Superman, showed up to help. He squared up solo against the massive one-eyed Cyclops hunter. This monster wasn't just a tank, it also had top-tier, crazy, adaptive, close-quarters combat skills. For real, even if you threw 18 armored spiders at it, it was no guarantee Spicy Sour Superman could even hang. After saying all that, Fan Pang turned around and realized Yang-shi had totally dipped at some point. He just scoffed and framed a shot with his fingers. Hey, normies are so weak, It's time for my powers to make me some cash again. Just then, an A-class hero, Flame Butterfly, flew in riding a fire butterfly to back up Spicy Sour Superman. He immediately gave her the signal to go on the offensive while he held off the Cyclops Hunter. The VDC was so used to these showdowns that they even had a dedicated hero livestream channel now, hosted by MC Mao Huang and Director Cat. Director Cat started spilling the tea on Spicy Sour Superman, saying he was a close combat hero who got his butt kicked a lot when he first started out. MC Mao Huang asked why he thought that, and Director Cat acted like he had all the insider info. His power only works after he eats a bowl of hot and spicy sour noodles, so he usually just swoops in to steal the credit only after the other heroes have already worn the monster down. Mao Huang gave a thumbs up, gassing up Director Cat for knowing all the classified deets. He cleared his throat a couple of times and changed the subject, saying they should get back to the fight. At that exact moment, Spicy Sour Superman was going full-on beast mode, using all his strength to slam the Cyclops Hunter's head straight into the ground. After it got squashed flat on the pavement, it was Flame Butterfly's turn. She flew up and dropped her ultimate, the Heavenly Butterfly Takedown, unleashing thousands of fire butterflies to totally torch that giant jelly-looking freak. Everyone watching this was like, yeah, it's a wrap for this Cyclops Hunter, but Director Cat was the only one not buying it. I mean, even these monsters have a brain, but this Cyclops Hunter wasn't even sweating it before getting wiped out. Back on the scene, Flame Butterfly's fire started to fizzle out, revealing the Cyclops Hunter just chilling, not a single scratch on it. Spicy Sour Superman was absolutely livid. He couldn't believe the monster was rocking some kind of fireproof armor. Flame Butterfly told him to just stall for a bit till backup arrived, but Spicy Sour Superman was dead silent. His director had told him he could not take an L on this one because his career was kinda on the rocks. If he failed, his whole rep would be toast and the company would start bankrolling all the new-gen heroes. Spicy Sour Superman was the company's OG hero. He couldn't stand to lose his top dog status in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, Duang Hai was lurking behind a wall, peeping the whole situation. He couldn't believe the monster was rocking some kind of fireproof armor. Flame Butterfly told him to just stall for a bit till backup arrived, but Spicy Sour Superman was dead silent. His director, and bam, she got snatched up by a tentacle, squeezing the life right out of her. She had to scream for Spicy Sour Superman to come save her. On the live stream, the chat was going absolutely wild, with fans spamming for the hero to save her. At that moment, more tentacles shot out, ready to turn Flame Butterfly into calamari. Suddenly, one of the tentacles got sliced clean off, which totally shocked the Cyclops Hunter. Spicy Sour Superman swooped in, snagged Flame Butterfly, and got her out of there. Mao Huang was so hyped he literally slammed the table. Let's go! That's what I'm talking about! Spicy Sour Superman's Super Saiyan mode usually only lasts for 15 minutes, but this time he's hitting even harder than before. This just proves the old man still got it. Even Director Cat looked a little shook. He was about to drop some commentary, spamming for the hero to save her. At that moment, more tentacles shot out, ready to turn Flame Butterfly into calamari. Suddenly, one of the tentacles got sliced clean off, which totally shocked the Cyclops Hunter. All its tentacles just flying right at Spicy Sour Superman. Spicy Sour Superman just put up his fist, totally taunting it. Is that all you got, fam? If you like how so much, let me give you a taste of this Spicy Sour beatdown. Spicy Sour Superman swooped in, snagged Flame Butterfly, and got her out of there. Mao Huang was so hyped he literally slammed the table. Let's go! That's what I'm talking about! Spicy Sour Superman's Super Saiyan mode usually only lasts for 15 minutes, but Spicy Sour Superman wasn't looking too hot himself. He just dropped to his knees and started spitting up a whole lot of red. Flame Butterfly rushed over to help, but Spicy Sour Superman's face just snapped towards her, spamming for the hero to save her. At that moment, more tentacles shot out, ready to turn Flame Butterfly into calamari. Suddenly, one of the tentacles got sliced clean off, which totally shocked the Cyclops Hunter. Spicy Sour Superman swooped in, snagged Flame Butterfly, and got her out of there. Mao Huang was so hyped he literally slammed the table. Let's go! That's what I'm talking about! Spicy Sour Superman's Super Saiyan mode usually only lasts for 15 minutes, but this time he's hitting even harder than before. This just proves the old man still got it. Even Director Cat looked a little shook. He was about to drop some commentary. Spicy Sour Superman swooped in, snagged Flame Butterfly, and got her out of there. Mao Huang was so hyped he literally slammed the table. Let's go! That's what I'm talking about! Spicy Sour Superman's Super Saiyan mode usually only lasts for 15 minutes. He guessed its weak spot had to be a psychic attack. The Cyclops Hunter was on the hunt for a new host to leech energy from, just waiting for the day it could get its revenge on Spicy Sour Superman. It must have sensed that Duong Hai had some good vibes, so it targeted him as its new host. But Duong Hai didn't expect it to just serve itself up on a silver platter. That was even better. He wouldn't have to waste time chasing it down to yoink its ability. Duong Hai immediately hit it with a psychic blast. The Cyclops Hunter's face just went blank before it flopped to the ground, its body looking all kinds of messed up. Flame Butterfly immediately sensed someone was using an ability nearby and started scanning the area to find them. Dang Hai grabbed the mini Cyclops Hunter. Luckily, it was just a weak little clone. Otherwise, his D+ rank Mind Zap wouldn't have done a thing. Now, for the main event, Duong Hai started to extract the ability from the Cyclops Hunter. The B rank ability, Fire Resistant Shell, basically grants you immunity to B rank and lower fire attacks and buffs your physical resistance. After getting the Fire Resistant Shell, Duong Hai could literally feel an invisible shield forming around his body. They say no matter how OP an ability is, it always has a weakness. But that saying apparently doesn't apply when you've got main character plot armor. Flame Butterfly flew right over to Duong Hai's location. He quickly ducked into a corner. This was definitely not the time for them to find him. Flame Butterfly landed, looking super suspicious. She had clearly felt some major psychic energy coming from this spot, and she swore she saw a shadow dart by. "You looking for me?" a voice called out. Flame Butterfly immediately asked if he was the one who had just used an ability. A figure stepped out from the alley, draped in a black cloak that covered his whole body and a mask that hid his face. That's right, it was me. Flame Butterfly curiously asked if he was a hero, since she'd never seen him around before. The cloaked guy tossed the mini Cyclops Hunter back at her. "Nah, I was just helping you guys clean up the scene." Flame Butterfly recognized the Cyclops Hunter's clone. She was shook that he had taken out that ridiculously tough monster so easily. But peep this, using a power when you're not a hero? That's a straight up felony. The masked dude was about to dip, but Flame Butterfly got all brave and blocked his way like, "You've used a power illegally, so you gotta roll with me to the Hero Association for a little chat." The guy just scoffs, and my girl Flame Butterfly got instant goosebumps. "You for real think you can stop me?" Flame Butterfly didn't hesitate and went on the attack, all like, "I'm serving justice in the name of the law." But the guy just clapped back. Is this the vibe now? Heroes clowning on regular people? Then he crushed her little firefly with one hand, making her break out in a cold sweat. For real. The dude then dropped another loaded question. So, is it my turn to throw down? And you already know Flame Butterfly was like, "My bad," and bounced out of there so fast. The guy didn't even chase her. He was too busy thinking about that blue pill Spicy Sour Superman popped, which was the same one that old Ice Hero took. The plot was getting thick, you know? And like, duh. Everyone knows this mystery man is our boy Duong Hai. He was on a mission to get to the bottom of this whole thing. That night, riding home, Duong Hai decided to put a pause on collecting new powers and focus on leveling up his super brain. Especially with this whole sus blue pill situation, he knew he had to play it smart. Then some sketchy looking dude walks right past Duong Hai. A second later, he goes to grab his bag and poof, it's gone. The seat next to him was completely empty. Duong Hai started bugging out, looking everywhere. In that bag was the turkey costume he used to ghost Flame Butterfly. He was thinking, bet it was that dude in the green shirt. But when he looked, the guy had vanished into thin air. The train hadn't even stopped yet, so there's no way he just dipped. Thinking it was an invisibility power, Duong Hai cranked up his super brain, maxing out his senses, and caught a whiff of his bag on some rando with purple hair. But their builds and outfits were totally different, meaning it wasn't invisibility, it was a straight-up shape-shifting ability. At that moment, a little smirk just crept onto his face. He literally just told himself he was done hunting for powers, and here comes a 5-star meal served on a silver platter. After hopping off the train, Duong Hai started tailing the thief, who was just vibing and humming, thinking he'd made a sweet score. But then, out of nowhere, he gets this majorly creepy feeling, like a shiver down his spine. He turns around, and there's Duong Hai, just standing there, hitting him with that signature smile and a little wave. The thief took one look and bolted. It was a good score, but he had the worst luck, running into someone who just would not quit. Duong Hai. After the thief ducked into a public restroom, Duong Hai just kicked the door in and stormed inside. All right, you want to play hide and seek? Hiding in a bathroom is some elementary school level stuff, bro. But, plot twist, nobody was in there. Duong Hai looked around for a sec, then bounced. No way this creep actually slipped into the women's restroom, right? So Duong Hai marches right over, and starts banging on the door. Come on out. I know you're in there. Then a girl's voice hits back. You freak. What do you want? Duong Hai just kicked the door wide open and barged in, only to get a face full of makeup, followed by a whole roll of toilet paper. Duong Hai was thinking this dude's power was actually kind of sick. He could even switch up his voice. Inside, the purple-haired guy was rocking a firewoman's fit with fishnet stockings, but his buff frame and his face gave him away completely. The guy takes the handbag, and poof, it morphs back into Duong Hai's backpack, which he hands over. Duong Hai checks it, sees his costume is safe, but he still turns to give the thief the death stare. Yo, did you look inside? I swear on my life, I didn't open it. Duong Hai just nodded and told the dude to get a real job. The thief was so hyped, thanking him for letting him off the hook, but then Duong Hai hit him with the ice cold, "Who said anything about letting you go?" The thief froze solid, totally shook, as his power got straight up yoinked. His ability was only F rank, but it let him change his whole look with just a thought and even worked as a pocket dimension for his stuff. So of course, Duong Hai had to test it out right away. In a flash, he was decked out in a suit sharper than a CEO's, and his nerdy glasses were gone. Just then, the cops rolled up, answering a call about a creep in the women's bathroom. Duong Hai just pointed inside like, yeah, there's some weirdo in there playing dress up. A moment later, two cops are dragging the thief off to the station. He was just a small-time player, but Duong Hai was on a mission to clean up the streets. Fast forward 1 week, Duong Hai meets up with his boy, Pham Bung. We're not sure what the deal was, but he insisted they had to meet face to face. Pham Bang throws an arm over Duong Hai's shoulder as they're walking like, bro, you are not going to believe who I saw at the club earlier. Turns out he spotted Lamni Tuet, and she was working as a bottle girl. When Pham Bang called her his girl, Duong Hai shut that down real quick, saying whatever she does is none of his business. Pham Bang just pulled him inside. Come on, man, don't front. Seeing is believing. Go look for yourself. And inside the bar, Lamni Tuet was in a cage, putting on a whole show, and the vibe was seriously steamy. Suddenly, she spots Duong Hai, and her whole face just drops. Why is he here? She had to be thinking. His lips were all purple, and his eyes had this incredibly ferocious, murdery vibe. Flame Butterfly was totally freaked out and tried to shake him out of it. Spicy Sour Superman shook his head, trying to get a grip on himself. So Pham Bang just gives a little wave, and boom, these three baddies and some fire fits slide over, all shy-like. Tay, DM, and Bob out. He's like, yo, these are my ride-or-die little sisters, and this right here is my main man, Duong Hai. And he's all like, a total stud, right? And no cap, the girls were instantly all over Duong Hai, leaving Pham Bang in the dust. I mean, let's be real, he just couldn't compete with Duong Hai's main character energy. So while that was going down, in the VIP room next door, some salty dude is straight up smashing a wine bottle on the table. He's screaming, freaking hell, my luck is trash today. If my bro hadn't jacked my McLaren, I never would have gotten smoked by that lanky-ass punk. This other dude in a suit, Lich DM, is basically like, bro, just take the L, stop blaming your ride or your skills. Turns out the whiny dude's name is Lu Nguyen. He just busts out laughing, all loud and obnoxious, with his arms around two girls, of course. He's like, is that silver tongue of yours why you're stuck babysitting me instead of being some big shot detective? And Lich DM just smirks back full of sass. You got me. Must be tough for a normie like you, getting put in your place by a C-rank hero like me 24/7. Then this dude, Lu Nguyen, probably still salty he couldn't get at Li Yin, decides to take it all out on Lin Nai, who is just trying to do her job. He goes, damn, are you completely useless or what? You call this garbage, you poured wine? You really expect me to drink this trash? Then he grabs the bottle and just dumps it all over her head. Duong Hai sees this go down and is about to jump in, but Pham Bang grabs him like, yo, chill. He's like, that little punk, Lu Nguyen, he's the second son of some A-rank hero from the Kunlun Corp. That dude, Lich DM, is a C-rank hero too, and you're just a regular dude. Duong Hai just nods, all stone-faced, and dips. I know, just gotta hit the restroom. Meanwhile, poor Lin Nai is just standing there, gritting her teeth and taking it, just eating all that disrespect. Lu Nguyen strolls back to his seat, gets comfy with his girls, and tells her to chug all the wine on the table if she wants to get out of there. And Lin Nai was like, hell no. But his goon just grabs her by the head and starts trying to pour the booze down her throat. Then, out of nowhere, someone just appears and yeets the bodyguard like several meters with one kick. And guess who it is? Our boy, Duong Hai, rocking that ridiculous turkey costume again. He's like, I heard a certain Nepo baby, son of the mechanical war hero, is in the house. Lich DM's whole vibe shifts. He gets all tense and stands up, but Lu Nguyen is just chillin', feeling safe with his muscle around. He just keeps sipping his drink, not even tripping. Duan Hai says he just wants to talk a little business with Lu Nguyen. Lu Nguyen barely looks over like, what kind of business? Lich DM tries to shut it down, telling him it's late and they should bounce. With his ego totally bruised, Lu Nguyen just hurls a wine bottle at Lich DM. Get the hell out of my face, you mutt! Can't you see I'm about to make a deal? Lich DM is visibly fuming but has to eat it because, he's just the hired help. But when Lu Nguyen keeps insisting on talking to Duan Hai, Lich DM tries to step in again. You're wasted. Go sleep it off, Lich DM says. I'll handle this clown in a costume. Duan Hai just calmly picks up his wine glass. Look, if you want to throw hands, be my guest. But that's not really my vibe. But if you mess with my business with my boy Lu Nguyen over there, I'm going to have to shut you up permanently. Pissed off? Lich DM's whole aura just flares up as he wraps his arms in bandages and gets into a fighting stance. Let's go if you got the guts. We'll see who's about to get put in their place. Lich DM literally breathes fire onto his fists, looking all smug like he's about to serve up some deep-fried turkey. Duan Hai instantly clocked it as a C-rank fire element attack, and his Nihou Chiat skill could basically tank any fire attack below B rank. So yeah, he totally had this in the bag. One of the girls takes Lin Nai to go chill out while everyone else sticks around, thirsty for the drama. Lich DM charges in super aggressively, but then he sees Duan Hai just standing there, not even flinching, and his mind starts spinning, thinking it's gotta be a trap. The punch stops literally inches from Duan Hai's face, which kinda surprised him. He's like, for real? That's all you got? Lich DM calls him naive, flexing that ever since he became a hero, no monster or enemy has ever been able to tank his flame attack. Then a second later, a massive jet of fire just explodes from Lich DM's fist. The heat was so insane that everyone watching had to back up. Duan Hai gets completely swallowed by this fire tornado, but then his arm just pops out, and in a flash, he straight up snuffs out the flames. Seeing him standing there completely untouched, without a single hair out of place, Lich DM finally realized he majorly messed with the wrong dude. Duan Hai hits him with some kind of psychic attack, freezing him in place, then just strolls over and gives him a quick chop to the back of the neck, and bam, Lich DM just collapses. Out cold. When Lu Nguyen saw his bodyguard, a whole C-rank hero, get absolutely bodied by Duan Hai, he sobered up instantly and was too shook to even breathe. Duan Hai totally seized the moment to absorb his C-rank ability, Blazing Fist, which lets you light your hands on fire to attack people. Low-key, perfect for a chef, right? So Duan Hai walks over to Lu Nguyen, whose squad of cool-looking bodyguards in black suits had all mysteriously ghosted. Lu Nguyen's whole vibe, from his face to his voice, just completely flipped. He instantly starts simping. My guy, what was that deal you were talking about? How much cash you need? I'll Venmo you right now. Duan Hai doesn't say a word, just snatches him up by the collar and lifts him off the ground. Lu Nguyen's face is all messed up as he's choking, but he still tries to pull the "do you know who my dad is?" card. And yeah, duh, his dad was the famous mechanical war hero. Like, everyone knew that, but who cares? Lu Nguyen sputters that if he gets iced, his dad would never let it slide. But Duan Hai had zero plans to waste his energy on this spoiled little punk. Nah, instead he hit him with a super sketchy question. Yo, Lean Nguyen, you trying to get a power of your own, or what? Lean Nguyen's brain totally blue-screened hearing that, but he wasn't about to get his hopes up, because powers ain't something you can just wish for, let alone get handed out for free like Duan Hai was implying. Duan Hai wasn't about to explain, he just slid him a piece of paper. If he was down, he had to roll up solo to the spot on the note in 7 days. But real talk, Duan Hai knew he was going to show. The second he left the bar, Fambang blew up Duan Hai's phone. If he didn't pick up that time, Fambang was legit about to think he got snatched. Duan Hai just said he was dipping out for some air and asked what the tea was. Fambang had just seen Duan Hai handle business with Lean Diane and Lean Nguyen's whole crew and wanted to spill all the deets over some KBBQ. On the way back, Duan Hai was super chill. Phase 1 of his master plan went off without a hitch. Now, all he had to do was wait for Lean Nguyen to walk right into his trap. After that, he was going to start digging up the dirt on Phai's case from inside the Kunlun company. Meanwhile, someone caught the whole beatdown of Duan Hai dropping Lean Dian on video. The mechanical war hero just finished watching the clip and asked the room for their hot takes. The piercing warrior saw Duan Hai use a hand chop to straight up delete Lean Dian in a flash and figured he had to be at least B tier, maybe even higher. But the wandering swordsman was like, nah, that wasn't a hand chop. The second he lifted his hand, Lin Dian was already toast. Maung pulled up the damage report on Lin Dian for everyone, and when they read it, the whole squad was shook to find out his powers got straight up yoinked. The mechanical war hero's whole vibe shifted. Looked like they were in a whole world of hurt now. The wandering swordsman was mad curious about the dude who dealt with Lin Dian, especially since he could just snatch another person's powers. According to Maung, the only one known to pull that off was the S-tier hero, the ferryman. So, naturally, all eyes were on the ferryman. But the piercing warrior wasn't buying it. He slammed the table and jumped up, like, "No cap! The ferryman is some old dude with 1 foot in the grave. Why would he even be in this neck of the woods?" Maung felt like their Kunlun company was way out of its league here, and they should probably just pass this up the chain to the Hero Association. But anyone with a freaky power like that, no matter what crew they roll with, gets hunted like a walking WMD. We gotta run this by the big dogs first. The mechanical war hero, looking stressed, decided to put a lid on this for now, making it a top-tier company secret. The next day, Lin Nguyen was in bed, just tossing and turning, stressing over Duong Hai's offer. He couldn't even process that the day might come when he'd actually have powers. He just kept staring at the note Duong Hai left, trying to figure out what the catch was. But honestly, Lin Nguyen didn't even care. In a few days, he was about to level up anyway. So why the hell should he care about the fine print? Meanwhile, Duong Hai dragged Pham Bang to a museum to get the lowdown on mutant beasts so they'd know how to dip if one ever popped up. But his real motive was to see if he could yoink the power from the level 9 mutant beast they had there. On the way, Pham Bang clocked some baddies and figured Duong Hai was there to try and holler, since the museum is a total thirst trap for girls trying to get pics for the gram. "Nah, I came for that," Duong Hai said, pointing at the plasma tyrant dragon, a legit S-tier mutant beast from the OG invasion days. The plasma it spit caused a whole catastrophe, completely wiping out the eastern district of Lugong City, and it smoked 5 A-tier heroes, 13 B-tier heroes, and a crazy number of other people. Pham Bang was just staring, totally bugging. Compared to the small fry mutants running around lately, the plasma tyrant dragon was a whole different animal. Literally. Duong Hai reached out to try and swipe its power, but a security guard came running over like, "Yo, chill. Hey, my guy, what do you think you're doing?" Duong Hai just flashed a press pass, saying he was a reporter doing a story on mutant beasts. The guard peeped it, but still told Duong Hai it was looky, no touchy. Duong Hai shot a look at Pham Bang, who caught the vibe instantly and started running interference with the guard. Ait. No touching. We get it. Yo, buddy. I was just wondering, where do y'all keep the female mutant beasts in this joint? After the guard was distracted, Duong Hai fired up his ability. He could feel the juice from the beast, but it was a struggle to pull it. Ability snatched. A whole stream of purple energy started swirling around Duong Hai. He was shook because this time the power came with 0 deets. After a sec of it loading, the info popped up. Plasma ability, E tier. With this power, Duong Hai could basically use it as a portable charger for his phone. Duong Hai was absolutely floored. He'd only pulled a measly E tier ability from the corpse of an S tier beast. Maybe because it's been a fossil for so long, the power just fizzled out over time. It also clicked that the last time Duong Hai managed to yoink a power from that jellyfish was probably because it was a fresh catch. He moped around the museum for a bit, bummed that the trip was a total bust. But since he was already there, he figured he might as well tap the other exhibits. A whole day went by, and Duong Hai only copped 3 weak sauce ability orbs. One was faint cloning, which could pop out a clone for 1 minute. Dude had frank human control, which basically gave him some low-key riz, making people kind of vibe with him. And then there was his E-rank plasma power. Both were straight-up trash tier. And the weak sauce output from these abilities was seriously pissing him off. Then, a wild thought hit Duong Hai. If you can fuse these ability orbs, can you, break them down too? He was like, bet, and immediately decided to test the theory. So he whipped out that C-rank orb he got from Liandian to see what's up. Breakdown. Nada. The orb just sat there, which was a total buzzkill for Duong Hai. But my guy didn't quit. He spammed that breakdown command 100 times until, boom, a crack finally showed up on the thing. The second it shattered, a whole info dump popped up. Apparently, this dark energy is the base material shaped like a perfect, indestructible cube. After checking out these dark energy cubes, Duong Hai figured the core of any ability was basically built from these little blocks. That's gotta be why he could actually dismantle them. So, once an ability gets stripped down to its base code, it just turns into dark energy. He was thinking, yo, what if I use this stuff to juice up my own powers? So Duanghai fed one of the cubes to his frank human control ability. The orb straight up ate it and got a major glow up, hitting E rank status. Duanghai was shook by the results and just stared at the pile of dark energy in his hand. If this works, who even cares about ability ranks? I'm about to craft my own S rank ability from scratch. But then, out of nowhere, he heard Lam Nuet screaming outside. Get off me! Don't you dare touch me! Duanghai looked over, totally annoyed. Ain't no way that Lin Yuen dude tracked Lam Nuet all the way out here. Outside, Lam Nuet was in tears. Some old guy was just chilling in a chair, smoking a cig. Looked like it was her folks. Look, we didn't want to play you, but for real, would you have just sent the cash otherwise? Her mom spilled the tea that her little brother needed money for a car and to get hitched, costing over $1 million. Like, how are two old-timers like them supposed to come up with that kind of bread? So, they pulled a super messed up move and lied to Lam Nuet, telling her that her dad was on his deathbed and needed the money as soon as possible. She was so hurt, just bawling her eyes out. Mom, Dad, do you have any clue how freaked out I was when I thought Dad was dying? To get that money for you guys as fast as possible. Lam Nuet was on her grind from sunup to sundown, juggling like 4 different jobs. But her dad just shrugged it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. We were just going to take whatever you could scrape together, and I'd figure out the rest. The family line has to continue, but Lam Nuet was seeing red when he said that, because their idea of figuring it out meant literally selling her off to some random dude she'd never even met. The absolute nerve. Then her mom tried to sweet talk her, saying the guy wasn't like a genius, but he was a good dude who'd treat her right. Lam Nuet smacked her hand away. Treat me, right? Mom, how do you think I made $50,000 in just 1 week? I was working the clubs, entertaining dudes for that cash. You get me? Hearing that, her parents looked like they'd just seen a ghost. They took her money, and then had the audacity to call Lam Nuet shameless for embarrassing the family. I'm gonna mess you up, you stupid, shameless girl. Duanghai was inside and heard everything, so he ran out and blocked the old man's hand. It's like, even the wildest animals don't hurt their own kids, you know? But this dude was dead ass about to hit his own daughter. The old man gave Duanghai a nasty side eye. Who the hell are you? This is family business. Stay out of it, you punk. The second the power kicked in, the mom straight up decked the dad across the face. Our daughter was so worried she was working in those clubs. Are you heartless or something? Then she turned around to hug. Lam Nuet smacked her hand away. Treat me, right? Mom, how do you think I made $50,000 in just 1 week? I was working the clubs, entertaining dudes for that cash. You get me? I'm gonna mess you up, you stupid, shameless girl. Duanghai was inside and heard everything, so he ran out and blocked the old man's hand. It's like, even the wildest animals don't hurt their own kids, you know? Let your brother learn to be a man and handle his own business. Duanghai was glad they finally got their heads on straight. I mean, who doesn't ride for their family, right? So, early the next morning, Duanghai went with Lam Nuet to the train station to see her folks off. Her mom told her to take care of herself and stop doing wild stuff. After they dipped, Lam Nuet turned to Duanghai to thank him. Duanghai bought her a boba tea, joking that it'd probably do more to get through to her brother than any amount of cash ever could. Lam Nuet just winked at him and motioned for Duanghai to lean in like she had some tea to spill. My boy Duanghai was blushing, but did it anyway, totally not expecting Lam Nuet to just plant a kiss right on his cheek. Thanks for having my back both times. After that whole situation, Duanghai rolled up to the Mutant Beast Corpse Processing Center, and damn, the place had more security than he thought. All the mutant beast bodies piled up in there were basically a gold mine for an ability jacker like him. He waited for a minute, and finally saw his chance to slip in. He slid under a truck real quick, managing to hang on to the bottom, but plot twist, right there with him was this blonde girl with glasses, and she was desperately signaling for him to shut up. Duanghai had no clue what was happening. Was this girl also trying to sneak in or something? And since the space was super tight, the girl's whole setup was basically pressed right up against Duanghai. To cut the awkward tension, he decided to just say something. Hey there. Oh, what a coincidence. Yeah, right, this is so cooked. Aight, bet. Let's just follow the street rules and see who's really got the skills. The girl introduced herself as Qian Duodo from the Fanhai Merchant Guild. Yang Hai quickly pulled a name out of his butt, calling himself Yo K, which literally means turkey. As they got to the drop zone, Qian Duodo realized that from this spot, there was no way she was getting down. Yo, grab on tight. Yang Hai was like, let go. As they bailed from the truck, they just tumbled and rolled all over the ground. When they finally stopped, Qian Duodo still had him in a death grip, making things super awkward. How long you gonna be hugging me? The spicy chick jumped up, stomping off stiffly like a robot. If it wasn't a total last resort, who would even want to hug you? The two of them rolled up into the mutant beast chop shop. Duodo noticed Yang Hai following her like a lost puppy and knew right away he was a total noob. Yang Hai immediately shot his shot and asked her to show him the ropes. Seeing he was for real, Duodo let him be her little shadow. They cracked open the door to a room with a gnarly-looking werewolf corpse inside. Duodo's boss needed her to snag the white fur from its chest, and this job needed a surgeon's touch. The girl whipped out a bag, flexing that her ability was a storage pouch that could stash a ton of loot. Hearing this, Yang Hai was low-key salty. If she wasn't on the wrong team, he would have swiped that thing already. After Duo bounced to the next room, Yang Hai made his move to yoink the werewolf's power, and boom, he got a D-rank metal transformation ability, which meant he could basically reshape any metal he wanted. With this, he could probably start his own Pimp My Ride gig. Suddenly, an alarm started blaring out of nowhere, making both of them freak out. A young dude in a white tank top ran over, totally bugging out. After that whole situation, Duang Hai rolled up to the mutant beast corpse processing center, and damn, the place had more security than he thought. All the mutant beast bodies piled up in there were basically a Duo's legs turned to straight up jello. Even though she had powers, she had 0 XP in fighting actual monsters. Suddenly, some nasty black goo touched the girl's shoulder. Instantly, Duo was yoinked right in front of Yang Hai's eyes. Yang Hai immediately whipped out his fire powers to light the way and chase him down, but that tentacle was way too fast. Even taking like 10-foot strides, he still couldn't close the gap. On top of that, the whole place was a maze of metal shelves, so he couldn't just Hulk smash through. Then it hit him. He just got that metal bending power up. He immediately morphed the shelves into a hallway of knives that diced up the tentacle, grabbing Duo. Duo ate dirt, hard, and her fit was totally shredded because the tentacle and the look in his eyes was pure murder. So much so that even Yang Hai knew better than to make a wrong move. He's like, Senior Duan, for real, we didn't bring this thing back to life. But of course, Duan Shu wasn't buying it. After all, the light revealed the creature's whole deal. A massive skull with these inky black tentacles. A few people were all tangled up in its tentacles, screaming for help. Duo was absolutely bugging at the sight of it, calling him Senior all respectful like, if you remembered right, Duan Shulyu was that legendary hero from like 10 years back who threw down with that A-rank monster, the Tyrant Ape. Duan Shuilu just scoffed, but the metal was barely hanging on. The dome shield was closing in on them. Seeing this, Duo just held her head and started bawling, I'm so dead! It's gonna eat me! Yang Hai was so not having it, but yeah, the situation was sketchy AF. He remembered seeing a few cans of oil nearby earlier. A plan started cooking in his head. From the metal dome, he yeeted out a metal tentacle, lobbing the oil cans right at the mutant beast. Once they got near his flames, he blew them up sky high. The tentacles got severed, and everyone booked it. One last tentacle made a beeline for Duo. Out of nowhere, a slash that looked like water in midair sliced that thing clean in half. Just when they thought they were safe, the old dude in front of them, holding a water saw, was giving them the nastiest side-eye. But yeah, the situation was sketchy AF. He remembered seeing a few cans of oil nearby earlier. A plan started cooking in his head. From the metal dome, he yeeted out a metal tentacle, lobbing the oil cans right at the mutant beast. Once they got near his flames, he blew them up sky high. The tentacles got severed, and everyone booked it. You weren't even a thought. With her hands on her hips, Duo said he was just an old head picking on a kid and asked what kind of grown-up does that. Yang Hai stepped up, calling him Senior all respectful like, if you remembered right, Duan Shulyu was that legendary hero from like 10 years back who threw down with that A-rank monster, the Tyrant Ape. Duan Shuilu just scoffed, turned his back on them to handle the monster, and basically said, we'll talk after I take out the trash. Yang Hai watched him walk away with like a million questions. Like, why would a legit A-rank hero be hanging out in a monster chop shop? Duan Shu drew his blade and was on the move, showing off the first form of the Big Dipper, the Greed Wolf Slash. The powerful slash, looking like a freaking wolf's claw, easily shredded those huge tentacles. Yang Hai watched, totally shook. Just as you'd expect from a legacy power, the Big Dipper blade art is no joke. Every move was so clean, something even an S-rank ability couldn't touch. The mutant beast let out a roar like it was making a final stand, coming at him with 4 tentacles at once. So, Duan Shu hit him with the second form, Tanji, You literally didn't even see him draw his sword. And get this, with every single step my guy took, the beast's tentacles were just dropping to the floor. Duan Shuilu then goes full anime protagonist, leaps on top of the mutant's head, and pops his third form, Tianwen. Looking like a freaking wolf's claw, easily shredded those huge tentacles. Yang Hai watched, totally shook. Just as you'd expect from a legacy power, the Big Dipper blade art is no joke. Every move was so clean, something even an S rank, and the look in his eyes was pure murder. So much so that even Yang Hai knew better than to make a wrong move. He's like, Senior Duan, for real, we didn't bring this thing back to life. But of course, Duan Shu wasn't buying it. After all, they looked sus as heck. If the cops got called, they'd be the #1 suspects, no cap. Qian Duo then asks Yang Hai if he's got the smoke for Duan Shu. But of course, the answer was a big ol' hell no. So the girl, being a real one, hooks him up with some OP gear to even the odds. This is Vortex armor, made from a B-rank mutant beast. Qian Duo just yeets it at Yang Hai and then dips out. Good luck. I believe in you. And yo, her trusting vibe totally reminded Yang Hai of his little sister. But while he's off in his feels, Duan Shuyu comes at him again. Yang Hai instinctively throws a hand up to block, probably thinking he was totally cooked this time, but psych. That Vortex armor Tian Duo left him actually tank the hit. It was absolutely insane. Duan Shu wasn't even surprised though, and just kept coming with the smoke. Zero chill. Yang Hai's dodging and weaving while using his super brain to put his senses on overdrive. And just like he thought, his sharp eyes could totally read Duan Shui's moves. But that still wasn't enough to actually deal with him. Duan Shu sees Yang Hai just standing there zoning out and takes his shot. This time, Yang Hai couldn't dodge and had to pull out his trump card mind control on Duan Shui. Duan Shu jumps up to attack Yang Hai, but then just freezes midair, looking all glitchy. He shook, asking, wait, you can literally remote control my body? Realizing he wasn't going to win that exchange, he backed off real quick. Meanwhile, Yang Hai's all cool about it, like, well, if I didn't hit the pause button on you, I'd be getting my butt handed to me. But you know Duan Shu's ego. He still charges back in, screaming, cheap tricks! Is that all you got, you little punk? But Yang Hai didn't even flinch. He just activated his own skill, metal transformation. Instantly, Duan Shui's sword and Yang Hai's body clashed, sending out a shockwave that was no joke. On the outside, he looked cool as a cucumber. But on the inside, his brain was running a million calculations. He's thinking, every single one of this dude's moves is S tier. The only thing I can do is use my mind control to stun him for a sec. Otherwise, I'd have been sliced and diced by now. Some random dude watching from a corner totally recognizes him, bugging out. He can actually go toe-to-toe with Duan Shuyu. Could he be the A-rank hero, the Divine Spear of Lugu? Hearing this, Yang Hai's immediately like, who the heck is the Divine Spear? Even Duan Shuyu heard it, lowered his sword, and said, judging by your skills, you're probably not just some petty thief. He put his sword away and told everyone, all of you, clear out of the main area. I need a word with him. Hearing this, some brave soul actually asked, like, all of us? We all gotta leave? Those words earned him a death stare, and Duan Shu hit him with the, excuse me, are you seriously not gonna listen to me, the director of this whole facility? The guy got so freaked out by his glare that he just bolted, all of you, clear out of the main area. I need a word with him. Hearing this, some brave soul actually asked, like, all of us? We all gotta leave? Some random dude watching from a corner totally recognizes him, bugging out. He can actually go toe-to-toe with Duan Shuyu. Could he be the A-rank hero, the Divine Spear of Lugu? Hearing this, but that metal ability of yours is kind of similar. He sized him up and was like, but you're rocking multiple powers, so you can definitely be considered a heavy hitter. A guy like you would absolutely not come all this way just to steal some beast fur. Not beating around the bush, he asked him straight up, let me ask you, did you come here looking for the truth of this world? That question totally threw him for a loop, and he's thinking to himself, the truth of the world? What is this dude even talking about? 8. I'll just play along and see what tea he's got to spill. So, going with the flow, Yang Hai just rolls with Duan Shuyu's crazy question and replies, that's right, I came here to find the truth. This bold-faced lie made the old dude laugh his head off, saying, I like your style, kid. There's no problem telling a talented person like you. Then his voice got all serious as he dropped the major lore bomb about the so-called truth of this world. That's right. The real reason we built these beast disposal centers is to open a gateway to the beast world, the barren lands. His words had Yang Hai shook, and he just blurted out, what? Without even pausing, he started telling him a story. 15 years ago, we finally opened up the barren lands of Rukken, and the Hero Association sent in a small team of their absolute top-tier heroes. He then revealed that on that mission, which was a huge deal, to go into the Beast world, I was there too. But according to his story, things went south real fast inside that place. Good luck. I believe in you. And yo, her trusting vibe totally reminded Yang Hai of his little sister. But while he's off in his feels, Duan Shuyu comes at him again. Yang Hai instinctively throws a hand up to block. So, going with the flow, Yang Hai just rolls with Duan Shuyu's crazy question and replies, "That's right, I came here to find the truth." This bold-faced lie made the old dude laugh his head off. That on that mission, which was a huge deal, to go into the Beast world, I was there too. But according to his story, things went south real fast inside that place. Good luck. I believe in you. And yo, her trusting vibe totally reminded Yang Hai of his little sister. But while he's off in his feels, Duan Shuyu comes at him again. Yang Hai instinctively throws a hand up to block. Then, out of nowhere, he drops this truth bomb on him. The people on Azure Star were basically just cattle in a pen for these beasts. He said only the real heavy hitters have a chance to flip the script. After dropping that mic, he bounced, but not before hitting him with a "you should dip." And look, I don't care what crew you rep, but at the end of the day, we're all human. 8. Meanwhile, in some bougie-ass room, you got two people staring out a window. One of them is heated, complaining. That old head Duan Shuilu is so reckless. Why would he just spill all that to some random... But the other one claps back. Look, even if he kept his mouth shut, other crews have already connected the dots. It's not like we can take over that whole world solo. Hearing that, she kind of chilled and just dropped. The HQ video call is about to start. Next thing you know, they're both posted up in front of a screen. Some face on the monitor announces the meeting's live. With over 25 people here, we've got enough to vote on an S-class level event. And just like that, the dude officially kicks it off. All right, based on the report from the Lu Jing City Hero Association branch, let's get this resolution started. Is about to start. Next thing you know, they're both posted up in front of a screen. Some face on the monitor announces the meeting's live. With over 25 people here, we've got enough to vote on an S-class level event. And just like that, the dude officially kicks it off. All right, based on the report from the Lu Jing City Hero Association branch, let's get this resolution started. He's flashing back to yesterday, walking out of that place with everyone whispering on the low. They were all giving him the side eye, bugging out, asking each other, yo, what the hell went down in there? Did he actually beat Duan Shuilu? Why is he walking out solo? Then, boom, Qian Duo pops up, does this awkward little cough, and calls out, "Boss Dao K, you good?" And the second he saw her, he's thinking, nah, I can't let outsiders know my real powers. So he plays it cool. I'm straight, Duo. Hey, look into my eyes. And she totally does, trusting him 100%, walking up to him like, yeah, what's up? But before she could even finish, he hits her with the hypnosis. Yang Shi goes full-on Jedi mind trick, locking his gaze on Qian Duo. His stare basically just took over, making her mind go completely blank, like static on a TV. Seizing the moment, he plants a new memory in her head. Forget you ever saw me use fire and metal powers. On top of that, he casually brings up the armor she let him borrow. Remember, I already bought this armor off you. I owe you 10,000. Once he dropped all the new info in her brain, he hit her with a quick finger snap to break the trance, and just like that, Qian Duo was back to normal. She suddenly had to jet, but made sure to yell back, "Glad you're okay, kid. I got a curfew, so I gotta dip first. Catch you on the flip side." Back in the present, Yang Shi is smiling, thinking about her. He tells Faye, you know, Qian Duo is a lot like you, all about her bag, but still kind of cute. After that, he gently touches Faye's face and says, Faye, maybe before I get my payback, I can figure out how to bring you back. A little later that night, back at Yang Shi's place, he's holding something in his hand. The kid just sat there, not moving a muscle. This whole scene had Yang Shi shook all over again. Could it be that Lu Yuan's already packing some heat, like a C rank ability or higher? Without even thinking, he pulls out a vial of some blue potion he calls an ability potion. He's looking at the two items in his hand, mumbling, no one can find out what I can really do. I gotta use these two to play Lu Yuan. And then, just like that, he whips up another mask. He calls this one Tixie. Not wasting a single second, he slaps it right on his face. The system voice immediately goes, transform. And now he's dripped out in a whole new set of armor. He decides to give it a name. This fit is going to be the Tixie Guard. Yang Shi checks out the chest plate and says, the power set is different from Dao Kei's. This one's got plasma CFC. I can use this to throw people off when I need to. So right then and there, he decides this new persona is officially on the team, repping the same secret crew as Dao Kei. Since I'm making this all up, might as well call the group Verdict. I mean, my whole original vibe was to pass judgment on those so-called fallen heroes. Of course, for a crew to be a crew, it needs cash. So he makes a snap decision. As for the org's funding, I'll just get little rich boy Lou to be our sponsor. The next morning, over at some factory, a shadow is walking up on some dude passed out in the middle of a path. A foot just straight up shoves Lu Yuan to wake him up. Yo, get up. The poke makes him groan, all annoyed. Like, He cracks his eyes open, totally pissed, and yells, do you have a death wish or something? Who the hell do you think you are? Waking up young Master Lu. But when he sees it's Yang Shi, my guy goes ghost white and his whole tune changes. Big boss Dao Kei, my bad. I was still half asleep, you know? Yang Shi wasn't feeling his little act and just cut to the chase. Glad you actually showed. Guess you decided to trust what I said after all. Then, out of nowhere, the dude just grabs his leg and starts crying, trying to suck up. Boss Dao Kei, just give me a power and we can talk about anything. Cash, girls, clout, you name it. But Yang Shi was on a whole other wavelength, and just shut him down, I couldn't care less about any of that stuff. After he said that, he just yeeted him to the side, making the dude yelp. Then, Yang Shi got all serious and was like, the way to get a power is mad simple. Yo, look into my eyes. The second he said that, he hit him with his hypnosis skill. Instantly, the guy was totally zonked, just staring into space. Right away, Yang Shi asked him, spill the tea on that blue pill. In response, I was still half asleep, you know? Yang Shi wasn't feeling his little act and just cut to the chase. Glad you actually showed. Guess you decided to trust what I said after all. Then, out of nowhere, the dude just grabs his leg and starts crying, trying to suck up. The kid just sat there, not moving a muscle. This whole scene had Yang Shi shook all over again. Could it be that Lu Yuan's already packing some heat, like a C rank ability or higher? I was still half asleep, you know? Yang Shi wasn't feeling his little act and just cut to the chase. Glad you actually showed. Guess you decided to trust what I said after all. Then, out of nowhere, the dude just grabs his leg and starts crying, trying to suck up. The kid just sat there, not moving a muscle. This whole scene had Yang Shi shook all over again. Could it be that Lu Yuan's already packing some heat, like a C rank ability or higher? Then, out of nowhere, he drops this truth bomb on him. The people on Azure Star were basically just cattle in a pen for these beasts. He said only the real heavy hitters have a chance to flip the script. After dropping that mic, the kid just sat there, not moving a muscle. This whole scene had Yang Shi shook all over again. Could it be that Lu Yuan's already packing some heat, like a C rank ability or higher? Then, out of nowhere, he drops this truth bomb on him. The people on Azure Star were basically just cattle in a pen for these beasts. He said only the real heavy hitters have a chance to flip the script. After dropping that mic, the kid just sat there, not moving a muscle. This whole scene had Yang Shi shook all over again. Could it be that Lu Yuan's already packing some heat, like a C rank ability or higher, repping the same secret crew as Dao Kei? Since I'm making this all up, might as well call the group Verdict. I mean, my whole original vibe was to pass judgment on those so-called fallen heroes. Of course, other crews have already connected the dots. It's not like we can take over that whole world solo. Hearing that, she kind of chilled and just dropped. The HQ video call, then out of nowhere, he drops this truth bomb on him. The people on Azure Star were basically just cattle in a pen for these beasts. He said only the real heavy hitters have a chance to flip the script. After dropping that mic, you can basically use it to swipe the ability factor from another user. This info had the dude's jaw on the floor, and he shot back. You can basically use it to swipe the ability factor from another user. This info had the dude's jaw on the floor, and he shot back. You can basically use it to swipe the ability factor from another user. This info had the dude's jaw on the floor, and he shot back. You can basically use it to swipe the ability factor from another user. Then he shot back. You can do that for real? Then what happens? At that moment, remember, I already bought this armor off you. I owe you 10,000. Once he dropped all the new info in her brain, he hit her with a quick finger snap to break the trance. After saying that, he yeeted the potion over to Lu Yuan. He fumbled to catch it and was still looking kinda sus. For real? This is wild, big bro. You ain't playing me, are you? Maintaining a chill vibe. Daddy, can you switch it to an A rank potion for me? Hearing him say that, Yang Shi got all alarmed. Yo, don't just call me whatever. Despite getting called out, the dude shamelessly kept going. You can basically use it to swipe the ability factor from another user. This info had the dude's jaw on the floor, and he shot back. You can do that for real? Then what happens? At that moment, a second later, the empty bottle hit the floor and shattered. His eyes suddenly went blood red, and he started letting out these terrifying, animal-like screams. Through all the chaos, Yang Shi was just chilling, watching him go through it. He let out this evil little laugh and whispered, "You're about to find out how fire having an ability is." In total agony, Liu Yuan started turning into a wolf. He screamed, "My whole body, it's on fire!" Watching him, Yang Shi thought to himself, "Loki, this has nothing to do with the potion. It's all me, messing with the ability bead inside him." A moment later, the hair on his head vanished, replaced by wolf ears and fur, and his hands morphed into some gnarly claws. In between his loud roars, he looked at himself all confused and was like, "Ah, what am I?" After his whole transformation was complete, Yang Shi asked, "The bloodline transformation ability, werewolf. How's the vibe?" He looked over his new bod and wondered, "So this is an ability? My brother can also turn into a demon dragon. Between him and me, who's stronger, who's weaker?" Yang Shi replied without sugarcoating it, "Your brother is an A-rank ability user. You're only an E-rank." That brutal honesty had the dude crying out in pain. E-rank? There's a gap of 3 whole ranks between A and E. Liu Yuan's miserable face just made him laugh his head off and say, Ite. Don't get ahead of yourself. You just joined the squad. By the rules, we're only supposed to give you an F-rank potion." His words just about had the dude bawling his eyes out. After his whole transformation was complete, Yang Shi asked, "The bloodline transformation ability, werewolf. How's the vibe?" He looked over his new bod and wondered, "So this is an ability? But it feels like you and I were meant to link up. I switched it to an E-rank ability potion for you." After hearing Yang Shi out, he started piecing things together. From the sound of it, their crew has abilities of every single rank. Made his eyes light up like he'd found legendary loot, exclaiming, "Something that can boost your powers? Bro, that's a treasure!" Seeing he was getting ideas about the drug, Yang Shi smacked him upside the head and warned him, "Daddy, can you switch it to an A-rank potion for me?" Hearing him say that, Yang Shi got all alarmed. "Yo, don't just call me whatever." Despite getting called out, the dude shamelessly kept going, "Ite, I'm just gonna call you Godfather then. No cap. I've never met anyone who's treated me this good." But for real, he was not vibing with that title and shot back, "Nah, Godfather is a no-go too. The org has its own rules. You feel me?" He replied softly, "Down the potion, and you'll see if it's legit or cap." In this state of being half convinced and half skeptical, he hesitated for a hot second before making up his mind. Bet. Godfather. "So, what's the tea with this organization? For real?" Yang Shi puffed out his chest a little, like, "Ite, listen up. Our crew is called the Adjudicators, founded by some crazy powerful shot caller. It's a whole mystery where he cooked up this ranking system, but he said it with his whole chest. Below the big boss, there are 12 Zodiac managers, and your boy is one of them, the Rooster." After hearing all that, Liu Yuan got curious about something else. "Yo, if someone as OP as you, Godfather, is just a manager, then how insane is the main boss?" But Yang Shi just shut that down, saying, "Don't even try to guess, fam. The boss isn't someone who just pops up whenever. He's super low-key." At this point, Liu Yuan got down to business. "Godfather, what's the fastest way to stack up merit points?" "Oh, what?" Meanwhile, Yangi was just cruising down Samat Street when he suddenly peeped a sign on Men Street. It was a wanted poster that Kian Duo had put up. "Use your whole young master of the Colon Economic Corporation clout to dig up some dirt on something called the Blue Pill." The name sounded kinda sus, so he asked, "The Blue Pill? What even is that?" Yang Shi didn't gatekeep the info and just told him straight up, "It's looking like some kind of juice that buffs your abilities. Our goal here is to find the crew behind this stuff." Just hearing that part made his eyes light up like he'd found legendary loot, exclaiming, "Something that can boost your powers? Bro, that's a treasure!" Seeing he was getting ideas about the drug, Yang Shi smacked him upside the head and warned him, "Don't even think about it. Some hero got on that stuff once and ended up wrecking a bunch of innocent people by accident." That slap was a total reality check. At the same time, he got curious and asked, "So which hero was it that used this stuff? Who messed up the civilians?" Of course, Yang Shi had no reason to keep it a secret and just said, "It was that A-rank hero from your dad's company." Hearing that, "What even is that?" Yang Shi didn't gatekeep the info and just told him straight up, "It's looking like some kind of juice that buffs your abilities. Our goal here is to find the crew behind this stuff." Just hearing that part, not wasting any more time, Yang Shi dangled a reward. "Look, once you dig up some solid intel, we'll link up here again. When you do, I'll hook you up with a fire ability potion." Hearing that, he was totally hyped and declared, "Say less." After saying that, he was about to dip, but didn't forget to hit him with a reminder. Oh, right. One last thing I forgot to tell you. He left him with one final piece of info. That potion's buff only lasts for 1 week. The clock's ticking. You gotta finish the mission within a week. His words had the poor guy absolutely shook, and he screamed, "Oh, what?" Meanwhile, Yangi was just cruising down Samat Street when he suddenly peeped a sign on Men Street. On, it was a wanted poster that Kian Duo had put up. And of course, the person she was looking for was him, under his alias Doogie, rocking a black robe and a platinum mask. There was even a phone number to hit her up. Reading the poster shocked him so bad he did a full-on spit take with his coffee all over the wall, which made the owner see it and start bugging out. "Yo, kid!" he yelled, totally pissed. "What the heck do you think you're doing?" Realizing he messed up, he was all awkward, like, "My bad, boss." A minute later, while reading the paper, he just sighed and was like, "I can't believe Kiandu Duo would pull a stunt like this. The audacity." And of course, the person she was looking for was him, under his alias Doogie, rocking a black robe and a platinum mask. There was even a phone number to hit her up. Reading the poster shocked him so bad he did a full-on spit take with his coffee all over the wall, so he decided to duck into the shadows and peep the situation. In some dead-end alley, Chandu Duo, even though she was boxed in by a whole crew, hit them with, "Yo, what do you guys want?" One of them, probably the mouthpiece, got all arrogant and ordered, "Look, kid, hand over the young master's blade set right now." Hearing this, she clapped back, "I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't have any blade on me. Period." These dudes obviously weren't buying it and kept pressing her. "Quit playing dumb. You scammed our young master, thinking he was just some naive kid. You traded a fake pearl for the demon blade Muramasa. Cough it up if you don't want to get hurt." Yang Shi, hiding in the cut, heard this and whispered to himself, "The demon blade Muramasa." He was kind of confused, thinking, isn't that the legendary S-rank beast weapon? How in the world did it end up with Kian Duo? Meanwhile, hearing what these guys were saying, it totally clicked for her that the item she'd finessed was some seriously rare loot. So that busted sword was actually the real deal. If that was the case, she suddenly pulled something out, hid it behind her back, and played all innocent, saying, "Young master who? Never heard of him. Y'all definitely got the wrong person." Her shameless act left him speechless. This girl was a whole menace. Just from her words, he knew this greedy kid had swiped the sword and was never gonna admit it, which made the owner see it and start bugging out. "Yo, kid!" he yelled, totally pissed. "What the heck do you think you're doing?" Realizing he messed up, he was all awkward, like army style. 3-blade dance, and then the others rushed in too, using their move, shadow style, shadow clone. Seeing this, Yang Shi was shook when he realized that both of them were some Nepo baby ability users, and they were C tier or higher. But on Chianda's side, she was not having any of it. She whipped out her weapon and was like, "Y'all really picked the wrong one today." He was kind of confused, thinking, isn't that the legendary S-rank beast weapon? How in the world did it end up with Kian Duo? Meanwhile, hearing what these guys were saying, it totally clicked for her that the item she'd finessed was some seriously rare loot, which made the owner see it and start bugging out. "Yo, kid!" he yelled, totally pissed. "What the heck do you think you're doing?" Realizing he messed up, he was all awkward, like one flick of the wrist with her fan sent the whole squad flying. Their main guy tried to tank it, but still got yeeted, screaming in shock, "No way!" After she cleared the area, she immediately popped her A-tier ability, Snow Maiden, and straight up went full Elsa mode. As Kiandra was making her getaway, she was like, "Huh? Why is it snowing all of a sudden?" Meanwhile, Yang Si, peeping from the sidelines, saw things were getting spicy and thought, "8, this is getting way too messy." Sensing the vibe was off, he quickly suited up as his rooster mask alter ego. Back to the action, the Snow Maiden blasted an ice attack at Chiandra, but she wasn't done yet. She hit her with the Snowflake Dragon Fist. Instantly, this insane icy blast came rocketing right at Chianda. Seeing his girl in trouble, Yang Zi screamed, "Dada!" At the same time, a whole crowd was forming to watch the throwdown. This reporter with some sick purple hair just popped up out of nowhere, holding a mic and looking totally freaked out, getting ready for her live shot. "We've got a major superpowered brawl breaking out on Chongqing Street. Calling all heroes in the area, we need backup. Like, as soon as possible." There was even a little kid nearby, just staring at this super hyped reporter, totally fascinated. Back in the fight, Kiandara got completely rocked by that last hit. She went spinning and screaming, then hit the deck hard, crying out, "Ouch, that hurts," like a mofo. Seeing her rival go down, Ling Nai strolled over and just stared down at Chiandada on the ground. With a look that was literally ice cold, she said, now, the Snow Maiden blasted an ice attack at Chiandada, but she wasn't done yet. She hit her with the Snowflake Dragon Fist. Instantly, this insane icy blast came rocketing right at Chianda. Seeing his girl in trouble, was the blade you dropped made of gold or silver? She asked, totally trolling her. Seeing this, Ling Nai gave her the death stare. She flash froze Chiandada's legs, making her scream. Ouch! Ling Nai threatened her. You better start talking straight, or I'm gonna shatter both your legs. Chiandada struggled back up, holding her huge fan, and clapped back hard. Threats don't work on me, honey. I'd rather yeet this thing I won fair and square than ever give it to you. And with that, she chucked the sword right past Ling Nai, yelling to the guy behind her, hey, Rooster Mask, you can have this busted sword on the house. Yang Shi snagged it out of the air and was like, so you knew I was here the whole time. Appreciate it, Dada. Then he pulled the blade. And surprise, it was totally jacked up. The blade was chipped all to hell, and he yelled, bruh, this thing is so busted you couldn't even pay someone to take it. Chiandada just put her hands on her hips and told him, that's what I'm saying. I never thought they'd be this pressed over a piece of junk. Ling Nai was so over this dude showing up and yelled, oh, so she's got a sidekick. Get 'em both. On her command, a whole squad of ninjas in all black fits swarmed Yang Shi, each one rocking a huge shuriken. One of them charged in all, hyped up, yelling, you're going down, punk! Eat this. Yang Shi felt this weird vibe coursing through him and thought, whoa, this sword is sucking up all my spiritual energy. He said out loud, totally shocked, dude, my body's moving by itself. Wondering what the heck was going on, someone screamed, that's. And then little bits of ice started flying everywhere. Yang Shi was thinking this green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Chiandada looked like she knew what was up. Taking turns, they kept charging in. Another ninja with a sharp sword came at Yang Shi, screaming, die! Yang Shi launched himself into the air, that busted sword in hand, ready to counter. He was just chilling midair, and as he swung the sword, this insane purple beam of light just exploded from it, lighting up the whole snowy sky. Ling Nai looked up, and her jaw dropped when she recognized that purple glow. The demon blade, Muramasa. The ninja who got hit could only scream in despair, Master, help me! Then this little yellow orb just appeared in Yang Shi's hand. Yang Shi felt this weird vibe coursing through him and thought, whoa, this sword is sucking up all my spiritual energy. He said out loud, totally shocked, dude, my body's moving by itself. Taking turns, they kept charging in. Another ninja with a sharp sword came at Yang Shi, screaming, die! Yang Shi launched himself into the air, that busted sword in hand, ready to counter. He was just chilling midair. Body was totally giving out. He gasped, this ain't good. The sword's drained way too much of my spiritual energy. I can't hold on. As he said that, Ling Nai was just standing there behind him, quiet, taking it all in. The demon blade, Muramasa. The ninja who got hit could only scream in despair, Master, help me! Then this little yellow orb just appeared in Yang Shi's hand, wondering what the heck was going on. Someone screamed, that's. And then little bits of ice started flying everywhere. Yang Shi was thinking this green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Chiandada looked like she knew what was up, and screamed, oh no, it's the wandering swordsman. Across from them, Ling Nai was shook too, and looked over, like, wait, what? It was Maung, decked out in a full set of black battle armor. Said, y'all from the Sakura.org might run things in District 6, but you got some serious nerve pulling up in District 1. Tryna start something. Behind him, this swordsman dude was just chilling against a wall, arms crossed, with his long sword, just vibing and watching. Ling Nai clapped back, all serious. We just came to get our stuff back. Y'all are the ones being extra. Hearing her flip the script like that, Chiandada was heated. She pointed right at Ling Nai, ready to spill the tea. Nah, that's cap. Your boss traded me that sword. It's mine, period. Wondering what the heck was going on, someone screamed, that's. And then little bits of ice started flying everywhere. Yang Shi was thinking this green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Chiandada looked like she knew what was up. Tianda thought it was kinda sus and was like, Then bam, out of nowhere, ice shards started flying at Chianda from every direction. Ling Nai just turned and tried to make a deal with Maung. Cool as a cucumber. Tianda thought it was kinda sus and was like, Then bam, out of nowhere, ice shards started flying at Chianda from every direction. Ling Nai just turned and tried to make a deal with Maung. Cool as a cucumber. Wondering what the heck was going on, someone screamed, that's. and then little bits of ice started flying everywhere. Yang Shi was thinking this green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Tianada looked like she knew what was up, wondering what the heck was going on. Someone screamed, "That's!" and then little bits of ice started flying everywhere. Yang Shi was thinking this green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Tianada looked like she knew what was up, wondering what the heck was going on. Someone screamed, "That's!" and then little bits of ice started flying everywhere. Yang Shi was thinking this green light had to be the Wailing Wall. Tianada looked like she knew what was up. This is just some payback for my little bro. Mong balled up his fist and threw a haymaker right at the busted old sword in Yang's hand. Yang Shi got rocked and went flying back. All he could do was let out a grunt. From the back, Chianda saw him get decked. She screamed, totally worried, "Rooster mask!" Meanwhile, Ma Long was just scoffing. Like, for real? That's all you got? This swordsman dude was just chilling against a wall, arms crossed, with his long sword, just vibing and watching. Ling Nai clapped back, all serious. "We just came to get our stuff back. Y'all are the ones being extra." A whole mess of ice shards came flying at Mong. Even Kiandara, watching this go down, was shook, her jaw on the floor. The swordsman dude immediately jumped in to block. Sword intent, Gale. He whipped up his sword. It started glowing green, and he just sliced right through the ice storm Ling Nai threw out. She was stunned, watching the blade zip right past her face. Like, if it was an inch closer, it would have messed up her whole look, but nah, the sword just went through the ice. The swordsman was low-key bummed. He frowned and mumbled, "Damn, I whiffed it." Chianda was bugging out too. Like, no way. Didn't she just get iced? Everybody thought that last swing was game over for her. The swordsman was reading the room and explained, "Nah, she dipped, but she's still close." Then someone had a brain blast and asked, all confused, "Hold up, where'd chicken dude go?" The swordsman was reading the room and explained, "Nah, she dipped, but she's still close." Then someone had a brain blast and asked, all confused, "Hold up, where'd chicken dude go?" Then it hit him. Hold on, if this is a beast weapon, doesn't that mean I can scan its stats? The system screen popped up with Analyze Ability. Then it hit him. Hold on, if this is a beast weapon, doesn't that mean I can scan its stats? The system screen popped up with Analyze Ability. Then it hit him. Hold on, if this is a beast weapon, doesn't that mean I can scan its stats? The system screen popped up with Analyze Ability. The swordsman was reading the room and explained, "Nah, she dipped, but she's still close." Then someone had a brain blast and asked, all confused, "Hold up, where'd chicken dude go?" The swordsman was reading the room and explained, "Nah, she dipped, but she's still close." Then someone had a brain blast and asked, all confused, "Hold up, where'd chicken dude go?" Used the gem to slurp up all the dark energy cubes. With no other options, he was like, "All right, bet, guess I'm trying this one out." After it sucked up all the cubes, the gem turned this sick azure blue. The system instantly clocked it and announced, A rank ability, metal control, the T. You can control any metal within a 1,000 meter radius. The max weight you can move is 1 to 1,000 tons. Evaluation. This is just some payback for my little bro. Mong balled up his fist and threw a haymaker right at the busted old sword in Yang's hand. Yang Shi got rocked and went flying back, rocking his chicken mask. He balled up his fist and said with some real main character energy, "Finally, I can actually square up with these guys." Then, out of nowhere, a blast of ice shards came flying at him from the back. Rocking his chicken mask, he balled up his fist and said with some real main character energy, "Finally, I can actually square up with these guys." Then, out of nowhere, a blast of ice shards came flying at him from the back. Without even looking back, Duong Hai just put his hand up and it started glowing orange. The light formed into a four-pointed shuriken that just wrecked the ice blast. The ice girl got knocked flat on her ass, just screaming, "Ah!" She looked absolutely pissed and yelled, "You little punk." The giant shuriken Duong Hai made started spinning like crazy, just wrecking shop, leaving nothing behind. The spirit wraith was shook like, wait, how is this even possible? That throwing dart was on some next level unpredictable-ish. It zipped right at the spirit wraith and, boom, turned into chains that had her all tied up. She was freaking out, screaming, "Get off me, you creep!" But Duong Hai was just chilling like, "Yo, hold up, don't even move. I'll try to go easy on you, since you're a lady." Then Duong Hai just holds out his hand. The spirit wraith is totally bugging, thinking, what's the play here? Then this ability core just materializes. It was giving off this wild energy that made her cry out. The core was glowing with this bright light and a blue aura. The stats screen popped up. A rank ability, named Snow Maiden, the TL, DR. You can summon the Snow Maiden Shikigami to back you up, or you can just straight up fuse with her. The systems review, basically a portable AC for the summer. Seeing this, Duonghai was like, yo, I thought this was some elemental power, but it's a summoner class? Bro, that's literally every dude's dream. So after she's clapped, the Spirit Wraith turns back into her regular form, the TL. You can summon the Snow Maiden Shikigami to back you up, or you can just straight up fuse with her. The systems review, basically a portable AC for the summer. Seeing this, Duonghai was like, ayo, did you just rizz up some random chick off the street? The swordsman next to him was just thinking. His whole vibe is different now. Duonghai gently puts the passed out Spirit Wraith down on the ground and plays it super cool. Nah, she's not random. That's the Snow Maiden. But I already handled that. Ma Long was floored, thinking, are you for real right now? Yo, I thought this was some elemental power, but it's a summoner class? Bro, that's literally every dude's dream. So after she's clapped, the Spirit Wraith turns back into her regular form. Let's run it. So who's up first? Then he adds, or, you two could just jump me at the same time. He was straight up calling out both Ma Long and the Wandering Swordsman. Seeing this super tense standoff between Duonghai and the duo, the news crews went live on the Jumbotrons like, hold up, did we just hear that correctly? Ayo, did you just rizz up some random chick off the street? The swordsman next to him was just thinking. His whole vibe is different now. Duonghai gently puts the passed out Spirit Wraith. Someone in the comments was like, I'm standing the dude in black now, while another posted, he's got that main character energy. The reporter on the scene is yelling into the mic, are we about to see an insane 1 versus 2 throwdown? With everyone hyping it up, Ma Long goes, look, even Duonghai sounded kind of bummed. Damn, that's a shame. A 1 versus 2 would have been lit. Ma Long turns to the Wandering Swordsman. To beat a guy, you gotta know his whole deal. The swordsman's like, yeah, we're on the same page there. He's scoping out Duonghai, his eyes finally locking onto his hand. He's breaking it down in his head. That ring on his hand is sus. His whole power might be tied to it. Gotta stay on my toes. The Wandering Swordsman lifts his blade, gives it a little spin that stirs the air, then tells Ma Long all calm, don't trip. I gotta see for myself how this dude handled the Snow Maiden. Then he faces Duonghai and declares, with zero fear in his voice, you gotta get through me before Ma Long even thinks about stepping up. Duonghai just gives him a little bring it on wave. No words needed. The swordsman charges at him, and Duonghai just casually puts a hand up to counter. It was a total fire versus water clash. Duonghai was bringing the heat, and the swordsman was all cool water. Duonghai keeps waving his hand with force, a move that makes the Wandering Swordsman just gasp out loud. He leaps way up, his hands reaching out like he's about to touch the dude's sword. The swordsman is watching this whole thing unfold, totally clueless about what's even happening to his own blade. And just like that, Duonghai's power turns into this solid rope that wraps right around the blade. The swordsman is holding on for dear life, yelling, you think you can control my sword? Dream on, buddy. Duonghai makes some kind of power move, and his opponent just screams out in pain. Then he drops to one knee and slams his hand on the ground, creating this see-through orange wall between them. Inside his head, he's doing the math. Okay, that sword's made from monster parts, so my metal-bending powers are a no-go. He's got no other metal on him either. If we go head-to-head, I'm getting clapped. So what's the move? He's still trying to figure it out. I gotta level up another A-rank skill, or else taking this swordsman down quick is going to be tough, especially with Ma Long watching my every move. Right now, he's holding 2 ability cores. One's the A rank Azure Blue, one from the Snow Maiden, and the other is a purple E rank for puppet control. Duonghai squeezes that Azure Blue core in his hand. His other hand opens up, and the purple core starts sucking in some wild energy. The system dings, A rank ability, puppet control. The T is, you can use illusion techniques to mess with A rank targets. You can straight up brainwash B-rank targets and below, and they'll be your loyal stands for 10 years. On top of that, your soul can joyride in a puppet's body for 2 hours each day, with up to 3 puppets max. The system's final evaluation, an extremely grimy skill. Duonghai just tosses the core in his hand, promising himself, yeah, I'm definitely not going to use this for anything sus. Duonghai was just standing there totally zoned out, and the Wandering Swordsman was getting heated like, yo, what's the holdup? We doing this or not? My guy slides out from behind the wall, all chill, like, easy there, Tiger. Then, out of nowhere, Duonghai's glasses start giving off these wild psychic waves. The swordsman starts feeling woozy, like his whole world's going blurry. Then, boom, this gorgeous woman just pops up in front of him, talking all sweet. King, you're not really gonna swing on your big sis, are you? And my dude, the swordsman, gets all choked up, barely whispering, Sis. The lady's about to touch his face, but my guy snaps out of it, realizing it's all a mind game. He gets absolutely livid and just brings his blade down with everything he's got. Duong Hai's blade just shatters into 3 pieces. The swordsman is sweating buckets, totally on the defensive, like a psychic type. So you're really out here with 2 different powers. Duong Hai ain't sweating it though. He whips out his own blade and claps back, all cool. Took you long enough to figure that out. Didn't think I'd have to make the great wandering swordsman break a sweat. How'd I even give you an opening? The swordsman parries the hit real quick, still talking smack, like you know anything. That move from Yang Shi hit him with some serious emotional damage, for real. The swordsman drops to his knees, looking wrecked, and says, "That was my older sister. She's gone. I can't fight anymore." The crowd was not having it, seeing the swordsman just give up like that. They started going wild, yelling, "Get up, swordsman, it's over! He lost, what a joke!" Man, I don't know if even Mong can take this guy, one dude said, super bummed. No cap, he actually beat the wandering swordsman. If that was me, I'd have gotten absolutely bodied. A reporter on the scene was breaking it down live, like, the wandering swordsman is actually down for the count. Did the masked man just hit him with some kind of psychic attack? He kept going with the play-by-play. The swordsman was keeping his guard up the whole time, but now his hands are shaking like crazy. Looks like we have a winner, folks. Kian Duo was over on the sidelines, totally glued to the fight. When she saw her bro's opponent take a knee, she got hyped, yelling, "That was a sick move, bro. Yang Shi." Not going to lie, I thought the wandering swordsman had you. If you died, who's going to pay me back my 10,000? Her comment totally threw Yang Shi for a loop, and he's thinking, who's over there trying to jinx me? And right on cue, Mong finally makes his entrance. He walks over to the swordsman and is like, "You put in work, fam. You pushed him to the edge. I'll take it from here." The swordsman gives him a dead serious warning. Whatever you do, don't look him in the eye. If you get hit with his move, you're going to see the person you care about most. Mong, decked out in this insane black battle armor, steps up to face Yang Shi, and Yang Shi just grins at him. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Maung. Maung's stare was straight up lethal, his eyes practically glowing. He goes, "I got a feeling this fight's going to be legendary. Let's raise the stakes." Yang Shi playing it cool is like, "I'm listening, what's the bet?" Maung points right at Yang Shi and lays it out. "You lose. You tell me the secret of that ring." "So, we got a deal?" Yang Shi just flashes the hand with the ring and grins. "Bet. If you got the skills, come and take it." But my man already had a whole game plan cooking in his head. Good. Mong ain't stupid. The whole reason I put myself on blast was to get everyone looking at this essence-absorbing ring. I'm like, 5 steps ahead of this dude. After thinking that, Maung immediately drops low and launches himself at Yang Shi. Yang Shi's thinking, sheesh, he's fast, way faster than the swordsman, but Maung's knee hits nothing but air. Yang Shi had already sidestepped him, cleanly dodging the attack. Maung didn't give him a second to breathe though, switching up his flow and aiming an elbow at Yang Shi's back. But Yang Shi saw it coming and launched himself high into the air. The fight was really starting to pop off. The reporter was losing his mind on the mic. What is this? The metal-bending masked man is actually keeping pace with Maung's insane speed. Kian Duo was on the sidelines, totally shook, watching this all go down. Back in the ring, Maung is just standing there, watching the smoke clear from an explosion right in front of him. He flashes this cocky grin and says, completely unfazed, "Dual abilities? Seriously? Is that all you got?" Then, after catching a massive hit from Maung, Yang Shi gets sent flying back into a thick cloud of smoke. That one brutal shot from Maung sends him straight to his knees, coughing like crazy. His whole body is just shaking from the pain, every cough feeling like it's ripping his chest open. He can't even stop it. Even then, Yang Shi is staring daggers at Maung, breaking down his stats in his head. Okay, this dude's fast, hits like a truck, his armor makes him super tanky, and he can breathe fire? This dude's build is just broken, he thought. Like, this whole setup is just OP. Meanwhile, Maung's looking at Yang Shi, who's still on his feet, and he can't help but give him props. "Not bad," Maung says. "You can take a hit." But Yang Shi didn't give him a second to recover, immediately throwing a hand up and hitting him with the illusion power. The attack totally caught Maung off guard. Kian Duo was on the sidelines, totally shook, watching this all go down. Back in the ring, Maung is just standing there, watching the smoke clear from an explosion right in front of him. "Bro, this is killing me. Somebody help." And just like that, Maung was clutching his head, screaming his lungs out. "You absolute clown! How dare you morph into my precious little bro? That's so messed up." He was not having it. A fat wave of demonic energy just exploded out of him. Then Mong got low to the ground and just scrambled straight for Yang Shi, looking like he was about to go beast mode again. Seeing Mong so triggered, Yang Shi was kind of shook and muttered to himself, "Oh my bad." Even though the illusion was gone, it really set him off. Outside the ring, the drama was real. The commentators were losing their minds, yelling into their mics, "No way are we seriously seeing Mong transform 2 times in one day." You gotta give major props to the masked dude for baiting him into this round 2. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Mong yeeted himself into the air like a rocket, gunning straight for Yang Shi. Seeing this, Yang Shi just slammed his hand on the ground, and boom, a whole wall of sharp metal spikes shot up to block him. Mong instantly turned into a giant drill mid-air, aiming right for Yang Shi's face. At the same time, he was talking mad trash. "You really think you can stop me with these little metal toothpicks?" Hearing that shade, Yang Shi wasn't about to let it slide and clap back. "A drill, huh? Okay, bet. If you got the guts, then pull up." After dropping that taunt, he hopped on a flying carpet and zipped up high, dodging Mong's attack. Mong reacted instantly, steering the drill to chase after Yang Shi and said, "You think you can just dip by flying away?" Seeing Mong catching up, Yang Shi unleashed a whole storm of metal chains, shouting, "Get lost!" In a flash, Mong's entire body was completely tangled up in Yang Shi's metal chains, but my guy showed zero fear of being tied up. Instead, his whole vibe turned dangerous as he gave Yang Shi a smirk. "You forget about my black flames or something?" The second he said that, in midair, Mong's whole body just blew up into a massive purple flame, straight up incinerating the chains holding him. Outside, the crowd watching was on the edge of their seats. The host kept the play-by-play going, and just like that, Mong's shadow flames are burning right through the metal. It's looking like those chains aren't going to hold for much longer, folks. The host barely got the words out before the girl next to him just clocked him on the head and yelled angrily, "Are you kidding me? My boy Yang is not only a beast, but his strats are top tier. He wouldn't pull a rookie move like that." The host, who just got smacked, cried out, "Ouch!" Back in the fight, Mong had originally thought his black flames would make quick work of the metal, but plot twist, after a hot second, it had zero effect. Seeing this, he was shook. What the heck? It's not burning through. At that moment, seeing he had Mong on lock, Yang Shi was already cooking up a plan, thinking, this hard shell is fire resistant, but it can probably only take being torched once. But for now, Yang Shi was doing some quick mental math. Then a whole car parked down below just started to float up into the air like some force was pulling it. After that, everything, big and small, started getting yeeted into the sky, one by one. Mong, seeing this wild scene in front of him, couldn't help but stutter, totally freaked out. This is. And right then, a giant freaking boulder was just hovering over his head. At the same time, Mong's stunned voice echoed, "A master of metal control." Then Yang Shi just raised his hand and gave the command, "Fall! Fist of Mount Tai." As soon as he said it, the massive boulder plummeted down right where Mong was all chained up. At this point, the people watching were also bugging out and started to scatter. "Run! We gotta bounce!" Only Mong was just frozen stiff, watching helplessly as the boulder came for him, probably thinking, so this is how I die? Then the boulder crashed down, making a huge boom that sent dirt, rock, and dust flying everywhere. From the sheer force of it all, everyone nearby immediately covered their noses to not breathe in the thick dust, coughing their lungs out. Alright, updating the sitch, the dust has settled a little. Let's see if Mong, who was at ground zero, is even still with us. Seeing this, the crowd around started dropping their theories. He's probably toast, right? No way he survived that. Hey, isn't that the baddie Yonde? Yonde had just flown over, and seeing the scene, her eyes started welling up with tears. "Sniff, brother Mong, where are you?" Just as she was about to fly into the crowd to check on Mong, a voice from behind stopped her cold. "Yonde, get back." Hearing that, Yonde whipped her head around and shouted, "Senior Mecha War God." At that moment, from way up high, the Mecha War God didn't even answer Yonde. He just stood there on a tall building, looking like a total boss. And then, his eyes shot out 2 beams of blue light straight at the boulder. Under his attack, the huge rock immediately started to shift. Seeing this, everyone finally noticed him and got hyped. "Look, it's the Mecha War God. The A-class hero is here to save the day." The boulder was now split right in half. Inside, you could see the wandering swordsman kneeling, steady with one hand on his sword, while a knocked-out Mong was lying next to him. He looked up at the Mecha War God and said, sounding super down on himself, "I had to pop the wailing wall to save our skins. I'm sorry. I totally fumbled the bag for the company. Hearing this, the mecha war god just looked at him, cool as a cucumber, and said, "It's good that you're not dead." At this point, Yonde was standing nearby looking at Maung and finally spoke up, all hesitant. You good?" Hearing her, the swordsman dude glanced at Maung, who was totally knocked out, and was like, he was giving you a hard time. A few hours later, after the whole throwdown, Dang Hai finally made it back to his crib. He was clutching some medical spray for his battle scars. He just plopped down on the sofa, holding the spray in one hand and lifting his shirt with the other, letting out a low groan. Oof, this hurts like a mother. That Mong dude seriously knows how to throw down. A sec later, Dang Hai puts the bottle down and starts monologuing on the sofa like, okay, so my run-ins with the Snow Chick and Maung were totally random. The main quest is still to focus on this whole supply case. Right now, there are two big bosses in the game. First up is the hero, Bang Shuyan, and Lu Yuan's already on that case. Then, boom, a picture of Bang Shuyan pops into his head, and right after that, he's thinking about that S-class hero, the one they call Sour and Spicy Powder, or whatever his name is. And get this, he's got a fan meetup happening nearby super soon. I should totally go scope it out. Then, Dang Hai glances at the pile of pain relief bottles on the table, his face all serious, and mutters, "It's only going to get crazier from here. I can't be living with other people anymore. I can't risk them getting caught in the crossfire." But just as Dang Hai was deep in his brooding hero thoughts, Lin Na's voice pops up from behind him. "Phew, finally home." And my guy legit jumps, like, "Oh, snap!" Then, right after, Lin N.A. gives him a look and asks, "Dang Hai, it smells super strong like medicine in here. What are you even doing in the living room?" Hearing that, Dang Hai tries to play it cool, forces a smile, and says, "Oh, it's nothing. For real. I just smacked into the corner of the table, just putting some stuff on it." Hearing his super fake sounding excuse, Lin Na is just staring at Dang Hai, totally not buying it. Seeing her giving him major side eye, Dang Hai quickly changes the subject. "Oh, hey, perfect timing. You're all back. I actually wanted to tell y'all something. I'm going to be moving out soon." When Dang Hai drops that bomb, all three of them are just shook. Lin Na immediately hits him with, "What? You're moving out?" Dang Hai just puts his hands in his lap and calmly tries to explain, "Look, it's just not really a vibe for a dude like me to be rooming with you guys. I couldn't swing it before, but now I got a promotion and a raise, so I decided it's time to bounce." Hearing him lay it all out, Xiaoyi quickly points over at Lin Na and asks, "Hold up, then what about Lin Na?" Dang. Hai kind of runs a hand through his hair, hiding his face, and shoots back, "What do you mean? What about Lin Na? There's nothing going on between us." After he said that, Lin Na just stays dead silent and walks off to her room. When Xiaoyi heard that, she didn't even try to argue anymore and just said, "All right, if that's how it is, we're not going to hold you back. We've all got each other's info anyway. We can just link up whenever." And to that, Dang Hai just nods in agreement. He kind of shot a guilty look toward Lin Na's room and said, "Right, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, like a farewell meal." Then all of a sudden, there's a loud thud from Lin Na's room, making all three of them jump. Seeing that, Dang Hai starts sweating bullets and thinks with his eyes squeezed shut, "Oh, shoot, did I just mess up big time?" Feeling how tense things got, Dang Hai speaks up, "If we're gonna do dinner, we should probably wait until everyone's actually here." Hearing him act like nothing just happened, a pissed off Xiaoyi points right in his face and starts going off. "Lin Na is so freaking beautiful, and she treats you so well. How is she not good enough for you? And you're just gonna treat her like trash? You're a total dirtbag." Hearing her drag him, he's just speechless, knowing he totally messed up. After totally going to bat for Lin Na, Xiaoyi and Dinglin hit him with one last parting shot before heading to their room. "Ugh, whatever. We're just going to bed. We'll eat tonight after you figure your stuff out with Lin N.A." With all three roommates gone, Dang Hai mumbles to himself, "I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel anything for Lin Na. But I just can't drag an innocent person into my dangerous life." Right after that, he walks up to Lin Na's room and lifts his hand to knock. But before his knuckles even touch the wood, Lin Na's voice comes from inside. "The door's unlocked. You can come in." Hearing her, Dang Hai pushes the door open and sees Lin Na lying on her stomach, propped up on her elbows, looking super bummed out. Seeing that she's not even giving him the time of day, Dang Hai says softly, "I'm sorry." But hearing him apologize, Lin Na can't hold it in anymore and snaps back, "What are you even sorry for? It's not like we have anything going on, right?" Seeing her reaction, he rushes to explain, "You know that's not what I meant." But as soon as he says that, Lin Na just gets even more heated, turning her tear-stained face to him and demanding, "You look down on me because of my background, don't you?" Hearing that, he's quick to shut it down. "What? No way." That's a total misunderstanding. At that, Lin Na, with her eyes welling up again, asks, then why the hell don't you like me? Is it because I'm ugly? Seeing she was starting to lose it, Dang Hai walks over and gently takes her by the shoulders to calm her down and says, that's not it at all. Please, Lin Na, just calm down a little. Can't we just be friends, a pure friendship? Hearing him drop the F-bomb, Lin Na shoots back, all worked up. Friendship? Then ask yourself, for real, you're telling me you don't like me? Not even a little bit? Dang Hai just looked at the girl in front of him, thinking, the way Lin Na feels about me, it's probably just coming from a place of needing to feel safe. It's low-key like after she got cut off from her fam, she was just trying to find a new vibe, you know? Then he gets this flash of her dancing at some sketchy club with her eyes welling up again, asks, then why the hell don't you like me? Is it because I'm ugly? Seeing she was starting to lose it, Dang Hai walks over and gently takes her by the shoulders to calm her down, peeping Lin Nai, who's like right on the verge of breaking down. He's thinking, she's so fragile, one nice word and she'll shatter. How could I be the one to do that to her? Plus, with the way he'd been dodging a real answer, of course she's going to think the worst, assuming everyone would judge her for her past. So with that in his head, Duong Hai looks Lin Nai dead in the eye, about to spill his guts, like, for real, But right then, she totally swerves and hits him with this sad voice. Hearing that, Duong Hai just whispers her name, Xia. Then she gets all determined and is like, but even if it's not a thing now, I don't want us to be strangers. For now, can you be my boyfriend on a trial run? Seeing that look in her eyes, Duong Hai just sighed and was like, Aight, bet. So, time goes by. In this huge lit up mansion, our main character, Bang Shu Yen, is just vibing on the couch with a drink, yelling, yo, keep the drinks coming! And outside, Lu Yuan is creeping, scoping him out, thinking, freaking hell. If it wasn't for this mission from Genus, I would have never dropped all this cash just to get this dude wasted. He waits until the guy, Bang Su Yan, is blackout drunk. Then, Lu Yuan slides in and starts running his pockets, checking his clothes, his phone, his comms, his wallet, and boom, Lu Yuan yoinks this little shiny box out of Bang Shu Yan's pocket and is like, the hell is this? But just then, Bang Shu Yan starts waking up, all like, Lu Yuan, what are you doing? And my dude nearly had a heart attack. He was sweating bullets. But Lu Yuan plays it super cool, turns around with a cigarette he found somewhere, and pulls an excuse out of thin air. Ah, brother Lee, I was just looking for a light. I don't know where my lighter went. Bang Shu Yan didn't even trip, just tossed him the lighter and asked, here, yo, where'd all the baddies go? I don't see any of them. At this, Lu Yuan gets this slick look on his face and says, the girls are just getting ready. Any girl you're vibing with tonight, brother Lee, I'll make sure she takes real times, good care of you. Hearing this, he's all hyped. It's that one, the chick with the necklace. A few hours later, deep in the night, after Lu Yuan set up the whole situation for Bang Shu Yen, you could hear them laughing and messing around inside, like, hee hee, ha ha, get off me. But while he was distracted, Lu Yuan dipped outside and started digging through the stuff he jacked, mumbling to himself, where is this damn thing? After a minute, Lu Yuan finally spots that box again and is all, there it is. He then pulls one piece out of the box, holding it up to his eye, trying to get a good look, and he's like, this is candy? This doesn't smell like no hubba bubba. It smells wild, but kinda good. Then he's holding the green box and keeps going. Low-key, the smell alone makes you want to pop one. Suddenly, it all clicks and he freaks, yelling, hold up, this ain't right. Inside this thing is. And right then, the piece in his hand cracks open, showing something blue inside, making Lu Yuan gasp like, a blue pill! And then, deadass, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air from inside the room, mumbling to himself, where is this damn thing? After a minute, Lu Yuan finally spots that box again and is all, there it is. He then pulls one piece out of the box, holding it up to his eye, trying to get a good look, and he's like, this is candy? This doesn't smell like no hubba bubba. It smells wild, but kinda good. Then he's holding the green box and keeps going. Once he had it hidden safe, he went back to the room, tapped on the door, and asked all concerned, yo, brother Lee, you two good in there? And immediately, the door gets yanked open by Li Shengyang, who looks like a total wreck. He's giving Lu Yuan the meanest side eye, which made him flinch and back up, but Lu Yuan, still nosy, tried to peek inside to see what was up, and saw the girl was just on the floor. Seeing that, he started sweating bullets again, and looked over at Li Sang Duang, And he stammers out, uh, is she, you know, gone? In response, he just casually goes back to put his jacket on and says flatly, yeah, she's gone. After seeing his ice cold attitude, once he had it hidden safe, he went back to the room, tapped on the door, and asked all concerned, yo, Brother Lee, you two good in there? And immediately, the door gets yanked open by Li Shengyang, who looks like a total wreck. He's giving Lu Yuan the meanest side eye, which made him flinch and back up, but Lu Yuan, still nosy, once he had it hidden safe, he went back to the room, tapped on the door, and asked all concerned, yo, Brother Lee, you two good in there? And immediately, the door gets yanked open by Li Shengyang, who looks like a total wreck. He's giving Lu Yuan the meanest side eye, which made him flinch and back up, but Lu Yuan, still nosy, and my guy just roared, son of a. Straight up, he was seeing red veins popping on his forehead, teeth grinding. Bruh, how many times is this gonna happen? Ever since I popped this pill, I'm literally out here breaking stuff because I can't control my own strength. Lang Duong was pissed, just staring down at his shaking hands. It took him a hot sec to realize he was bugging and muttered to himself, nah, I gotta get a grip. Then he glanced over at the pills he'd tossed. All of a sudden, he's like, wait a minute, one's gone. He starts patting himself down, all confused like, why am I short one? But he was over it real quick, like, whatever. The next drop is in a few days anyway. One pill ain't gonna make or break me. And with that, he slammed on the gas and dipped. A few hours later, Duong Hai and Pham Bang are cruising back, and the whole moving out drama pops up again. Bro, are you for real? Are you actually dumb? What sane dude would ever move out of a spot like that? But Duong Hai just shot him a look and hit him with the cold facts. That's a whole fantasy, my guy. You have zero clue how much of a headache it is living with a bunch of girls. Pham Bang heard that and immediately clapped back with this super sus look on his face. Dude, that headache is literally the dream. Hearing that, Duong Hai just turned and gave him the most epic side-eye. Fam, you are so down bad sometimes. For real. In response, Pham Bang just kind of hummed, totally unbothered, and was like, yup. A little while later, the two of them finally rolled up to Duong Hai's new crib. Pham Bang saw the bougie building, and his jaw just dropped. Whoa, my dude, Duong, where'd you even get the cash to lock down a place this fire? Duong Hai just played it cool, like it was a gift from my super loyal son. Pham Bang was not buying it for a second and called him out while watching Duong Hai haul his stuff inside. Yeah, right. You're capping. Since when do you have a son? You must have hit the lottery or something. No cap. You're definitely buying me dinner tonight. Seeing his boy wasn't buying it, Duong Hai just dropped one last line as he walked into his new place. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you the truth, bro. Later that night, after grubbing, Duong Hai just flopped onto his plush, comfy bed, letting out a groan. Ugh, I'm so stuffed. Finally got my own place. This peace and quiet is a total vibe. With that, he sat up, leaned back on the headboard, and was like, you know, thinking back on it, ever since that throwdown with Malong, I still haven't even tried out my Snow Maiden summon. He opened his palm, staring at the energy core, and kept thinking, even though I used some of it for a deep dive last time to level up my Puppet Master skills, the juice left in this thing is only good for like a CE rank ability. Aight, let's see what this is all about. The second he said that, Duong Hai threw his hand out to summon her. Let's go, Snow Maiden. Come on out. Instantly, this huge golden magic circle thing just pops open. And right after, this girl appears with some serious claws, blue hair, and these insane sparkly eyes. The moment he saw what the Snow Maiden looked like, Duong Hai was completely shook, stuttering like, hold up. Then he just yelled, why is she a tiny little kid? Across from him was this adorable little thing, shyly poking her fingers together and looking up at him, all timid, calling out, Master. All of a sudden, the vibe in Duong Hai's room went Arctic. We're talking freezing cold, so much that the windows started icing over. The temp drop was so intense he felt like he was in some ice palace, just shivering and cowering. He was literally chilled to the bone. Seeing him shaking like a leaf, the little Snow Maiden rushed over, all concerned, and asked, Master, are you okay? Instantly, this huge golden magic circle thing just pops open, and right after, this girl appears with some serious claws, blue hair, and these insane sparkly eyes. The moment he saw what the Snow Maiden looked like, but Duong Hai was not having it, immediately backing up and putting a hand up to stop her. Whoa, don't get any closer. Seeing him totally freaking out, the Snow Maiden just gave him a reassuring smile. But Duong Hai was not having it, immediately backing up and putting a hand up to stop her. Whoa, whoa, don't get any closer. Seeing him totally freaking out, the Snow Maiden just gave him a reassuring smile. Duong Hai was completely shook, stuttering like, hold up. Then he just yelled, "Why is she a tiny little kid?" Across from him was this adorable little thing, shyly poking her fingers together and looking up at him, all timid, calling out, but Duong Hai was not having it, immediately backing up and putting a hand up to stop her. Whoa, whoa, don't get any closer. Seeing him totally freaking out, the Snow Maiden just gave him a reassuring smile. Duong Hai was completely shook, stuttering like, hold up. Then he just yelled, "Why is she a tiny little kid?" Across from him was this adorable little thing, shyly poking her fingers together and looking up at him, all timid, calling out, "The Snow Maiden's ice aura is just a passive thing. If it wasn't, even my C-rank Raging Flame fist would get totally snuffed out by this cold." The longer she warmed up, the sleepier little Shu started to get, Master's body's warm too. And then she just leaned right into Duong Hai's lap and conked out, which totally caught him off guard. This little gremlin. He noticed that even in her sleep, she was smiling and mumbling Master, so he figured he'd just let it slide. "All right, you're way too cute, so I'll give you a pass." Then he grabbed the blanket and pulled it up, wrapping it around both himself and little Shu with this pained look on his face. "Just this once, okay? There will not be a next time." Then he let out a huge sneeze. A few hours went by. The next morning, the sun was hitting the high rises. Over at the meet and greet for Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, a massive crowd of fans had totally taken over. Everyone was screaming their heads off like, "Sour and Spicy Noodle Superman, I love you! Ah, Sour and Spicy Noodle!" Blending into the crowd was Duong Hai, rocking a Spicy Noodle Superman crown and holding up a sign that screamed, "You're my number one." With a devious smirk, he was plotting, "Today, I'm going to play the part of a total stan to get up close and personal with Spicy Noodle Soups." But before he could get too cocky, some rando in the crowd stomped on his kicks, making him shout, "Ah, dude, you're on my foot, and let go of my hair." Just then, the MC's voice boomed from the stage, "Spicy Noodle Superman is locked and loaded, but the real question is, are you guys ready?" In response, the whole crowd just went off, screaming in sync, "We're ready!" Hearing that energy, the MC hyped them up even more. "I think we can do better than that. Let me hear you scream." And with that, everyone in the audience threw their hands up and just let it rip. "Spicy Noodle Superman, we love you. Spicy Noodle Superman, we love you. Spicy Noodle Superman, we love you." And right on cue, the confetti cannons just went off, blasting color everywhere. Then, the man himself, Spicy Noodle Superman, appeared, dropping his iconic catchphrase, "Everyone is safe now." The whole crowd was locked in as he took a knee on stage and kept going with his whole shtick. "Because any and all danger has been crushed right here in my fist." The second he shot up and threw that fist to the sky, the crowd went absolutely feral, just screaming. And right in the middle of it was Duong Hai, where some super hyped fan next to him started shoving, making him mutter, "Hey, back off, man." But then the whole crowd surged from behind, and he just went flying forward, straight towards the stage, landing right at the hero's feet. While he was still totally dazed, trying to figure out what just went down, Spicy Noodle Superman scooped him up and zipped him onto the stage in the blink of an eye, making his eyes pop like, whoa. The next thing he knew, Spicy Noodle Superman's face was right there, hitting him with a super friendly smile and saying, "Easy there, I got you." And boom, Duong Hai's inner actor just took over. His eyes suddenly went all sparkly, and looking up at the hero, he was like, "That was all me, I was just being clumsy." Then he pulled himself together, shook the hero's hand, and introduced himself. "Thanks so much. I'm Duong Hai, by the way." In return, Spicy Noodle Superman just gave him a simple hello. And seeing this whole wholesome exchange, the crowd below was absolutely melting, gushing, like Spicy Noodle is the best to his fans, for real. I'm so jealous of that dude. But yeah, that handshake was not what it seemed. As they shook hands, this weird energy started to build up. Duong Hai's whole expression went dark as he said, "What's up, Spicy Noodle Superman? I'm your biggest fan." Later, in the nearly empty auditorium, the woman in purple with Spicy Noodle Soups was complaining, "Thank God this nightmare of a meet and greet is finally over. You put in the work, boss." As they walked out to the waiting 16-seater van, he shoved his hands in his pockets and said, "You think? Shaking all those hands is so nasty and exhausting. Quick, hit me with the sanitizer and a wipe." Once he was in the van, Spicy Soups told her, "You go grab a bite. I'm going to try and catch some Z's in here. I've got another shoot to film tonight." Hearing that, she was like, Got it. You sure you can handle that grind, boss? He slammed the door and grumbled, It's not about if I can, I have to. And make sure you clear my schedule for next week. I want to be there for my daughter's birthday. Outside, the woman in purple just waved, You got it, boss. I'm heading out to eat. Inside the van, he was just stewing, muttering to himself. Dwang Hai was just standing there with his arms crossed, watching all this playback and analyzing. Looks like the crew behind these blue pills figured out how to use the hero's weaknesses against them. No, no, no. I can't get sucked back into that game ever again. Out of nowhere, Duong Hai, wearing that rooster mask, spoke up from the back seat. Gotta be exhausting. Living a life like that, huh? It made Spicy Soup's jump, and he whipped his head around, breaking out in a sweat. You're Rooster Mask, the guy who fought Demon Dragon. How the hell did you get in my van? Duong Hai just remembered he'd left a little something, an ability bead in the guy's palm during the handshake, thinking he's carrying my ability bead, so yeah, finding him was a piece of cake. But out loud he just said, Chill out. I'm just here to ask you a couple questions. Hearing that, Spicy Soups was freaking out internally, thinking, this guy can go toe-to-toe with A-listers like Demon Dragon and the Wandering Swordsman. I literally have zero chance against him. Best to just play it cool and do what he wants. So he said out loud, Look, just because Demon Dragon and I work for the same agency doesn't mean we're boys. So don't come at me with that drama. From the back, Duong Hai was just like, Whoa, you're way overthinking this. I need some info that I think only you have. First, look at me. And just like that, Duong Hai hit him with his puppet control skill. Then they used the blue pills to get him hooked and basically control him. Then he was thinking, they're puppeteering all these heroes from the shadows. What's the end game here? Then Duong Hai realized, this is his whole life flashing by. Okay, so where's the memory with the blue pill? And just then, a dude with a blurred out face holding a blue pill popped up in one of the frames. Seeing it, Duong Hai was like, Huh? He leaned in close, thinking, Is that the blue pill? Who the heck is that guy? In the memory, the mystery man handed Spicy Soups the pill and said, Take this and you'll get a massive power-up, like, overnight. Your career is going to skyrocket and you'll make enough to pay off everything and just chill. Hearing that offer, he was down bad for it, lunging and yelling, For real? Yo, slide that over, quick. But the shady dude held the pill up high, like, Nah, you gotta spill some tea first. Spicy Superman was sweating bullets, asking all curious, What kind of tea? The mystery man shot back, the dirt on that secret hero squad. In the memory, Spicy Superman started dishing. Alright, so that Dalmatian-looking hero, his love life is a whole train wreck. And get this, the Kung Fu hero, he's low-key raising a secret kid. Duong Hai was just speechless. Watching this, he was scoping the scene, thinking, so hero drama is the currency he needs. You can really just trade gossip for the blue pill? Was this a regular thing? Then Duong Hai reached out and tapped another memory shard, muttering, Oh, this was not a one-time deal. There was a second, a third, and my guy even came back for a fourth time. In another memory, the shady dude asked, I've been hearing whispers about some new powered-up kid named Rooster showing up. Spicy Superman immediately lit up like, Yes, 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 that's him. He didn't just mess with our chairman's son, he straight up clapped both Demon Dragon and that Wandering Swordsman. Hearing that, the mystery man leaned in for more. You know any secrets about his powers? Spill everything. In a blue whip parked down in the garage, the shady dude demanded, Give me the full rundown you got on Rooster. But Spicy Superman was bugging, stuttering, all panicked. I only know he can cancel out other people's powers, but he's never shown his face, so I got no clue what he looks like. For real. Hearing this, the mystery man stroked his chin like he can shut down powers and stays anonymous. That's interesting. After that, he just tossed Spicy Superman a whole bag of the blue pills. Then the shady dude just turned, hands in his pockets as he bounced, and ordered, Go dig up some more dirt, then hit me up. Spicy Superman was on it. Bet. Duong Hai was just standing there with his arms crossed, watching all this playback and analyzing. Looks like the crew behind these blue pills figured out how to use the hero's weaknesses against them. Then they used the blue pills to get him hooked and basically control him. Then he was thinking, they're puppeteering all these heroes from the shadows. What's the end game here? All of a sudden, Spicy Superman snapped back to reality, Huh? He whipped his head around to the back seat, wondering, Wait, where'd he go? A bit later, in some pitch black house, you hear someone grumbling. Then they used the blue pills to get him hooked and basically control him. Then he was thinking, they're puppeteering all these heroes from the shadows. What's the end game here? All of a sudden, Spicy Superman snapped back to reality, like, huh? He whipped his head around to the back seat, wondering, wait, where'd he go? A bit later, in some pitch black house, you hear someone grumbling. Dwang Hai was just standing there with his arms crossed, watching all this playback and analyzing. Looks like the crew behind these blue pills figured out how to use the hero's weaknesses against them. Dwang, Hai thought. The color and vibe are a dead ringer for the ones in Spicy's memory. This is probably the same stuff, Lu Yuan suddenly wondered. Just for these, Dwang Hai was just standing there with his arms crossed, watching all this playback and analyzing. Looks like the crew behind these blue pills figured out how to use the hero's weaknesses against them. And Spicy Soup's eyes just glazed over. In a totally dark space, Dwang Hai was like, whoa, is this Spicy Noodle's mindscape? He looked around at all these frames, each one playing a different scene. So, in your opinion, what's a true hero supposed to do? Lu Yuan heard that and got all serious, deep in thought. Hold up. Is this, like, a test? Is he asking if I'm ready to carry the torch for the organization? Then my dude put a hand on his chest and went full monologue. I believe that with great power comes great responsibility. A hero's supposed to save people, not sell out their soul for clout and power. Seeing Lu Yuan act like this, Dwang Hai was cringing hard, thinking, yeah, okay, the dude who actually said that is 6 feet under. You totally just ripped that from a movie, didn't you? Then he tossed him a test tube with some red liquid, saying, you killed it on the mission. Take this, and with some funds from the org, you can trade it for a D rank ability potion. He grabbed it, looking kind of bummed. What? It's only D rank? Then Dwang Hai had to school him. Ranks are a grind, dude. You can't be thirsty for a quick level up. If you don't want it, then forget about it. Lu Yuan heard that, whipped around and clutched the vial, simping hard. No, of course I want it. Thanks, Godfather. Yo, this color is sick. Then he just chugged the whole thing in one go. Wiping his mouth, Lu Yuan was like, why does this taste like ketchup? Meanwhile, Dwang Hai was thinking, that's cause Zhu Shen already dropped 2 E-rank ability beads in there. But all he said out loud was, he grabbed it, looking kind of bummed. What? It's only D rank? Then Dwang Hai had to school him. Ranks are a grind, dude. You can't be thirsty for a quick level up. If you don't want it, then forget about it. Lu Yuan heard that, whipped around and clutched the vial, simping hard. No, of course I want it. Thanks, Godfather. Yo, this color is sick. Then he just chugged the whole thing in one go. Hearing this, Dwang Hai turned his head and thought, the ability bead ain't even activated yet, my guy. Of course you can't transform. Then he cracked his knuckles with a wicked grin and said, maybe it just hasn't kicked in properly. It just needs a little kickstart. Lu Yuan immediately turned his head, looking so done. Godfather, what are you about to do? And then bam, Dwang Hai just rocked him right in the face. Then he advised, yo, just tough it out for a sec. It's for your glow up. Godfather had to go full on tough love. Lu Yuan couldn't even juke it, just ate the whole hit. Dude's nose started leaking. And he's all like, ow! Wiping his mouth, Lu Yuan was like, why does this taste like ketchup? Meanwhile, Dwang Hai was thinking, that's cause Zhu Shen already dropped 2 E-rank ability beads in there. But all he said out loud was, Godfather, no cap, I totally leveled up. I'm feeling way more OP than last time. Dwang Hai just gives him this intense stare and says, Ait, now try to vibe with that power for a minute. And right then, Lu Yuan, who's in full-on werewolf mode under the moonlight, turns his head and goes, low-key, isn't it exhausting staying all wolfed out like this? Hearing that, he just poofs back to his human self and replies, I'm back to normal, Godfather. Dwang Hai just gives him a nod, like, bet. Keep digging on that whole blue pill situation. Anyone who's popped one is going to be emotionally wrecked, so watch your back. Godfather, no cap, I totally leveled up. I'm feeling way more OP than last time. Dwang Hai just gives him this intense stare and says, Ait, now try to vibe with that power for a minute. And right then, Lu Yuan, who's in full-on werewolf mode under the moonlight, turns his head and goes, low-key, isn't it exhausting staying all wolfed out like this? Hearing that, he just poofs back to his human self and replies, but Dwang Hai shuts that down quick. Nah, our org isn't some club you can just slide into. These heroes you're talking about, they're just ingredients. This totally shook him. And he's like, ingredients? You mean the org is just juicing them for their powers? Yang Shi swoops in to explain, bro, where do you think we get the ability potions from? Do a solid job, collect more materials, and you can hit that C rank yourself. Left there all alone, Lu Yuan is big mad, throws his arms out, takes a bow, and grumbles, I've been grinding all day and I'm still just a C rank scrub. But then he snaps to it, throws a salute, and declares, "Okay, boss, mission accepted, consider it done." So, fast forward a bit, we're at a beach, waves are crashing, and Yang Shi is just cruising over the ocean on his hoverboard. He pulls off his mask and is like, "A deserted beach at night? This is the perfect vibe to get the Snow Maiden's training montage going." And just like that, Yang Shi whips up this sick golden magic circle in the air and calls out, "Snow Maiden!" In a flash, the little girl pops up and just barrels towards him, all excited like, "Master, little Snow missed you a ton." This makes him start sweating bullets trying to stop her. "Whoa, whoa, you're literally icing me out." He drops to one knee, points, and reminds her, "Listen, little Snow, it's training time. You gotta spar with me." And when she hears that, the little girl gets these big old puppy dog eyes and says, "But little Snow doesn't want to hurt you, master." He just gives her this look like, "Girl, for real? You're a C-rank summon. You couldn't hurt me if you tried." So she hops on a rock out in the water, looks back at Yang Shi on the sand and yells, "Okay, fine. Little Snow is coming for you." And he's just over there laughing like, "Let's go then. Hit me with your best shot." At the same time, Snow Maiden starts making this ice path under her feet, but then, out of nowhere, this freaky portal just rips open behind her. Yang Shi sees it and is like, "Whoa, what the heck is that?" The little girl gets these big old puppy dog eyes and says, "But little Snow doesn't want to hurt you, master." He just gives her this look like, "Girl, for real? You're a C-rank summon. You couldn't hurt me if you tried." A humanoid mana beast that's all about gains and throws some mean hands up close. Rating, D, rank. Seeing the stats, Yang Ji breathes a sigh of relief. An invading mana beast wiping his mouth. Lu Yuan was like, "Huh, why does this taste like ketchup?" Meanwhile, Duang Hai was thinking, "That's because Zhu Shen already dropped 2 E-rank ability beads in there." But all he said out loud was, "A water-type mana beast that's a pro at running on water. Rating, D rank." Yang Shi immediately screams a warning, "Little Snow, behind you!" And right then, both beasts are just rushing the Snow Maiden, Little Snow. But then, Homegirl started glitching out. She grabbed her face and screamed, "I literally just times got here, and you're already trying to kick me out and take over my body again? Ow. Sheesh. Bro, that actually hurt." Next thing you know, my guy's screams are echoing through the dead quiet night. "Ah, it hurts. Godfather, chill, have a heart." "Yo, not the face!" Then, plot twist, his tail is wagging like crazy, and a hyped voice yells out. The entire ocean surface below him just flash froze into crystal. At the same time, the Snow Maiden just had a major glow up into a full-grown woman. She's looking down at them with this super annoyed face and taunts, "Y'all got a death wish or something?" The whole vibe is super quiet and creepy under the waning moon. The frogman starts crawling out of a crater it made, looks at the new Snow Maiden, and lets out this super sus laugh. Hey, hey. She sees that and just snaps. "You freaking weirdo frog." From the sidelines, Yang Shi is like, "Little Snow, you've grown up." And the Snow Maiden explains, "This is my battle mode." My guy is immediately asterisk, noticing times the new look. His eyes kind of wander down to her legs, too. Yang Shi gets all red and is like, "Ahem, yeah. Still, super powerful. I see." The Snow Maiden then unleashes a whole storm of sharp ice shards right at the frogman, freezing him solid while he's still got hard eyes. Seeing this, Yang Shi asks, "Is he, done for?" But the Snow Maiden's like, "Nah," but it was a close one. And just then, the frog dude jumps up, shattering the ice and letting out a huge croak. Without missing a beat, Yang Shi points down and calls on his Earthland skill. He fires his shot right at the creature, but Frogman jukes it, then starts jumping around all erratically. Yang Shi calls out from the side, "Little Snow, lock him down." "Bet, master." She went full on Elsa, shouting as she let an ice arrow fly. Next thing you know, 4 massive ice lances straight up kebab the frogman's limbs, pinning it to the dirt while it screamed its head off. At the same time, Yang Shi just pointed a finger like a boss and was like, "Void General, get him." Then bam! A whole light show of beams just wrecked the frogman, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Yang Shi touched down, cool as a cucumber. He tapped the frogman's body, activating his loot skill. And just like that, the system pinged, new ability unlocked. Name, training. The description basically said he can now go full-on gym bro and keep leveling up his physical stats through hard work. At max level, my dude can go Super Saiyan and get like 5 times stronger than his species cap, straight up breaking his power limiter. The catch, he can't hold that form for long. The snow maiden landed next to Yang Shi, all like, master. But he was looking around, kinda sus, and said, hold up, I feel like we missed something. Peeping the empty space, he was like, so, where'd the horse thingy go? She scanned the area too, then locked her eyes on the city in the distance and was like, my spidey senses are tingling. It's in the city. Hearing that, Yang Shi pivoted and gave the order. Aight, bet. We're going after it, little snow. But then, homegirl started glitching out. She grabbed her face and screamed, I literally just times got here, and you're already trying to kick me out and take over my body again? She scanned the area too, then locked her eyes on the city in the distance and was like, my spidey senses are tingling. It's in the city. Hearing that, Yang Shi pivoted and gave the order. Aight, bet. We're going after it? He tapped the frogman's body, activating his loot skill, and just like that, the system pinged, new ability unlocked. Name, training. The description basically said he can now go full-on gym bro and keep leveling up his physical stats through hard work. She scanned the area too, then locked her eyes on the city in the distance and was like, my spidey senses are tingling. It's in the city. Hearing that, Yang Shi pivoted and gave the order. Aight, bet. We're going after it? Plopped down and was like, for real, you're a little snow, right? Yang Shi got low-key to check on the snow maiden. The little girl piped up, master, I'm pretty sure. Little Snow just, like, yeeted you across the room. He gave her a little head pat and asked, you remember any of that? The snow maiden just blinked, like, not really. Weren't we just having a little training sesh? Hearing that, Yang Shi was connecting the dots and was like, so, Little Snow's got a battle mode and a chill mode. Is this like a split personality thing? Because it seems like one side has no clue what the other is doing. All of a sudden, the little girl threw her arms out, all hyped. Like, oh my god, Master patted my head. I've been dying for Master to hold me. Yang Shi was just shook, letting out this massive, helpless sigh. Well, one thing's for sure, both versions are down bad for me. A sec later, the Snow Maiden's head started to droop and she mumbled, what's Master even talking about? Little Snow is so sleepy. He gave her a little head pat and asked, you remember any of that? The Snow Maiden just blinked, like, not really. Weren't we just having a little training sesh? Hearing that, saying, later, Master. Little Snow is going to miss you like crazy. Yang Shi watched her just phase out into the circle. Then he looked over at the city and mumbled, that freaking beast. Knew it. Someone's totally pulling the strings here. Meanwhile, on another stretch of coast, Liu Yuan was just cruising in his red convertible, belting out, I'm a wolf running across the prairie. Then he spots something way out on the water and squints. Like, whoa, what in the world is that? Just then, this white Keelan comes booking it across the water, its eyes glowing straight up demonic red. Seeing that, Liu Yuan slammed on the brakes, screaming, holy crap! Nearby, a whole squad of kids were having a BBQ on the beach, and they were, like, right in the Keelan's warpath. Liu Yuan started flailing his arms, yelling, yo, you clowns! There's a freaking mana beast headed your way! Y'all just gonna stand there and grub? Hey! Everybody, look. Some dude on the road is waving at us, but this blonde guy just scoffed? So what? Probably some street racer trying to get attention? What a total clout chaser. The blue-haired girl tried to listen closer and was like, hold up, I think he's yelling something. Behind you, there's a mana beast. Run! Instantly, the other three whipped around to look and just started screaming their heads off. What? Ah! Right then, the Keelan crashed onto the shore. Seeing the absolute chaos, Liu Yuan was sweating bullets. Like, ah, crap! What am I supposed to do now? Do I actually go save them? Down below, the crowd was a total mess. Just pure panic. Without even thinking twice, Liu Yuan floored it, yelling, I'm not usually the guy who gets involved in other people's drama. Out in the water, the blue-haired girl was flailing, crying out, wah, help me! Then, a chubby hand grabbed her wrist and yanked her up. Seeing him, she yelled, Fatty! He shoved a piece of wood at her, saying, grab onto this log. She grabbed it and was like, Fatty, get on, quick! But he just shook his head. Lulu, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. All. But before he could even finish, the Keelan sank its teeth into his arm and ripped his whole body out of the water. Seeing that happen, Lulu's eyes filled with tears as she let out a blood-curdling scream. Fatty! A terrifying shriek echoed, and then, poof, they were just gone from the surface. Liu Yuan swam over to Lulu, who was clinging to that big piece of wood, and gave her a wave. Quick! "Over here! I'll get you to shore." But she just broke down crying, pleading, "Fatty, it dragged him under. Please, I'm begging you. You have to save him." Hearing that, Lu Yuan threw out his hands to pull her up, shouting, "Ite, I'ma get you safe, then I'll circle back for him. Let's bounce. That monster's gonna be back any sec." She then jumped down and death gripped him, straight up sobbing her eyes out. Lu Yuan then scooped up Lulu and booked it for the shore, muttering under his breath, "Bruh, she looks like a twig, so why's she built like a tank?" Then a chopper just rolls up out of nowhere. On board, you got two peeps, a dude and a chick, just chilling by the open door. The guy's got a camera. The blonde reporter looks down and starts her frantic live report. "We're coming to you live, people." We just got a hot tip. Word on the street is a freak of nature beast and some gnarly waves just wrecked the coast. So, let's get a damage report. She scopes out the beach, sees Lu Yuan carrying Lulu, and is like, "Yo, check out these two kids. Looks like they just dodged a major bullet after a near-death experience." Then, out of nowhere, someone just screams when they clock Lu Yuan's face. "Oh my god, that's young Master Lu, the famous Nepo baby from online. He's really out here risking it all just for some riz." A hot minute later, at the same time, up in some bougie high-rise, Malong's just vibing on a yoga mat, mumbling, "That ice-piercing brave dude has been kicking it with my pops at the Hero Association lately." Nearby, the wandering swordsman, jogging on a treadmill, starts clowning him. "Whoa, is that jealousy I smell? You feeling like Li Shan stole your spot or what?" Mong just rolls his eyes, like, "Me? Jealous of him? If you got time to run your mouth, you might as well help me get my gains up. For real, I ain't tryna." The wandering swordsman freaks and yells a warning. "Mong, yo, get on the live stream, as soon as possible." Some monster just popped up at the beach and your little bro is right in the middle of it. They both whip their heads to the TV to see what's good. Maung's super skeptical. Like, am I tripping? That kid would have been so shook he'd be crying for his mama. He wouldn't even have time to dip. He's still there, but on the screen, Lu Yuan is actually carrying some chick and booking it with a monster hot on their tail. Peeping this. He's totally floored. Like, no freaking way! Meanwhile, the reporter is screaming into the mic, "The monster is literally on their heels." We need some heroes on the scene. Like, yesterday. Back at his crib, a freaked out Mei Long is practically shaking the TV, yelling, "Lu Yen, what's with the sudden main character energy? Just drop the girl and save your own skin. Dude, you're about to get wrecked." Down on the beach, the monster is still coming for them, but Lu Yuan is dead set on not leaving this girl behind. He glances back, trying to figure out the play. Seeing this, the wandering swordsman just closes his eyes and sighs like, "Yeah, it's a wrap." Meanwhile, Malong is seething, muttering, "Liu Yuan, my dude, my little bro." Suddenly, back at his crib, a freaked out Mei Long is practically shaking the TV, yelling, "Lu Yen, what's with the sudden main character energy? Just drop the girl and save your own skin. Dude, you're about to get wrecked." Down on the beach, the monster is still coming for them, but Lu Yuan is dead set on not leaving this girl behind. He glances back, trying to figure out the play. Seeing this, and the impact literally cracks the ground under them. Superhero landing? Much? As for Lulu, she's over there blushing, thinking, "Oh my god, a real-life superhero." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan hits a sick bodybuilder pose and is all like, "Try not to catch feelings. I'm kinda a big deal." Then he charges back at the monster, roaring, "A real one's gotta handle this beast." Fast forward to a nearby mountain peak, where Yang Shi is just chilling on his board. He glances at Fatty sprawled on the ground and says, "Good thing I pulled up to save your butt, or this would have been a total disaster." Then Yang Shi looks down at the beach and is like, "Next up." He's got his mask off now. He mutters to himself while these sharp rock spikes just float around him. "All right, let's see what my boy's got." Lu Yuan is chasing the Longma beast, talking smack. "Watch your back, bro." Right then, it throws a back kick right at Lu Yuan. He snatches one of its legs, his eyes go ice cold, and he's like, "Laugh my ass off. I was totally waiting for you to try that." Now, get a load of this. Then Lu Yuan grabs its leg and just body slams it into the ocean before swinging it around like he's in the Olympics. Finally, he yeets the Longma like a hammer throw, and it screams as it makes a huge splash way out in the water. Seeing he pulled it off, he's thinking all cocky to himself, "Finally, I'm not just some rando who freaks and dips when a monster shows up, waiting for someone else to save me." Lu Yuan throws his hands up, stomps his foot, and yells, totally hyped, Let's go. I'm totally gonna level up past my big bro and my dad and become an S rank hero. No cap. Looking down from the mountain, Yang Shi is thinking, damn, this kid of mine is really showing me a whole new side. A little later, Lulu's whole squad is pulled up. Ao asks, all worried, Lulu, you good? You had me stressing out. For real. Then Hua Hua's like, Lulu, where's Fatty at? She spills the tea, all proud. Fatty got yeeted into the ocean by that monster trying to protect me. Hearing this, her two friends start sweating bullets and scream, say what? Lulu just points out to the water and says, but that hero over there promised he'd help me save Fatty. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's just standing on the water, looking hella confused. Hold up, what's the deal? Then boom, a whirlpool opens up under his feet, and Lu Yuan's pissed. Like, hell no. I'm stuck. Out of nowhere, the Longma Beast charges, rears up with a roar, and just shanks Lu Yuan right in the back with its horn, making him scream. Then the Longma just launches him into the stratosphere. My dude completely eats it right next to two guys who are just trying to watch the show, sparking this huge explosion. Seeing the whole mess, a news chopper zooms in on Lu Yuan as he's trying to sit up. The news anchor is totally bugging out. Young Master Lu's back is seriously jacked up. Mix that with the gnarly kick he took to the chest, and yeah, he's in a real bad spot right now. Meanwhile, over at Malong's place, he's strapped on some kind of power pack and is about to slide. Seeing this, the wandering swordsman watches him dip and asks, you heading over there now? Low-key worried about him. I'm leaving the company in your hands. And with that, Malong blasts off into the sky looking stressed AF. Back at the beach, Lu Yuan is giving a death glare, muttering, freaking hell, that stings. All of a sudden, the Longma Beast, with its eyes glowing a creepy green, just rushes him. He's shook, thinking, oh great, here we go again. Lu Yuan then just spreads his arms, squaring up. He's bracing for the beast's insane water vortex as it barrels towards him. Watching from the chopper, the reporter is screaming, this is bad. The mutant beast is going full-on beast mode. And just like that, Lu Yuan gets sucked into the vortex, screaming his head off. He's thinking, bro, I can't breathe. This is it. I'm really about to get ripped in half. But then Lu Yuan clocks a figure on a distant mountaintop and is like, wait, who's that? Then, while he's fighting for his life in this flying Beyblade of death, he yells, Pops! Asterisk gurgle time! Save me! Just floating there, all helpless in the vortex, Lu Yuan is crying out, adoptive father, save me! Down below, the crowd is whispering nervously like, yo, Lu, he got snatched. He's not gonna, is he? Seeing this, a terrified Lulu squeezes her eyes shut and prays, Hiro, please, you gotta be okay. Then, out of nowhere, Yang Shi just zips past, leaving everyone stunned. It's like the main character has officially entered the chat. Someone recognizes him and shouts, it's the giant rooster dude! The news chopper spots him too, and the reporter is losing it. Oh my god, it's that mystery rooster man who was all over the news a while back. He's back. Meanwhile, Yang Shi looks at Lu Yuan just spinning in the vortex and thinks, by flexing your own powers, you actually did me a solid. He then raises his hand, whips up some sick jade green magic, and thinks, now, let's see if the crew behind that blue pill decides to slide on you. TBH, I'm kind of hyped to see it. Suddenly, a bent iron bar next to a bystander starts tweaking out, startling the guy. Yang Shi raises his hand, controlling a whole bunch of sharp iron rods. The Longma Beast sees this and is looking hella confused. He just scoffs. You're a joke, you little freak. How lame. Then Yang Shi sends the iron rods flying down. Instantly, 3 of the rods skewer the Longma Beast, making it scream in agony. At the same time, the vortex around Lu Yuan just poofs out of existence. Seeing this, the shook reporter yells, oh my god! The mysterious rooster man just one-shotted the mutant beast. Then, he uses his board to catch the falling Lu Yuan, who's changing back to his human form. Yang Shi lands on the water like it's nothing, right next to the beast's corpse, and says, this is what you get for acting a fool. Now, run me that ability bead. He simultaneously uses his power snatching skill, and the Longma's ability bead immediately zips over to him. A system notification pops up. Ability plundered. High tier wave rider. Description: lets you move freely on water surfaces and lets you use water-based attacks. Evaluation: pretty clutch for washing stuff. Super convenient. Afterwards, he looks at the still knocked out Lu Yuan and says, considering you helped me bait the Blue Pill organization, I'll let you take the clout for this one, my adopted son. A long while later, watching Yang Shi fly away, Lulu looks up all confused. Huh? She then sees that Lu Yuan and Fatty, lying on the ground, have already been patched up. She thinks in surprise, whoa, Their wounds were bandaged that fast? That's awesome. They're probably not in any real danger now. Suddenly, Lu Yuan bolts upright and yells, "Ow! That hurts like hell! Where? Where am I?" Lulu hugged him super tight and said, "H, this is amazing. You and Fatty are back safe and sound. Asterisk crying asterisk." Hearing this, Lu Yuan blushed and squinted, replying, "If only my name wasn't hung, but hey, small details." Whoa, easy there, beautiful. Don't hug so tight. You're pressing on my wound. At the same time, the nosy onlookers gathered around, all curious. "Lu Yuan, what's with the glow up? Didn't everyone online say you were just a useless Nepo baby?" He then hit him with a smug thumb point to himself. That was all an act. I, Lu Yuan, am going to be a legit hero, a real protector of humanity. Then he looked over in the, "You're pressing on my wound." At the same time, the nosy onlookers gathered around, all curious. "Lu Yuan, what's with the glow up? Didn't everyone online say you were just a useless Nepo baby?" They're probably not in any real danger now. Suddenly, Lu Yuan bolts upright and yells, "Ow! That hurts like hell! Where? Where am I?" Lulu hugged him super tight and said, "H, this is amazing. You're pressing on my wound." At the same time, the nosy onlookers gathered around, all curious. "Lu Yuan, what's with the glow up? Didn't everyone online say you were just a useless Nepo baby?" He then hit him with a smug thumb point to himself. That was all an act. I, Lu Yuan, am going to be a legit hero, a real protector of humanity. Then he looked over in the, get in Lu Yuan's face. They started spilling the tea. He's from the Hero Association. They're the biggest busybodies around. But they don't mess around, do they? His name is Bang Jakan, and he's always pulling the good guy card to do some grimy stuff. Lu Yuan clapped back, "Bro, I was just trying to save someone. For real." The dude just scowled and threw up a hand, like, "Talk to the hand. You ain't allowed to be popping off with your powers in public. That's straight up illegal, my guy. So, you're rolling with me, like, right now." But then, a voice cut Bangji Chinhan off mid-sentence, making him jump. The Kuhn Financial Group's got this. "I'd love to see anyone try and snatch up my little bro for some questions." And when they saw the dude in the purple suit just floating there, everyone started bugging out. "No way, it's Malong, the A-rank hero Malong." Seeing his big bro, Lu Yuan started sweating bullets, asking, "Yo, what are you even doing here?" Malong, looking mad and worried at the same time, was like, "Damn, looks like this werewolf's healing factor is going crazy. Your wounds are already good, Lu Yuan. Stop being so reckless all the time, for real." Hearing that, Lu Yuan just turned his head, all pouty. "I get it. You're always on my case." Meanwhile, Bang Ji-chin Han was fuming. He angrily spun around to dip, but not before dropping a threat. "If that's how you want to play it, I hope your little company can cook up a good story for the Hero Association, or else things are about to get real messy." As he left, Malong watched his little bro pouting with his hands on his hips and was like, "Low-key? Lu Yuan never had any powers before. How'd he suddenly get this glow up and become a superhuman?" Time skip. On a perfect morning, the sun was hitting just right in Yang Shi's crib. He was just sitting there, zoned out with a towel around his waist, drying his hair with another one. Then, Yang Shi pulled out a power orb and mumbled, "A water elemental power. I've already got a few elemental types in my bag." He did a quick mental inventory of his powers: raging fire, plasma, metal, control and title master, and started doing the math. Like, if I could collect all the elemental powers, Infinity Gauntlet style, and fuse them, that would be wild. Then Yang Shi kicked back on the sofa to break it all down. Whew, it's only after flexing all these skills that I get how OP these abilities really are. Maybe I should hunt for a healing type power. It might be able to, fix you. But where am I supposed to find the 411 on some soupy with healing powers? He looked up at the ceiling, cooking up a scheme. For now, my only play is to hijack sour and spicy Superman on the down low to get the inside scoop. Wasting no time, Yang Shi closed his eyes and fired up his puppet master skill. At that exact second, somewhere else on a street with a bunch of trees, sour and spicy Superman was just vibing, strolling with his hands in his pockets. Yo, 1 sec, he's just humming. And then, bam, his whole body glitches. He yells out, head thrown back. Next thing you know, Yang Shi is literally seeing through this dude's eyes. Yang Shi, lifts a hand and is all like, "Yo, the controls are smooth. Grip's a little light, but we can work with it. This whole mind heist thing was a total W." Then he waved a hand at a railing nearby. "Metal control. Let's go." He frowned, figuring it out. "Shoot, it looks like my power-ups are still back at my place. They didn't, Bluetooth over with my soul. Just then, he heard some drama kicking off nearby. Senior, I am not going with you. You try anything funny, and don't come crying to me when you get wrecked. Sour and spicy Superman was all ears, peeping the drama from behind a big-ass tree. He peeked out and saw this green-haired dude gripping a crying girl's wrist, threatening her with a nasty smirk. When I get wrecked, don't get it twisted. Now that you're an intern at our Divine Dragon Hero Financial Group, you gotta play by the company's rules. Then, the scumbag got this super creepy look and smirked. Come on, what girl around here doesn't use her looks to get ahead? It's either me or you're on the boss's menu. He's a top-tier A-rank hero, runs the whole shando.org. While he was talking, he lifted her skirt, still being a total predator. He's got a healing thing, He can help you get real, flexible. Hearing that, Sour and Spicy Superman's brain went, ding! A healing ability? Bet. Looks like the universe is on my side. Suddenly, she's squeezing her eyes shut, screaming, I don't want it! Get away from me! And then, out of nowhere, green-haired dude gets absolutely yeeted, screaming his head off. Meanwhile, the girl just crumples to the floor, totally shook and confused. He's a top-tier A-rank hero, runs the whole shando.org. While he was talking, he lifted her skirt, still being a total predator. He's got a healing thing, He can help you get real, flexible. He's got his fists clenched, giving off major don't mess with me energy, and growls, I'm basically justice in the flesh, sent down here to wreck your whole day. Green-haired dude points a shaky finger and yells, Sour and Spicy Superman, who do you even think you are? This ain't your business. Stay out of it. But our hero just helps the girl up and drops this on him. Real talk. What if you had a sister or a daughter who was forced to play by these messed up rules? How would you feel then? But the green-haired creep just gets this slimy, player-type grin and sneers. Please, she's been a nobody intern here for years. Don't mind her, acting all resistant. Low-key, she's been dying for a shot like this. Hearing that, the girl, with tears in her eyes, just snaps back. That's a lie. I never... Sour and Spicy Superman cuts in. Look, you gotta think this through. Once you go down this road, there's no U-turn. What about that dream you had of being a hero? Is this really the vibe you were going for? And just like that, his words hit different. She lifts her head, totally fired up. I get it now. Thanks for saving me, Sour and Spicy Superman. You're a real one. Meanwhile, Green Hair is just watching them, scowling, not happy at all. Then she turns to the guy, gives him the nastiest look, and says, You're a disgusting creep, which totally sets him off. You little witch. And with that, she just walks off, leaving the two of them to square up. This green-haired dude was giving Spicy Superman the stink eye, thinking everyone and their mom says this guy needs to eat spicy powder to power up. And the glow-up only lasts for like 15 minutes. But for real, where's he going to find some powder right now? After thinking it through, he balled up his fists and was like, You absolute clown. You just made me fumble my bag. You even know what happens to people who stick their noses where they don't belong? Totally unbothered. Spicy Superman just crossed his arms and asked, Oh yeah? And what's that, fam? All of a sudden, Green Hair charged him. Sneering, they catch these hands, that's what. Spicy Superman just calmly popped some orange pill into his mouth with a sly-ass grin. Oh! Then he yelled, Spicy powder, let's get it! The green-haired dude was shook like, what? In that split second, Spicy Superman rocked him with a punch right to the gut, making him go pale and spit up. The hit sent him flying through the air and crashing into the trees on the side of the road. But then, Spicy Superman just stopped, all confused. Huh? From the bushes, the dude taunted him. Heh, I almost forgot you could just pull a power-up out of thin air like that, but I know you can only ride that wave for 15 minutes. When your time's up, I'm gonna come out and rock your world so hard you'll be crying for your mama. Hearing that, Spicy Superman was like, 15 minutes? Bet. Meanwhile, back at the crib, Yang Shi was having a whole galaxy brain moment, thinking, even though these power orbs don't just sync up with my soul, they still totally juice up my spiritual energy, which is directly linked to my spirit body. After collecting so many of these orbs, my spiritual power has gotten insanely OP. How long a skill lasts is all about your spiritual juice. That's why the OG Spicy powder was capped at just 15 minutes. Feeling the body glowing with this insane yellow energy, Yang Shi calculated, the OG user had zero finesse with his power. He'd just go full send until he was totally gassed, but I can use my spiritual energy to finesse the power flow, dropping just a few seconds worth of juice at a time instead of blowing my whole wad at once. Remembering how he clocked the green-haired dude, he analyzed, "At this rate, I can more than double this transformation's airtime and keep it going." Then Spicy Superman shot a menacing look forward and let out a dark little laugh. He used some kind of sonar vibe ability to lock on to the green-haired dude's location. Spicy Superman then leaped up, shouting, "I can't stand campers who just hide in the bushes." As he got dragged out of the shrubs by his collar, the green-haired dude asked, totally shocked, "Bro, how'd you find me? Damn, no way, you're just some B-rank hero." Hearing this, Spicy Superman just coolly bluffed, "You might not know this, but low-key, I've been holding back my real power level." At this, the green-haired dude's face went ghost white with fear, and he started pleading, "Aight, I lose, let me go, and I'll get the Divine Dragon Company to slide you some cash." Lifting him by the collar, Spicy Superman said, "You say that like you're not going to come back and be on your BS later." Then he added with a smile, "But you know what? You just gave me a wild idea." His words made the green-haired dude break out in a cold sweat. "Wait, what are you about to do?" And my guy's grabbing his own backside. "For real? Nah. Don't tell me he's on that type of time." Then Spicy Superman scratches his chin and lets out this kind of sus, excited laugh. The Mohawk punk, held up by his collar, looks terrified. Bro, no, boss. Whatever you're thinking, let's just talk it out. Don't do this, fam." Yang Ji, who's basically puppet mastering Spicy Superman's body, cooks up this devious plan. It's the perfect way to put this clown in his place and also make sure he doesn't try to clap back at Spicy Superman later. He immediately snatched the Mohawk punk's leg and dragged him into the bushes, saying, "Come here, sweetie." After that, you could hear a whole lot of scuffling. "Yo, brave hero, please don't take my fit. Spare me." A long time later, Spicy Superman is strolling down the street, cackling at his phone. Heh heh. With this blackmail material, that loser won't dare mess with the girlies or me ever again. On the phone is a pic of the Mohawk punk in his birthday suit, blushing like crazy and bawling his eyes out while hitting some kind of onward to victory pose. Then Spicy Superman drops a note on the phone. "New pics on this phone are locked and cannot be deleted to prevent the bush-lurking menace from acting up." And he mutters. After a reminder like that, he should get the hint. "Aight, since I got the tea I wanted, it's time to dip from this body." Then Spicy Superman closes his eyes and dips his head a little as Yang Shi says, "Puppet mode, terminate." Suddenly, his eyes pop open and he's all confused. "Huh? What's the deal?" He looks around, puzzled. "I'm still posted up in this flower garden. Did I just doze off for a sec?" He looks at his phone and frowns, reading the note. "New photos on this phone cannot be deleted to prevent the jungle vigilante from causing trouble." He's wondering, what the hell kind of photos are these? In that moment, his face goes beet red with embarrassment, followed by a high-pitched scream. "What in the actual F is this?" So, some time passes. Over at the Deerhorn City branch of the Hero Association, you got 3 dudes, 2 sitting and 1 standing, gathered silently around a desk. The big boss of the Deerhorn City Hero Association branch, has his hands clasped, just staring into the distance with some serious main character energy. The armored war hero is also lost in thought, while Vice President Wong Han is just serving face, totally unreadable. All of a sudden, speaks up. "All right, the defense deployment plan for the first quarter is going to need your full commitment. This is super critical, so there's zero room for carelessness." Yang Han chimes in. "With this plan, we're going to be the main characters, for real, leading the charge against the Beast World." Hearing that, the other 2 were totally hyped. We're 100% backing the association with everything we've got, for the sake of humanity. That's a fact. When it's time to throw down with the beasts, us heroes never back down. Wu Shi just raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself. So the real tea is that each crew has to send 1 A-rank heavy hitter to deal with the beast bodies and help lock down the 0-point zone. But low-key, he was already thinking about another major perk. Even with all the risks, he knew that by being the first ones in, they were guaranteed to make bank, for real. Plus, seeing how hyped the crew was secretly thinking the real MVP was this piece of intel he got. It was basically saying that the Beast World might have gear or items that could literally level up your powers. Now, times was the real reason all the top-tier heroes were sold. Even the piercing brave dude behind him looked thirsty for it, which just gave Wuji more reason to say, 8, bet. For a power user, real strength is the whole game, and having stacked users is the foundation of any legit organization. Lock down the 0 point zone, but low-key, he was already thinking about another major perk. Even with all the risks, he knew that by being the first ones in, Beast World might have gear or items that could literally level up your powers. Now, Times was the real reason all the top-tier heroes were sold. Even the piercing brave dude behind him looked thirsty for it, holding the metal control orb in one hand and the plasma orb in the other. He's wondering, so how do I juice this thing up with these abilities? Yang Hai then pictured the powers like building blocks, calculating, first, I gotta nerf the metal control. To get plasma to A tier, it needs a B tier ability to back it up. He then starts cooking up this turquoise aura by pressing his palms together. At the same time, a system pop-up appears. B rank ability. Name, Shadow Squad. Power, Shadow Clone. Number of clones is 3. Mid-fight, you can swap spots with the clones. Clones can even control weapons to attack. Evaluation, 1 dude short of a whole basketball squad. Then Yang Hai zaps the 2 ability orbs right into the clone. He held his hand up to the clone and declared, the OG me is cocky and over the top, so you're going to be the ruthless, cold-hearted one. He then popped a skill, Drip Check. Instantly, the clone was rocking a white mask with a sick blue pattern over its left eye. Yang Hai gave it a hard look and said, your mission is to go snatch the power of the Saint's leader. You'll be Saint Bisha. A plane touched down in Area 2 of Xiao City, and Yang Hai strolled out of the airport's arrival gate. After that, he was just dragging his suitcase down the street, scoping out the scene. Man, I really didn't expect it to be this blazing hot before I got here. All of a sudden, a taxi just slides up right in front of him, making him go, huh? The blonde driver leaned out and yelled, yo, passenger from Area 1, you need a ride? Soon, the car was flying down the road. Inside the whip, Yang Hai gets a text from Lu Yuan. Dad, I sent the files on that Saint organization member you wanted me to check out to your email. Hope the mission goes well. The driver glanced at him in the rear view and said, the biggest hustle in Shazu City is gambling. I'd suggest you hit up the big league casinos like Samba or Alabama. They'll make sure you and your cash get back to your hotel safe and sound. Then he cranked his head all the way around to add, yo, young buck, since you're young and looking fresh, let me put you on to another fire spot. Hearing this, Yang Hai asked, oh yeah? And what spot is that? The driver held up a pic of a girl in a bikini pulling up to a big yellow building. The driver announced, Ait, handsome, we're here, the Zeiting Hotel, and he dropped the fare. That'll be 500 W currency total, which immediately made Yang Hai feel like he was being played. He peeped the meter on the dash and thought, bruh, that's 5 times what it's supposed to be. Then Yang Hai gave the driver a death stare and asked, you sure you're not? Which immediately made Yang Hai feel like he was being played. He peeped the meter on the dash and thought, bruh, that's 5 times what it's supposed to be. Then Yang Hai gave the driver a death stare and asked, you sure you're not? Pulling up to a big yellow building, the driver announced, Ait, handsome, we're here, the Zeiting Hotel, and he dropped the fare. That'll be 500 W currency total, kiddo. The driver then pulled a piece on him and warned, between a few hundred yellen currency and your life, I don't think it's a hard choice, is it? Seeing this, the taxi driver was carrying the luggage behind Yang Hai, who was standing at the reception desk. The receptionist said, sir, here's your room key. Please feel free to give us a call if you need anything. Taking the key card, he replied, thanks, all while the driver just stood there behind him, completely zoned out with a blank stare. As they walked away, the 2 receptionists started to spill the tea. I can't even believe that. That guy actually got one of those savage local drivers to carry his bags for him. He's got some serious main character energy. The redhead, touching up her lipstick, was totally daydreaming. Facts. I wonder if he'd be down to grab dinner with me. Her coworker next to her started sweating bullets. For real. A little time goes by. Inside the elevator, Yang Hai flips around to his driver and is like, yo, I got some stuff to handle. You can dip after you drop the bags in my room. And for real, from now on, try to be a little cooler to the people from Area 1, aight? Hearing that, the driver was like, you got it, boss. The elevator dings, pulling up to the 37th floor. Yang Hai glances at a pic on his phone, then steps out. It was a whole dossier on some dude from the Saint organization, some C-rank ability user called the Masked Wrestler, who was posted up in room 441 on the 37th floor of the Zeiting Hotel. So Yang Hai pops his disguise skill, shape-shifting into the spitting image of Saint Bisha. He chills in front of the door for a sec, then just, melts under it like a shadow. Once he's inside, he snaps back to his normal self. In the living room, he hears some noise from the bedroom, like, heh, come here. And it's the masked wrestler. No shirt, just a towel, trying to get some girl in a pink bikini on the bed to come to him. Come on, my little snack. Let your boy give you a hug. But then her eyes go wide, looking right past him, and her jaw hits the floor. Huh? Then she lets out this crazy scream, ah, because she sees these black tentacles just rocketing. Up from behind the wrestler dude, the guy whips his head around, totally bugging out, and sees these sharp as hell tentacles lunging right for him. Who's there? He yells. And across the room, it's Yang Hai, pulling the strings on the whole tentacle attack. So what does this clown do? He grabs the girl, his little treat, and uses her as a human shield, screaming, "You useless chick! Block this!" Just yanking them up into the air. They're screaming in total panic. Like, ugh, that's psycho asterisk, cough asterisk, asterisk, cough asterisk. Then their eyes roll back in their heads and they both just black out. All of a sudden, this masked wrestler dude throws up both fists, flexing like he's Mr. Olympia, and sneers. I don't even care who you are. By letting me soak up all this scary power, you basically just signed your own death warrant. Getting unalived is your only way out. Then he yeets himself into the air, swinging a fist at Yang Hai and screaming, "Time to die!" But the punch just phases right through a clone of Yang Hai, because the real one already dipped back to dodge it. Seeing that, the wrestler gets all sus. A shadow-bending power. Is that how you snuck in here? So right now, Duan Hai's posted up by the door with these two black tentacles coming out his back, each one wrapped around a girl on the floor. He's staring straight ahead, thinking to himself that this whole cold-hearted villain act is a super hard vibe to nail. But yo, when it comes to method acting, my man is dead serious. As for the other dude, he's frowning, thinking if it wasn't for these two girls juicing him up with a little power, he probably wouldn't even have a shot at getting out of here. Dude's a straight up savage. Then bam, the black tentacles just shoot out like arrows, going right for the masked wrestler. He ducks to dodge them, and the tentacle arrows just stab right into the bed behind him. The wrestler grinds his teeth and is like, "Who the hell are you? You seriously don't know who you're messing with? The Saints order? Watch yourself, or I'm telling my bosses, and they'll have your hide." Literally. Hearing this, Duan Hai just gives him this blank, unbothered stare, not saying a thing. So the wrestler jumps up again, swinging a punch at him and yelling, "I'm asking you a question. You deaf or something? Damn." But Dang Hai just stands there, completely still, watching the fist get closer and closer to his face. The wrestler sees this and gets all hyped, thinking, he's not even moving. This time, I'm definitely going to connect. And then his fist just phases right through Dang Hai's head. He's totally shook, like, what the? The head then morphs into a shadow that clamps down hard on the wrestler's arm, making him freak out. The wrestler's gritting his teeth, trying to yank his arm free, but it's no use. Then he sees Duan Hai raise a hand right in front of him, and he starts begging for his life. "Don't do it, man! If you take me out, the high priest will never let you get away with it." He's literally crying, sweat just pouring down. Then he sees Duan Hai pull down his mask and he's stammering. "So, for real, I'm begging you, please let me live." Duan Hai just looks down at him and scoffs. "You're such a rookie." He puts his hand on the dude's head, making him yelp. Then this crazy golden light just blasts out of Duan Hai's hand. At the same time, the system's like, ability extraction complete. This golden orb, his ability, just floats up out of the wrestler's face. The system drops the deets, C rank ability, named Terrifying Mask. It can absorb fear to get a power-up. The power boost lasts for 30 minutes. Evaluation. This would absolutely slap in a horror movie. Seeing his power get yoinked, the wrestler drops to his knees and just wails, "What did you do to me? Where's my power? Give it back. The high priest is gonna come for you. No cap." But Duan Hai is super chill and just replies, "Aight, bet. Let's see who this high priest you keep name-dropping even is." He fires up puppet control, raises his hand at the wrestler again, and activates the skill. Suddenly, Duan Hai is in this weird space with a bunch of glowing screens, and he sees a picture of some dude laid out on the floor with 2 iron bars, straight up skewering his chest and stomach, basically about to check out. The flashback shows he just went through a wild ability throwdown. Am I actually about to die? Then, out of nowhere, some rando rolls up on him and is like, "Yo, I can res you, but you gotta swear to be ride or die for the Saints Order." Hearing that, he's instantly like, no cap. After that, this crazy see-through energy vibe starts rising up around the masked wrestler's body. Then my guy sits up, totally shook with his jaw on the floor, like, my wounds are straight up gone. Wait, Did I just respawn for real? Instantly, the masked wrestler drops to his knees in front of the dude in the white robe and yells, I swear I'm riding for the Saints' Order forever. I'm loyal to you, my goat, the high priest. The masked wrestler is just zoning out in front of the bedroom door because Dong Hai is pulling the strings, puppet master style. After a while, outside, it's a super chill day, blue skies and all that. Over at a port, my guy Masked Wrestler is creeping towards these shipping containers. He's scoping the place out real low key and spots this red container with the code FF4936/1. Dong Hai, who's basically living in his head now, mutters, "Ite, bet." That's the red container from the memory dump. Then, boom. Flashback to this bougie ass hall. Bloodthirsty Rose is just chilling on a chair and is like, so the tea is that some investor named Sword of Ceiling found the stash spot. The masked wrestler gets down on one knee in front of her and reports, she ain't nothing, Lady Bloodthirsty Rose. A total non-issue. Just say the word and I'll go handle that situation for you. Facts. But then, Deep Sea Admiral, this middle-aged dude with major RBF, chimes in like, handler? You for real? She's an A-rank hero, my guy. You really think you can solo her? Meanwhile, the great Earth Mage, an old man looking all Gandalf with the long white hair and a big old hat, strokes his beard and says, so what if she's A-rank? Big deal. We're the freaking Saints Order. Are we really supposed to be scared of some A-rank hero? On the side, a blonde-haired high priest rocking a white fur hat just scoffs. This investor is clueless. Go snatch her up and bring her here. Let's show her what a real A-rank baddie is all about. Immediately, Bloodthirsty Rose, Deep Sea Admiral, and the Great Earth Mage get on their feet and are like, say less, Lord High Priest. Hearing this, the masked wrestler, who's just been chilling behind Deep Sea Admiral, dips his head and says, Aight, I'ma head out then. Suddenly, the Admiral whips his head around and is like, yo, masked wrestler, get over here, which totally throws him. The masked wrestler then does this full-on 90-degree bow and asks, Lord Deep Sea Admiral, what's the play? He's like, a drop from Area 1 just landed at the port. It's in the red container. While puffing on a cigar, Deep Sea Admiral keeps talking with a frown. Tomorrow, you're going to slide over there for me and check the vibes. If you get any intel on this Sword of Ceiling chick, you hit me up, stat. Then he claps a hand on the masked wrestler's shoulder and adds, oh, and one more thing. Look, it's totally normal for some of the product to go missing with every shipment. You can, handle that however you want. Don't fumble the bag. I'm handing you. Hearing this, he's like all spooked. Yes, sir. And that's where the memory just cuts out, fading to white, the vibes. So, back in the present, Dong Hai is standing in front of this red container, hands on his hips, just thinking, yo, I wonder if Nguyen Trang is going to pull this off this time. And, what even times this shipment? You're such a rookie. He puts his hand on the dude's head, making him yelp. Then this crazy golden light just blasts out of Dong Hai's hand. At the same time, the system's like, ability extraction complete. After that, the masked wrestler just phases right in and sees a staircase leading down. As he's heading down, he's like, no way, this whole container is just a front. The real stash is underground. For real. And the air in here is sus. Smells straight up like blood. A little later, the masked wrestler hits the bottom step, peeping this massive basement where some dude is sitting at a table doing something. He thinks 8, so there's a guard. Suddenly, the guard gives him some serious side-eye. Then he snaps to his feet, throws a military salute, and is like, Lord Mask. Seeing this, my guy just replies, ahem. So, what's the sitch today? The guard reports, yes, sir. You might not have heard, but we got a big play coming up soon. These little runts just will not chill out for a second. This gets the masked wrestler thinking, little runts? No way. Could it be? He then orders, aight, show me what's up, and follows the guard. A moment later, they're walking down a row of jail cells. The masked wrestler is just taking it all in, looking around, and Rooster Overlord's voice just dropped. Don't even dream about getting a power-up. My guy was straight up talking down to this huge but arrogant mole. With the temp this high, the masked wrestler furrows his brow, not feeling this vibe at all, and curses in his head. This Saints Order is messed up for real. Hiding people in a spot like this. As he walks deeper in, he's breaking it all down. Looks like these are all kids they snatched from other areas. They're just babies, man. The oldest one can't be more than 15 or 16 years old. Then the masked wrestler gets a flashback to Deep Sea Admiral clapping his shoulder with that reminder. After that, Dong Hai, inside the masked wrestler's body, just snaps and screams internally. These people have zero chill with human life. I swear, every single one of them is going to get what's coming to them. From one of the cells, a curse just rings out, "I'm going to rock your world, you son of a." A blonde-haired guard is holding a whip, his other hand clutching his bleeding ear, staring down this prisoner who's tied up with his head hanging low. The guard yells, "Furious! The audacity! You really bit me?" He then raises the whip and screams, "Oh, you're about to find out." But the masked wrestler comes up from behind and is like, "Chill!" He then asks the guard, "So this is the one acting up?" The blonde guard immediately starts whining, "Yeah, Lord Mask." This dude just jumped me and took a chunk out of my ear. All of a sudden, the prisoner lifts his head to look at the new guy, and his gaze is straight fire, full of fight. Seeing that, the masked wrestler looks down and thinks to himself, "Yo," his eyes got a whole vibe, and asks, "So what's the tea?" Hearing this, the blonde guard gets all flustered, stammering, well. Then, out of nowhere, a voice explains, "Dude, what else could it be?" Obviously, he was on some real creepy vibes. This new dude rocking a green fit is from the Saints Order Mantis Twin Rings. He's like, he was trying to get weird with this kid's little sis. And fam, that tea just hit like a truck. The masked wrestler is shook like, "Wait, what?" It's only then he clocks a little girl in a pink dress all huddled up in the corner of the cell. Then Mantis Twin Rings just adds, "Too bad he flopped." The girl was already scared out of her mind. Hearing that, the masked wrestler's eyes go dark with rage, and you can tell he's thinking, "These absolute monsters." The dude standing next to him asks, "My guy, ain't you supposed to be on PTO? Why you here? And what about those two chicks I linked you with? They were fire, right?" The masked wrestler just side-eyes him and goes, "Your hookups are always top tier, no cap, but today I'm here repping Lord Deep Sea Admiral to check the status on the merch." Then, pointing at the tied-up kid, he said, "Cut him down. As long as he's not missing any parts, we can still cash him out for a fat stack." Hearing this, Mantis Twin Rings pinches the kid's cheek and questions, "We're really letting him live? Nah, forget that." Even with no teeth, a little demon from Area 1 is going to pull in some serious bank. The kid just snaps, screaming, "I'm going to end all of you." The masked wrestler behind him is just giving him this death stare. Keep that same energy, and you might just get your wish, like right now. All of a sudden, Mantis Twin Rings whips his head around, all sus. "Wait, you can understand what he's saying?" And just like that, the masked wrestler's whole vibe shifts. He starts cooking up some magic in his hand, taunting, "Oh, I more than understand. I'm here to make his wish come true. Otherwise, this whole trip would have been a waste. You feel me?" At the same damn time, he straight up shoves his hand right through Mantis Twin Rings' gut, and the dude's face is pure confusion, like he can't even process what's happening. He just manages to stutter out, "But why?" The masked wrestler stands over him, looking like the Grim Reaper himself, and answers, "Maybe it's 'cause me and him were from the same block." Those words leave Mantis Twin Rings completely floored. "You ain't one of the masks." But before he can even finish that thought, his head goes flying. Literally. Seeing this, the two guards behind the masked wrestler are bugging out like, "Yo, Lord Mask, what the hell is going on?" Then he pops these black tentacles out of his back, growling, "It's over for all of you." Seeing this, the blonde dude just lunges to attack, screaming, "Son of a..." But before he can even make a move, the tentacles snake around him, locking up his arms and body, and he's just groaning like, "Ugh." Then, out of nowhere, the tentacles start sparking with electricity and just zap him. Instantly, the blonde dude gets lit up, screaming his lungs out. The other guard is just watching, sweating bullets, his jaw on the floor in pure terror. He tries to dip, but the tentacles are right on his tail. One zap later, he lets out a final scream as a puddle of red just spreads out on the floor. The system just chimes in. Ability plunder complete. Watching all this go down, the tied-up kid looks up, too stunned to even breathe. He's just staring at the masked wrestler's solid back as the guy holds up 3 ability orbs. The boy suddenly asks, "My name's Yayan. Who are you?" Yayan, still tied up, looks at the masked wrestler and asks again, like, "For real, who are you?" The masked dude turns to him and is just like, "The guy who just saved your life." Yayan coughs a little and says, "Yeah, but I've seen you messing with the other kids here." The guy starts charging up some power in his palm and says, "All calm, you're about to see what's really good." With just a flick of his wrist, the chains holding the kid just pop right off. He keeps going, "Yayan, hang tight for a few minutes. I gotta go handle the crew outside." Looking like a total zombie, Yayan walks over to a little girl. He just holds her while she's crying her eyes out, her bare back all covered in these awful marks. The masked wrestler is just thinking to himself, "Faye, Faye." Right then, you hear all this shouting from far off. "Get him! Move! Move!" He just roars, "Time to die, you trash." And boom, he unleashes these massive tentacles from his back. The goons are totally freaking out. One gets sliced clean in two by a tentacle, another one loses his head. The screaming just doesn't stop. The masked wrestler is just standing there in the middle of all the bodies, clenching his fists. Then this crisp, cold voice comes from behind him. Not bad, not bad at all. It's this red-headed dude, the radio music hero. This guy says to the person in front of him, "Yo, troublemaker, let's jump him together. See where he thinks he's gonna run." A slick little smile pops up in response. Bet. It's the spear-wielding dude. He's holding this fiery red spear and is like, "You first." The radio music hero narrows his eyes and just says, "Sound!" He whips a music disc up into the air and yells, "Get him!" All the kids around them instantly grab their heads and start screaming in pain. The vibes from the music disc are literally seeping into their heads, attacking their brains. Even the masked wrestler has to duck his head and cover his ears. He's thinking, so this is his music. It jacks up the pain receptors in your nerves. Good thing my mental game is strong, but these kids are not going to last much longer. I gotta end this quick. Guess I'll have to fake it for a sec. And with that, he throws his hands down, acting like he's totally overwhelmed, and lets out a yell. The radio music hero gets all cocky. Pretty much nobody can handle my tracks. The dude flies up, yeets the music disc at the masked wrestler and screams, "Go to hell!" But the disc just phases right through him, leaving him totally untouched. So the radio music hero was all like, "Wait, what?" But my guy, the masked wrestler, had already teleported behind him and landed a nasty kick. The dude got totally blindsided, had zero time to even process. He got folded like a cheap lawn chair, his back arching as he screamed bloody murder. The guy literally coughed up a mouthful of blood and yelled, "Somebody get me some help!" The spear-wielding dude wasn't having it. He yeeted his spear at the masked wrestler, shouting, "Eat this!" That flaming spear shot out like a rocket. Next thing you know, it skewered him right through the chest, making him stumble back. But bro didn't even make a sound. Spear just chilling in his chest. Instead of folding, he just straight up one-punched the radio music hero into the next dimension. The spear guy totally lost it, screaming in disbelief. "You actually offed him! What the hell are you betraying the whole squad?" My guy bent over, coughed a bit, and was like, "Why?" Then he snapped his head up, eyes blazing with pure rage, and roared. It's obviously for these kids, for justice, you feel me? The spear wielder looked at him like he just told the worst joke ever. He just busted out laughing. "Justice? You, Mr. Mask? Bruh, don't act like you ain't got a whole rap sheet of messed up stuff. Even if you take me out, you're not walking out of here. I'm telling you, Lord Deep Sea Military Soul is already on his way." My guy turned his head, his eyes literally sparking, and hit him with a smirk. He's in a hurry to catch these hands? I bet I'll grant that wish for him. The two of them were just standing off in this grimy cellar. Spear dude was gritting his teeth. You could see the nervous sweat dripping down his face. Then, get this, the freaking hole in the masked wrestler's chest just vanished. Like, poof, gone. Spear guy totally panicked, chucked every spear he had left at him, and just screamed, "You damn psycho, just die already, go die!" He just threw his arms up to block the fiery onslaught, getting all sliced and diced in the process. Then he let out a roar, spread his hands wide, and all those attacks from a second ago did an Uno reverse. The spears flew right back and turned the spear wielder into a human pincushion, who let out this long, agonizing shriek. The masked man dropped to one knee, breathing hard, and muttered, "Not going to lie." That really stung. A little boy was leaning on the iron bars, looking at him like, "Mister, you're hurt." He just smiled back. "To save all of you? A little scratch like this is nothing." The huge iron cage creaked open, and the kids inside started pouring out. The masked wrestler was like, "All right, y'all, let's go, let's go. No pushing, single file, line out the door." Yi Fan, with this super serious look on his face, was carrying the little girl out. The man turned his head and called out, "Yo, Ye Fan." The kid frowned, looked back at him, and said, "This feeling, being so helpless, I never want to feel it again. I want to be strong, just like you. Can you teach me?" He looked down at the kid and was like, "All right, bet. But you got to promise me one thing. You got to be my ride or die, forever loyal. Can you do that?" Yi Fan clenched his jaw and shot back, "I can do it. I'll be the most loyal dude you've ever had." A system panel flashed to life, reading, "Puppet Control." He put his hands on his hips, held out a glowing golden orb to the kid, and said, "Then consider your wish granted." Yi Fan was staring at the thing in his hand, totally bugging out. "Master, what even is this?" He held the twin-ringed mantis's power right there, and my guy replied. The masked wrestler was like, "All right, y'all, let's go, let's go. No pushing, single file, line out the door. Yi Fan, with this super serious look on his face, was carrying the little girl out. Yi Fan didn't waste any time. He threw the little girl on his back and bounced. The man just watched him leave without saying a word. After the kid was gone, he turned back to the bodies on the floor and was like, next up, gotta take out the trash. He lifted his hand, and this crazy bright light started shining from it. The system flashed the word plunder. Then, these gross, dark yellow streams of smoke started rising from the dead goons' bodies. And from the radio music hero, a super distinct stream of blue smoke came out. It all swirled together into orbs in his palm. He looked down at them, licked his lips, and said with a grin, last time, it took a whole lot of grinding to get just 2 ability orbs from the Puppet Master and the Wind Riding Mantis. Now, I just bagged a whole collection in a hot minute. For real, humans drop some high-tier loot compared to beasts. He pulled out another green orb and kept talking. First things first, I gotta level up my Shadow Dodge to an A rank. All this energy started flowing into the Shadow Dodge orb as he got this super focused look on his face. This time, with the light consecration buff, it's gonna be way more stable. The system UI popped up. Ability rank, A, name, Shadow Dodge. Description, creates 5 Shadow Clones. In combat, you can swap places with your Shadow Clones and even whip up some Shadow weapons to attack. A little time jump. He steps outside and bam, some sharp dagger is pressed right up against his neck. This girl, Brunch, yelled, "Who the hell are you? Where do you think you're taking these kids? Start talking now." He just casually turned his head and asked, "And who might you be?" She frowned, all annoyed, and said, "Hey." All the kids around saw her and started going wild. "Whoa, it's Sister Brunch, Sister Brunch." A kid ran right up and said, "Sister Brunch, he's the one who saved us." Then all the other kids around them started chiming in to back him up. "Yeah, for real, Miss Heroine. This big bro got beat up saving us, so don't get it twisted." Brunch did this little awkward cough, turned away blushing, and was like, "Oh, is that right? Well, this is embarrassing." He just smiled and said, "It's all good. You must be the rank 3 hero, Brunch, right? The Sword of Sealing." "That's me," she answered. "I tracked the human traffickers to this spot, but I guess you beat me to the punch and already got them out of that hellhole." Brunch walked over and gently touched one of the kids' faces, dropping a, "My bad, I'm late." But then the kid started shaking, just staring at the ground. He turned back like, "Yo, what's up?" And bam, these massive thorny vines just yanked the kids straight into the air. They were screaming, "Big bro, big sis, help us." Then, with a clap of thunder, a whole forest of sharp, thorny vines shot up and boxed them in. The kids caught in the vines were just wailing, "Help! Somebody help! Mommy!" The World Guardian was like, "Master!" But the masked wrestler put a hand up, telling her, "Hold up, I got this." The masked wrestler and his crew were now facing off against a whole squad. And behind them, a giant flower with some dude in all white just chilling on top. Bloodthirsty Rose just sneered, "Save them? Laugh my ass off. That's hilarious." You really think you're the main character, don't you? The Deep Sea Spirit General was frowning, scoping out the scene. The Earth Mage was just watching him, dead silent. The priest, sitting on that flower throne, cast a spell and basically ordered Bloodthirsty Rose, the Deep Sea Spirit General, and the Earth Mage, show these nobodies the real power of the city's disciples. His ability? Mana recovery. A whole stream of energy shot from his staff right into Bloodthirsty Rose's back. She let out a cry, totally vibing with it. Then, Bloodthirsty Rose puffed out her chest and was all like, "Yeah, throwing down a massive ability is draining, but thanks to the mana juice up from the Lord Priest, all my power is 100% back online." The priest tapped his chin, saying, "That Sword of Sealing, that's an artifact of our crew, the city's disciples. Not something for you to be messing with. Give up now, and I might let you walk," he went on. "As for you traitors, you can all just stay here, permanently." The masked wrestler just scowled at him, thinking, "We'll see who's really staying here forever, my guy." Branch raised her sword, thinking, if it was just 3 B-rank users, I could probably handle it. But with this Priest of Light, a rank 3 user playing support, this is about to get real messy. She looked right at him and yelled, "The Hero Association is pulling up. The whole squad is on their way. If you keep this up, you're toast. For real. Release the hostages and surrender now." The priest just scoffed and gave her a death stare. The trio of Bloodthirsty Rose, the Deep Sea Spirit General, and the Earth Mage all charged, yelling, "Let's wrap this up! Snag her before the Hero Association actually gets here." Branch threw her sword up and shouted, "Sealing power! Let's go!" The blade instantly lit up. with this insane red fire. The masked wrestler was shook, like, to pull out that much power. Okay, she's an A-rank hero for a reason. No cap. Branch screamed, gripping her sword as she launched herself into the air. The Earth Mage held his staff and chanted, "Earth Wall!" And a massive wall of rock just shot up to block her. She swung her sword, and with a single hit, she completely obliterated the rock wall into a million pieces. She flew right at the Deep Sea Spirit General, raised her sword, and yelled, "Seal!" He quickly powered up, chanting, "Raging Torrent!" These huge waves of water started swirling around the Deep Sea Spirit General, and he was controlling them like giant water tornadoes. Branch swung her sword down, yelling, "Sword slash!" But then she just froze. Her eyes went wide, staring at what was in front of her. Down below, Bloodthirsty Rose was using a kid as a human shield. She just laughed and said, "Go on, take one for the team." Branch's last attack had hit the boy dead on, making him scream in pain. She was furious, yelling, "Using a kid as a shield? You're a straight-up monster." The villain just smirked, all smug. "Aw, that hero complex of yours, it's your biggest weakness. With these little hostages here, I'd love to see you even try to fight back." The Deep Sea Spirit General, just chilling in his water vortex, let out this nasty laugh. He had somehow teleported right behind her while she was freaking out about the kid, and he raised his blade way up high, ready to end it. The blade came swinging down while Branch was completely clueless. Then everything went black, and all of a sudden there was this loud cracking sound. He was like, "What the?" Right in front of him, some young dude was shielding Branch. The masked wrestler's mask was on the ground, cracked clean in two. Yang Shi lightly touched the new snake mask on his face and was like, "Heh, you almost wrecked my backup mask, bro." Yang Shi gripped the dagger in his hand and just casually clapped back. The Deep Sea Spirit General looked down and saw Yang Shi's dagger sticking out of his neck, and he just cried out. He ripped the dagger out real quick. Blood was dripping from the blade, hitting the ground as he clutched his neck, making this awful gurgling sound. Branch started to move, but Yang Shi just held up a hand to stop her, saying, "Wait." The priest lifted his scepter, and this blindingly bright light started glowing from it, gripping her sword as she launched herself into the air. The Earth Mage held his staff and chanted, "Earth Wall!" And a massive wall of rock just shot up to block her. She swung her sword, and as long as the Lord Priest is here, we're basically immortal. It's a skill issue for you. The priest tapped the air with his scepter and said, "Buff." A stream of energy immediately flowed into the three villains. Yang Shi muttered, "Okay, they're hitting harder now. The Priest of Light just dropped a major buff on them. Their powers are probably going to be boosted to A rank for a bit." The Earth Mage knelt down, chanting in front of his staff. Seeing that, Branch totally lost her cool and yelled, "Oh, hell no, he's charging up. If he pulls off that spell while he's buffed, the damage is going to be way beyond a normal A-rank attack." Yang thought, an AoE attack like that is going to hit the kids. I got to save everyone before he finishes casting. He looked back at Branch and just said, "Sword of Sealing. Okay, they're hitting harder now. The Priest of Light just dropped a major buff on them. Their powers are probably going to be boosted to A rank for a bit." The Earth Mage knelt down, chanting in front of his staff. He chanted, "Holy Light, heal." The wound on the Deep Sea Spirit General's neck just vanished, like it was never even there. He crossed his arms, laughing his head off at Yang Shi. She got her head in the game, juiced up her sword, and said, "Aight, bet. I'll run interference for you." She went full send on the Deep Sea Spirit General, screaming, "Seal of Agility, let's go!" The dude tried to parry with his blade, but my girl sent him flying. He was sweating bullets, grinding his teeth, and yelling, "Damn it, you absolute witch!" Seeing that, Branch totally lost her cool and yelled, "Oh, hell no, he's charging up. If he pulls off that spell while he's buffed, the damage is going to be way beyond a normal A-rank attack." Red hearts mixed with sharp-ass thorns started raining down. Blanche was shook, like, "What is this? Are my powers getting nerfed?" The villainess got all smug, explaining, "My Burning Desire ability. It lights up all the thirsty secrets hidden in your heart. You feeling that weird heat spreading all over your body right now?" Then the Deep Sea Spirit General pulled a Naruto and split into a bunch of clones. He got all up in her space, wrapping his arms around her with this creepy smile. "Well, well, little lady, how about I give you a little one-on-one time?" Blanche ducked and screamed, "Seal of Spirit, drop!" A huge pillar of light just exploded behind her, pushing him off. Bloodthirsty Rose was bugging, yelling, "What the heck? I ain't never heard of the Sword of Sealing having some kind of psychic power." Bloodthirsty Rose and the General were completely floored when she just straight up vanished into the light. Then, like a second later, She pops back up. The deep sea spirit general looked down and saw Yangxi's dagger sticking out of his neck, and he just cried out. He ripped the dagger out real quick. Blood was dripping from the blade, hitting the ground as he clutched his neck. Looks like it works pretty good. I should probably thank you for letting me get all that out of my system. Blood was gushing from her wound as she stuttered. How? How could you? Meanwhile, the Earth Mage was over there trying to cook something up. Dude was sweating like crazy, yelling, "Come on out," and this massive beast with gnarly fangs just pops out of a smoke cloud, letting out this insane roar. The kids flexing this nasty purple energy ring and was all like, "Bet." Blanche was thinking, low-key, this dude's a total enigma, but he's got that main character energy. Why do I feel like I can actually rock with him? And with that, my boy just teleports in front of her, taking the hit. He zapped its mouth with some lightning he had cooking in his hand. The dragon flinched back hard, with sparks still going crazy in its jaws. He pulled his hand back, gave it the death stare, and the whole area just blew up. Smoke was everywhere, junk flying all over the place. Then a chopper lands right next to all the white smoke. The big shot Earth Mage coughed a bit and was like, "Thanks, Lord Priest, for throwing up that shield to save me. I would have been toast in that explosion otherwise." The priest turned around, looking mad, salty, and chewed the guy out. "You're so useless. You had one job deal with the Sword of Sealing, but you got completely clapped by some random mystery dude. And now we're down 2 CB members." The Earth Mage just bowed his head and said, "My lord, the Saint's whole spot got wrecked. Yeah, our foundation's a little shaky, but the organization can handle it." The priest was like, "Real quiet, facts. As long as I'm breathing, the Saints ain't losing their spot in Zasha." Out of the middle of the blast zone, Yangshi had already bounced with Blanche. The priest thought that mystery guy's single strike could shatter a level 3 enhanced ability. His power level is terrifying, probably even higher than mine. Smart of him to run. The priest got there just in time to see them vanish in a flash. He muttered, "They dipped. Ite, I'll let you live. For now." Then he looked over at the deep sea spirit general's body and was like, "Yoink, your power's mine now." He held out his hand, getting ready to jack the skill. Then the system prompt popped up. Ability Plunder, CB rank, ability name, Deep, Sea General. Description: juices up the water power in your body, makes you hella fast. If there's even a drop of water around, you can whip up ocean waves and water clones. Evaluation: it's giving H2O and energy. He looked up and said, "All right, Bloodthirsty Rose, you're next." While he was yoinking the power out of her body, he muttered, "Damn, that seal sword does not mess around." The system flashed, ability plunder complete. His hand was guiding this orb that was sucking up her power, and the system gave him the rundown. C, B, rank ability. Name, Bloodthirsty Rose. Description: lets you use your own blood to summon roses. These roses can spray some trippy stuff to mess with enemies, and you can make them go boom. Evaluation: every rose has its thorns, no cap. You can level this up to a CA rank ability, and just like that, the priest used his power to smash the 2 ability orbs together. A crazy, powerful ability orb appeared in his hand. The system read, C, A, rank ability. Name, Hypersenses. Description: boosts your sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and your spidey sense. Harmonization ability enhanced. You can blast enemies with psychic shockwaves. Evaluation: this is some next level mystical stuff. A pop-up asked, "Would you like to buy a prop?" He just absorbed the ability into his body and mumbled, "Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch." Whoa! So everything can be this HD. Right then, Blanche's eyes fluttered open. He glanced over at her like, "Yo, you up?" She looked around at the totally wrecked scenery and shot right up. Then she was all like, "For real, what's your power level? How'd you make an explosion this massive? And what's your name?" He just turned his face away, touching his mask, and was like, "The Adjudicators. Codename's Pi." She looked hella confused. "The Adjudicators? I'm pretty sure I've never heard of that crew in the Hero Association." All of a sudden, she looked up at the thorny vines. The kids were gone. She totally freaked out. "Wait, where are the kids?" He answered real chill. "They're right behind you." The kids immediately bolted to her, crying and yelling, "Sister Blanche, we were so scared." She reached out to comfort them and said, "Oh, thank God. Are you guys okay? How did you even get out?" A little boy piped up, "The Master's shadow saved us." There were like so many of the Master's shadows. She was still confused. Like, the Master's shadow? The kid started explaining using his hands and everything. He hid the shadow, and then it like snuck up and cut all the vines trapping us. Then it just lowered us to the ground. This dark circle just appeared all around us. The boy kept going, and right before the big boom, he used the shadow to make this sphere thing to protect us. And that's when it all started to click for her, whispering, "So the master is." She spun around with a huge smile and said, "Pi, you're a real one. Thank you." But when she looked, he'd already ghosted. She was like, "Huh? Where'd he go?" Then a voice boomed from a chopper overhead. "This is the Hero Association. You've entered a restricted area. All unauthorized moves are a no-go." A helicopter landed right in a clearing, and a whole squad started walking up. This girl, Lin Nishwei, was front and center, holding a mic, with some old dude and another person behind her. She suddenly turned around with this mischievous grin and asked, "Ite, so this is my first live scene as an intern reporter. What's the play?" The old guy just sighed and said, "Go get a soundbite from the Seal Sword." Lin Nishwi followed his eyes. She bounced over to the two of them and started talking. "Hey there, I'm Lin Nishwi, an intern reporter from the Hero Association. Mind if I get an interview?" The woman was like, "Of course." "I'm Blanche, the Seal Sword, an A-rank hero with the association." The comments on screen were blowing up. "It's Blanche, the A-rank hero. The live is on. She's literally my queen. Looks like she's hurt though. Is she okay?" Lin Nishwei gave a quick summary and then got straight to it. "So, the port is a total mess right now. What exactly went down?" Blanche replied super calmly, "Sorry to make everyone worry. I was here to rescue kids who were being illegally moved by the Saints organization from Exa Shah." The viewers heard that and the chat went wild. "What happened? What about the kids? Are they safe? Oh my god, my brother is missing." Lin Nishwi kept going, "About this criminal group, I've heard some things. They're basically outlaws who run wild in Zasho and get away with it. I really hope the government gets on this case, as soon as possible." Hearing this, Blanche just shook her head, looking sad. "I have no idea how long this shady business has been going on. It wasn't easy getting the intel, but I'm just so glad I was finally able to save these kids." Her face was being broadcast live on a massive screen on a skyscraper, and the crowd below was cheering like crazy. So awful. It's great they were saved. The Hero Association better drop the hammer on the Saints. Blanche didn't forget to add, "But, real talk, if I had to face the leader of the Saints by myself, I wouldn't have been able to save these children. Luckily, some mystery person had my back." Lin Nishwei's jaw hit the floor as she asked, "A mystery person?" Blanche seemed to be reliving it, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "No, Cap, his power level is way higher than mine. He literally one-shotted a souped-up A-rank ability." Hearing this, the viewers' comments popped up again. "What? He's actually stronger than an A-rank hero? Could it be that super boss Pi from earlier? Who is he? Spill the tea, now." The woman pointed to the side where smoke was still billowing and said, "See that burning crater over there? He wore a mask with this crazy snake design and said he was from the Adjudicators, codename Pi." The screen showed the smoke, and someone in the chat noticed, "Hold up, isn't Pi a metal bender? This is clearly some kind of lightning power. Oh my god, what is this, dude? Those other guys didn't stand a chance. His power level has to be S rank at minimum, right?" Lin Nishwi looked around and said, "But it looks like he's not here anymore." Blanche pointed towards some cars way out and said, "The priest bounced. He chased them in that direction." A bit later, in a parking garage, two figures were walking. The priest, sweating bullets, glanced around and said to the old dude behind him, "I used what's left of my power to juice you up. You sure your earthbending skills can handle that guy?" Hearing that, the old man started sweating too, but he had this evil glint in his eye. "It should be a piece of cake. I've already set my traps all over this place. If he tries to pull any of those ground attacks on us again, it's going to be totally useless." The priest said in a low voice, "Find us a whip. We'll go find another spot to lay low for a bit." The two of them kept walking, completely clueless that Yangshi was posted up behind a wall, watching their every single move. Having heard their whole plan, he thought to himself, "Still think you can run? Nah, this place is going to be your grave." Right then, his phone starts blowing up in his pocket. Asterisk, beep, 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 asterisk. A whole ice cube just slid down Yang Shi's spine. The two dudes walking heard the noise and whipped around, their eyes looking hella tired. The priest was all cold and stuff. "Yo, who's there?" Under his mask, Yang Shi was basically a human waterfall. He was thinking, "For real? Who's blowing up my phone at a time like this?" And then it rang again. Asterisk, beep, 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 asterisk. The two guys immediately started creeping towards the sound. He whips out his phone, checks the caller ID, and is totally bugging. "Shao, why is she times calling me right now?" The ringing just wouldn't quit. Asterisk, beep, beep, asterisk. Yang Shi is literally plastered against the wall, scared to even breathe. The old dude's giving him the death stare, asking, "Who is that?" Then the system pops up. Quick change. His whole body gets covered in these glowing, like Minecraft blocks, kicking off a full-on costume change. Boom, he's a total normie now. In his new fit, he just strolls out, already on the phone, playing it super cool, like, "Hey, Xiao Yu, what's good?" The guy sized him up for a sec, probably thinking he's just some rando, but a little voice in his head was like, "Nah, don't get sloppy. Keep an eye on him." Then the voice on the other end of the phone finally comes through. "Babe, guess where I am?" Duang He's like, "Where? Aren't you supposed to be chilling at home? Wait, are you on a chopper or something?" Xiao Tuet gets all sweet and says, "I'm in Sacha, baby," and then just starts cracking up. Asterisk. Beep, beep, asterisk. Yang Shi is literally plastered against the wall, scared to even breathe. The old dude's giving him the death stare, asking, "Who is that?" Then the system pops up. Quick change. His whole body gets covered in these glowing, like Minecraft blocks. I just had to spill some tea. A little while back, I landed a seriously sick new gig. Those two goons were still tailing him, but hearing that, he's like, "A job? What kind of job?" Lynn Louette starts gassing herself up, all cheerful. "I'm an intern reporter for the Hero Association now. I actually just wrapped an interview with the Sealed Sword Guild, and next up, I'm about to get the scoop on that super mysterious Zaha chick." But that tea hit Duong Hai like a ton of bricks. He's like, "What?" His whole vibe shifted, and he's thinking, "Crap, with the Hero Association snooping around, Little Sparrow is gonna find me for sure. I gotta bounce like yesterday." Duong Hai starts power walking and says, "Yo, that's fire. To celebrate you landing that gig, I gotta go hook you up with a huge gift. I'll hit you back, aight?" The voice on the other end comes back with, "Duong Hai, you're so smooth. I'll be waiting." Watching him dip, the old dude just tesked and was like, "So it was just some couple on the phone. Ugh, get a room." The screen flashes a status. Changing clothes. Then it's like a light bulb went off, and the priest totally freaks, yelling, "Wait, something's off. We got played. He's already here." And just then, Duong Hai goes full beast mode, charging straight at the two shocked dudes. The old man summons two savage-looking wolves that just launch forward as he screams, "Get him! He's right there!" The gnarly beast just rips through the energy, trying to shank him. The priest gets all cocky, like, "Let these speedy earth elementals handle him. He's totally toast." The old dude chimes in, mocking. Every last one of them can go toe-to-toe with an A-rank powerhouse. They're not even going to give him a second to breathe. Two blasts of energy fly right over his head, but Duong Hai looked like he was already cooking up a plan. The two wolves were busy fighting this green energy beam, death staring him the whole time. Then Duong Hai moves his hand with some anime-level speed. Next thing you know, he basically teleports behind the two of them, and before they could even blink, they get blasted by the energy stream. It goes straight through the old dude's chest. The priest was totally bugging out, like, how is that even possible? Aren't you supposed to be an electric-type user? Duong Hai, just holding his hand out, cool as a cucumber, goes, "Who told you I was a one-trick pony, you clown?" Blood starts dripping from the old man's mouth. He's shook, saying, "You're one of those rare dual-wielding ability users. No way. This can't be happening." The priest was sweating bullets, a little blood on his lip. Knowing he was way out of his league, he started begging, "Yo, spare me, and I swear I'll make it worth your while." Duong Hai just made a slicing motion with his hand. Asterisk, swoosh, asterisk. Not everyone in this world is about the bag. Sometimes it's about justice, you know? The two energy beams shot out again, wrapping tight around their necks, making them let out these choked up noises. Asterisk, asterisk. But then the priest suddenly throws his hand up and pops some green pills. Seeing the dude just break free from the energy beam, Duong Hai dashed forward, probably thinking, did he really just eat that green pill? The priest leaps down, his body just glowing with this gold aura. Veins are popping on his face as he lets out this evil Joker laugh. "You made me do this. This old man ain't some chump. I've still got one last ace up my sleeve." As he's talking, he reaches into his mouth and pulls out a whole-ass staff. Duong Hai looked like he'd seen it before. This vibe. It's just like the sword Branch had. A spear with a super sharp tip appeared. Behind him, the priest's spear was just glowing with this insane golden energy. He just laughed. "Ha ha. Bet you didn't see this coming, huh?" This old man's got the spear of judgment, too. A massive wave of energy just exploded from him as he screamed, "Divine strike!" The priest raises his spear, and this beam of orange power just shoots straight up. That beam of power starts forming these spinning circles with some seriously crushing pressure. The priest yells, "Gather! Infinite strike!" And just like that, spear tips start blasting through the middle of the circles. The priest bellowed, "Judge, the sinners!" Then this beam of light just starts hunting him down. Duong Hai was expertly weaving through every attack, but watching that ring of light still on his tail, he's thinking, this thing is like a heat-seeking missile. A second later, a streak of light totally nicked his thigh. He let out a yell. The priest started cackling like a psycho. "Ha ha, keep dancing, you annoying little bug. I'm about to put a hole straight through your skull." Duong Hai was down bad, checking out the gash on his thigh and was like, "Bruh, this is not the vibe. Even this tiny cut is sending some seriously messed up energy through my whole body." He peeped up at this glowing ring, which was straight up hunting him, and he was starting to get stressed. "Ait, the whole ceiling is lit up like a Christmas tree. They can track my every move in a split second." Then bam, all the beams shot right for him. Duong Hai just jumped up like, "Oh, so we're playing that game? You think you can keep up with me?" The priest just cackled, all smug, like, "Ha, speed? What's faster than my light speed, my guy?" The priest was absolutely losing it. The status screen popped up. Hyperbrain. Duong Hai's eyes started glowing with this insane power as he mumbled, "Speed of light, huh? Say less." The spears all flew at him at the same time. The priest was still yucking it up, totally clueless that a blur just zipped right past him. Yep, Duong Hai straight up teleported. His form was just a glitchy blur way up high, looking down on his mark. As light beams tried to slice him up, the priest just coldly dropped, "Mind shield! Shadow annihilation!" After he handled that little problem, he peeped up at this glowing ring, which was straight up hunting him, and he was starting to get stressed. "Ait! The whole ceiling is lit up like a Christmas tree. They can track my every move in a split second." Duong Hai charged in, sword ready. He got that killer look in his eyes and yelled again. The priest's smug smile got wiped right off his face, and then he let out this ungodly scream. "Arg! Asterisk hacks up some nastiness asterisk." The priest, stubborn AF, tried to lift his hand to cast a heal spell, but Duong Hai just materialized behind him and said with ice in his voice, "I wouldn't bother with that." Duong Hai charged in, sword ready. He got that killer look in his eyes and yelled again. The priest's smug smile got wiped right off his face, and then he let out this ungodly scream. "Arg!" The system screen lit up with a new A-rank ability. Name, Heart of Light. The deets. Mana recovery can gas up anyone below B rank. Growth amplification can give a power up to anyone under B rank. Concealment lets you go ghost on anyone below A rank. Holy Light Heal can patch up anyone below A rank. And Spear of Judgment uses a massive Holy Light Spear to basically delete enemies. The verdict? It's good for both offense and defense. A super rare legacy type skill. A green orb in Duong Hai's hand started glowing blue, and he pressed it to his chest. The screen flashed. "Healing! All patched up!" Duong Hai was like, "No way, this dude had one of those green potions too." I was totally about to be toast. A sec later, he stepped over to the old dude who was just laid out on the ground. The system popped up. Plunder ability. Duong Hai reached out and just yoinked his power. He was like, "An earth type ability. Huh? Wonder what I can do with this." The screen read, Name, Great Earth Mage. Deets. Use the earth element to reshape the battlefield. Summon earth elementals to throw hands for you. The verdict. You could totally open a zoo. Duong Hai looked around and figured, bet this is the Hero Association's turf. A chopper flew over, and an announcement came on inside. "We're entering the controlled zone now." He powered down to his regular look and bounced, leaving the mess for them to deal with. A little later, the chopper landed, and there's Lin Luet, holding a mic, looking absolutely horrified, reporting live. The whole area is a disaster zone, cracked walls, busted ground. It totally matches the insane fight we heard before. And over here, there's a body just propped up with a hole straight through the chest. It's covered in blood. She looked closer, totally stunned, and then gasped when she realized who it was. Oh my God, that's the leader of the Zak Cow Apostles, the Bright Priest. The crowd started whispering, why's he got a giant hole in his chest? Damn, that guy was bad news, he kinda had it coming. Wait, I thought you were just here for an interview? Who could have possibly iced him? Someone shouted, hey look, there's another body over there. The guy walked over to the old man's corpse, which also had a big old hole in the chest, and said, this must have been the Bright Priest lackey, too. Lin Luet was so freaked out she started sweating bullets. Fighting the urge to puke, she covered her mouth and mumbled, I'm sorry. The other guy saw she was looking pretty green and said, Xiaolin, you should probably go take 5. She didn't need to be told twice. Just said, okay, and bolted. Lin Luet ran to a corner, leaned on the wall, and just started dry heaving. Asterisk. Gag cough cough asterisk. Someone held out a bottle of water to her, and a worried voice asked, Luet, you good? She looked up and surprised it was someone she knew. She was shocked. Like, Duong, hi, what are you even doing here? He was like, you called earlier, and I was in the neighborhood. When I saw the Hero Association making a whole scene, I figured you had to be here. And her cheeks got all red. Remembering what just happened, she got all embarrassed and said, you're a jerk. You couldn't have seen me when I was absolutely killing my interview. You had to catch me looking like a total wreck. Lin just hugged him, whining, this is so cringe. My first ever interview, and it was a complete dumpster fire. He tried to comfort her. It's all good. You look amazing no matter what. But in his head, he was thinking, oh, I'm so busted. I totally should have cleaned up this part of the battlefield. The other dude asked, all worried, Shaolin, you feeling better now? The guy saw them hugging, then looked at himself, and was just kind of standing there. He blushed a little and said awkwardly, so the rescue team got the girls that the apostles kidnapped. You trying to get the scoop on them? Hearing that, she was like, oh my god, over here, some dude was literally pulling kids out of a pit. Lam Na Tuyet just booked it, yelling back over her shoulder, I'm so there! Duong, hi, hang on a sec. The other dude, just holding his bag, watched them dip with tears streaming down his face, thinking bitterly, for real? So I never even stood a chance. That's cold. Duong Hai was all hyped up, like, bet. On the other side, Lam Na Tuyet was all smiles, cooing at the baby. Duong Hai was just chilling in a corner with his arms crossed, unable to wipe the massive grin off his face. He looked down at the bead he was protecting in his hand and said with total conviction, I'm coming back for you, and it's gonna be soon. Bet. He thought to himself, I've basically collected all the elemental system powers like their Pokemon. Earth, fire, water, and even light, dark, wood, lightning, and metal. The whole set. In that case, it's about time for the org's number 3 mystery player to make his debut. Duong Hai pictured his whole vibe for the entrance, rocking a sick red mask with horns and sharp fangs. Just call him God Long B. Later, early in the morning at Sasha Central Hospital, he looked down at the bead he was protecting in his hand and said with total conviction, I'm coming back for you, and it's going to be soon. Bet. He thought to himself. Inside one of the hospital rooms, 2 people were huddled together. Duong Pham held his sister's hand, his face a total mess of worry. He sighed, ugh, I've been searching forever and still haven't found Master. A sound made him jump. He grunted and whipped his head in that direction. The person who showed up was Duong Hai, rocking a whole new look and sliding up on Duong Pham. When the kid yelled, Master, he threw up a hand to shut him up. Shh. Duong Hai used his puppet master vibes on the doctors and other patients, then sat next to Duong Pham, glanced at the kid beside him, and started to say, your sister. But Duong Pham cut him right off. I know she's gone, man. I just want to take her home. I can't just leave her in a place like this. Duong Hai's whole play wasn't just curiosity, though. He held up his hand, a white pearl glowing in his palm, and said, nah, you should be glad you kept her this close to you the whole time. I can feel it. She's still in there. Her energy is just on like 1%. Duong Pham was shook. He immediately shot back, all panicked. Are you for real? Duong Hai then hit Duong Pham's sister with that holy light heal. A second later, the little girl's eyes fluttered open and she called out, brother? Duong Pham's whole face lit up, seeing his sister healthy and calling his name. He was so hyped, calling her name, then looking over at Duong Hai. Duong Hai casually floated the white pearl over to Duong Pham and said, Duong Pham, you need to recharge a bit, too. In a little bit, you two are bouncing from this place. Don't let anyone find out she had a full-on glow-up this fast. Duong Pham wiped away his happy tears, gave Duong Hai a super grateful look, and replied, got it, boss. In front of him was a crystal glass just stuffed with cash. Duong Hai said, just call me leader. This cash is from the org, for you two. Your sister is still just a kid. Get her back to a normal life, as soon as possible. And I only got one thing I need from you. Get into the hero department of Yanjing University. Peeping the fat stack of cash and hearing Duong Hai's request, Duong Pham looked at him all worried and voiced his doubt. But you gotta have some insane powers to get accepted there. Oh, Duong Hai, cut him off before he could even finish. Don't even trip about that. I'm gonna hook you up with this training type ability. Using this and your 2 mantis blades will be more than enough to get you into Yanjing U. A golden pearl, glowing like crazy, floated right in front of Duong Pham. This was a D-rank training type ability bead. The T is, it juices up your 5 senses, strength and speed the more you grind. The level cap is 10 times the user's natural-born insectoid race talent. It's said that just being able to train it to 3 times the base level already makes you a total legend. Seeing the potential, Duong Pham snatched it, his face all fired up as he told Duong Hai, say less, leader. I swear I won't let you down. Duong Hai turned around, and before he dipped, he told the kid, "Live a good life, and don't go looking for me. I'll hit you up when it's time." Time skipped forward, and the morning sun was hitting just right, shining down through the leafy trees. Duong Hai had done a quick fit change and popped up at the hospital entrance by the ambulance. Lam Na Tuyet, with her hands on her hips and a dead serious look, called out to him, "Duong Hai." He was totally caught off guard seeing her there, Xiao Tuyet. Lam Na Tuyet got right up in his personal space. Her tone was not it as she grilled him with questions. "Where the hell did you run off to? I've been looking all over for you." Duong Hai dodged her eyes and quickly made up some excuse. I was just helping the doctor out with the kids. What's the deal?" Hearing that, Lam Na Tuyet finally took a breath and chilled out, her whole vibe softening after being so pissed a second ago. She replied, "It's nothing, really. The main thing is the kids are finally safe. The association is handling all the calls to their families." The two of them were just chilling at the hospital entrance, chatting, watching all the groups of people head in to get checked out. Duong Hai asked, "So what about the ones who don't have anywhere to go?" Lam Na Tuyet answered, "They're going to the orphanage." Duong Hai felt way better hearing that. An orphanage is basically a big found family. I hope they can grow up strong. And while he was all zoned out, Lam Na Tuyet took her shot and kissed him right on the mouth. Both of them were blushing hard. Duong Hai was totally caught off guard by that kiss. His eyes went wide behind his glasses. For real. Lam Tue, red as a tomato, gave him this shy look and was like, "You've been grinding super hard these last few days, Duong Hai." Off in the distance, a chopper was getting prepped, and some people were loading up gear. Then some dude yells out to her, "Shia Tuet, get over here, yo. We're about to dip." So Lam Tue bounced, waving bye to Duong Hai. She even hit him with a wink and was like, "I've got a ton of stuff to deal with. Catch you in a few." Oh, and Liu Kang, her dear boyfriend? Yeah, right. She just left poor Duong Hai standing there, his face still beet red from that sneak attack kiss. He was big mad at himself, thinking, "Damn, she got the drop on me again." Cut to Sechao Airport. The afternoon sun's blazing as a plane just takes off straight into the sky. Night falls. The whole city's dark. And we're in this hospital room. Duong Hai is just staring at this person on the bed, all hooked up to a ventilator. He looks at her and whispers, "Fifi, for real, I hope this holy light heal thing actually works on you." Then, boom, Duong Hai throws his hand out at the bed and unleashes the holy light. These crazy bright white beams just explode, lighting up the whole dark-ass room. But Duong Fifi just laid there, didn't even twitch, no reaction, nothing. Duong He was shook, realizing the holy light did zip. What the? He pulls back the light, just stunned. He's just standing there frozen, staring at her, and she's exactly the same. Fifi. This was a first for him. He'd never seen his powers fail like this. He's leaning on the bed, all confused and stressed out, saying, "Fifi's not waking up. The heal totally flopped? How is that even possible?" Then, suddenly, he spots something. These little blue specks are, like, leaking out of Duong Fifi's forehead, like they're just seeping out of her. Duong Hai is staring, totally confused, like, what is this stuff? He reaches out to touch the little blue cloud of light, and then it hits him. Hold up, this blue light is about to break off, and it's totally nerfing her spiritual power. After a sec, Duong Hai starts to get the picture. He's analyzing it with a straight face, thinking, it seems that just relying on the heart of light ability isn't going to cut it against this blue junk. But if I just let it vibe, Fifi's never going to wake up. Then he remembers that sus dude, thinking, no more playing around. To fix this Fifi situation for good, I got to go have a face-to-face with that guy in the hat, the one slinging those blue pills. So, he's got these 3 pearls, red, blue, and green, named Disguise, Clone, and Metal Control. They're just floating there in front of him. Duong He's doing the math in his head. But first, I need a serious glow-up. I'm upgrading all 3 of these abilities. And back in the hospital room, these streams of gold light start swirling in front of his chest. They shoot into the pearls, turning them into these little deep gold orbs just chilling above his hand. The first 2 abilities, Disguise and Clone, were both C rank. Nothing crazy. The Disguise Pearl could let you change your whole look in like 0.1 seconds and even gave you acting skills to sell it. As for the Clone Pearl, it could pop out 1 clone with only 1/8 of your real power, and it only lasted for half an hour. But that green Metal Control Pearl, Duong Hai was still grinding to level that one up. His eyes were dead set on it, full of pure determination. He gritted his teeth and was like, up till now, I've just been collecting abilities. This time, I'm going all out for that S-rank breakthrough to see what's good. A second later, Duong He is on his knees, totally gassed from using up so much energy. Ha! But then he looks up, and the pearl went from green to this sick silver blue color. It hit S rank, fam. Now it can control metal in a 1 meter radius up to a crazy 10 tons. Yangshi looked at the silver orb in his hand, feeling pretty damn pleased with himself, thinking, so this is what S rank feels like. Low-key, I'm getting hyped to pull up on that dude in the fedora. Most of the night's gone when Yang Shi activates his puppet control on, get this, hot and sour powder Superman. A black portal just rips open in the air, glowing with this sus purple light. A foot with a shoe on steps out, and there he is. The mystery man, hands in his pockets, just chilling on the edge of the roof. He says, "Been a minute, hot and sour powder Superman." Then he asks, "You got any new tea for me?" Yang Shi, pulling the strings from inside hot and sour powder Superman, shoots back, "You know it. Weren't you hunting for intel on Duel last time? Well, I found some stuff. The real question is, you got the cash to pay for it?" The mystery dude just adjusts his hat and says, "If your intel is legit, it's worth a reward of at least 2 units. Easy." Hearing that, Yang Shi starts talking. "So, a few days ago, you hear about that apostle that got taken out in Sacho?" The mystery man looks down at him like, "Duh. That was Branch, the Sword of Sealing from the Hero Association." Yang Shi keeps going. "Right. But in that report, Branch dropped a major piece of info. See, someone else was there when she clapped that apostle. A person named Ta." The mystery man didn't even flinch at the news, just says, "Yeah, I'm already hip to that. Ta and Du are both from that Adjudicator organization." Isn't that, like, public info at this point? Yang Shi just stares him down and says, "Bet. But did you know that both Du and Ta are dual ability users?" The mystery man repeats it. Dual abilities, maybe that's the entry requirement for their little club or something. Yangze just smirks when he hears that and claps back. "No, dudes with dual abilities are stupid rare. You really think that's a coincidence?" The mystery man, not catching the vibe, just asks, "So what's your point? Spit it out." Yangzi whips out this little blue bottle with a cork in it and goes, "Ever seen one of these bad boys? It's a power-up potion." The mystery dude sees it and immediately tries to snatch it, mumbling, "A power-up potion." Yang Shi snatches his hand back real quick, saying, "You already know. It's the juice that gives people powers. Slam this, and even a normie can get a glow-up. But if you're already packing heat, you can stack another one on top." The mystery guy is screaming, totally in disbelief, "That's cap! How are you going to prove that's even legit?" Without skipping a beat, Yang Shi pops the top, saying, "Look, you know my only gig is super strength. So, just watch this." Yang Shi slams the whole thing, then spikes the empty bottle on the ground, and just like that, bam, his left hand just erupts in a crazy-looking flame. Seeing this, the mystery guy is shook, like a fire-type ability. For real? Yang Shi just yeets a flaming punch straight up into the sky to flex on him. He's like, "I've had run-ins with DK before. That's how I got all this tea. It's their little blue pills that made me a believer that this stuff is actually real." The mystery dude, completely bugging out over the potion, was like, "This is insane. Do you have any idea what they're even putting in this ability potion?" Yang Shi just shrugs, "Nah, I got no clue. That's way above my pay grade, fam. Now, run me my payment." The mystery man pulls out a bottle packed with blue pills and says, "The info was solid. Here's 15 of them." He reaches for it, but then stops. "Hold up. I gotta ask you something." The guy's like, "Shoot." Getting dead serious for a sec, Yang Shi asks the question that's been really bugging him. "Lately, I've been seeing these weird blue glowing spots popping up on me. Is it from these blue pills? Like, what's gonna happen to me, man?" The mystery dude was already bouncing, just shrugging it off like it was nothing, as he answered, "It's just a minor side effect. Chill. Don't even trip about it." Standing in front of this freaky portal, he glances back and says, "Catch you on the flip side, hot and sour powder Superman." Then the portal zips shut, leaving Yang Shi all alone on the freezing rooftop. He drops the whole act, going back to his regular self, still clutching those 15 pills. He just stares at the empty air where the dude vanished and mumbles to himself, "This stuff is clearly messing with your head, and he's out here calling it a side effect. What kind of shady business are y'all really into?" After taking a beat, Yang Shi shoves his hands in his pockets and walks over to the real hot and sour powder Superman. All of a sudden, a little voice calls out, "Dad! Dad!" He chucks the bottle with the 15 pills to the dude slumped against the wall, who looks totally out of it. He says, "Look, even if you're doing this for your daughter, you gotta get off these pills. Pull yourself together." A little girl peeks around the corner, and when she sees hot and sour powder Superman sitting there, she cries out, "Dad, why are you napping up on the roof?" The girl runs over right as the guy starts to come to. He's like, "Sorry, Dundian, Daddy must have just dozed off or something." But Dundian wasn't buying it. You're capping, walks over to the real hot and sour powder Superman. All of a sudden, a little voice calls out, "Dad, Dad." He chucks the bottle with the 15 pills to the dude slumped against the wall, who looks totally out of it. He says, "Dundian, Dundian, give that to Daddy. That's not a toy." He's looking at his kid, totally paranoid she's going to ask for them, and he's thinking, "I swear I came up to the roof to meet the man in the fedora and trade for the blue pills. But like, when did we even make the deal? Why is my memory totally blank on this? So sus." The moon was bright, lighting up the whole dark night. Up on the roof, the dad and his daughter are getting ready to dip. "All right, Dundian, let's bounce." "We're going home to cut your birthday cake." The little girl is all hyped, like, "Yay!" Meanwhile, same night, over at Lu Yuan's crib, he's letting out this massive yawn. "Dundian, Dundian, give that to Daddy. That's not a toy." He's looking at his kid, totally paranoid she's going to ask for them, and he's thinking, "I swear I came up to the roof to meet the man." Then he spots a light on in the study. It's mad late. What's he even still doing in there? He walks up to the room, kind of worried about his dad, and says, "Dad, you should probably hit the hay soon." But, surprise, nobody's there. He steps inside, looks around, and is like, he's not here. Then this paper on the desk catches his eye. He snags the paper, wondering, what's this that's got him grinding day and night? Then he reads the headline, "Deployment request for the White Sun plant at Lukeport," and Lu Yuan is totally floored. "Lukeport!" He looks super hyped and smug, muttering to himself, "No freaking way, I can't believe this is actually going down. Isn't this my chance to have a main character moment and save the world? Bet." Crack of dawn the next day, Yang Ji's in the copy room, looking like he's running some copies. Then this super extra teasing voice comes from behind him. "Well, well, well, Yang Ji, fancy seeing you actually show up for work. What's the move?" He flashes back to Lu Yuan, throwing an arm around his shoulder, getting all buddy-buddy like they were besties from way back, hitting him up for a favor. He was all like, "Hey, little bro, aren't you and Fan Pang tight? I'm basically his bro, so hook a brother up." Snapping out of it, Yang Ji just says to the guy, "Some random dude just ran in here wanting to post a missing person sign." The piece of paper was basic, just a few words. "Missing person. Looking for my cousin, Li Chi." Fan Pang picked it up, looking all confused. "Cousin Li Chi? Never heard of the guy." Yang Ji just waved him off like, "Dude, it's obviously a code. Now scram, you're blocking the copier." Fan Pang just pouted. Suddenly, the alarm started blaring. "Warning. Aberrant beast intrusion detected." Yo, this is a legit A-class disaster. All citizens, you need to get to the nearest shelter. Like, right now. All you B-class heroes and up, get your butts over to Manhwa Road for backup. The second that alarm hit, everyone in the office freaked out and bounced. Fan Pang dropped to his knees, screaming, "Holy crap, what is even happening right now?" Yang Ji was playing it cool on the outside, but inside, his mind was spinning out. Manhwa Road, he thought. Wait, isn't that crazy close to the apartment where me and Xiaosu used to live? He hit her up instantly. "Yo, Xiaosu, where are you at?" On the other end, Xiaosu was like, "My apartment to the monster." Her words got cut off by a huge crash and then just static. And just like that, Xiaosu was gone. Dead air. Seeing the absolute horror on Yang Ji's face, Fan Pang asked, all worried, "Your sis? She's okay, right? Nothing happened?" Yang Ji didn't even answer, just spun around and bolted out the door. Fan Pang yelled after him, "Dude, where are you going? You're not a hero, man. What are you going to do?" But from the company roof, a figure just launched into the sky. It was Yang Ji, and all he could think about was Xiaosu. He'd already powered up into debt, thinking, "I am not losing you again." Yang Ji blasted towards the A-class problem, a freak of nature called the soul-devouring spider. This thing attacks with a shriek that'll bust your eardrums. Its whole body is covered in skin that's basically razor blades, and get this, it loves to snack on people, making it some serious nightmare fuel. Yang Ji saw the soul-devouring spider and started sizing it up. An A-class beastie like that usually takes at least 3 full squads of A-class or higher heroes to even stand a chance. But right now, all they had was the B-class hero Qinglan and some class hero Yuan Di. The soul-devouring spider clocked his arrival, its eyes glowing like crazy as it locked on. Then it let out this ungodly scream, shooting a sonic blast right at Yuan Di. Qinglan yanked her out of the way just in time, screaming, "Yuan Di, get back here!" The building right behind them had a massive hole blown through it. If she hadn't moved, next year would have been Yuan Di's memorial. For real. Qinglan laid into her, "Yuan Di, what are you even doing here? A C-rank hero is just a meat shield against that thing." Yuan Di stammered, I was just in the area and saw you were fighting solo, Senior Qinglan, so I wanted to help out." Hearing that, Qinglan was just speechless. All of a sudden, a totally desperate scream for help echoed from way up. Somebody was trapped in the hole the monster had just blasted open. Two girls were stuck up there. It was Lin Na and her friend. Her friend was literally falling, and she was trying to hang onto her hand for dear life, while the other girl was just screaming for help. Lin Na yelled, Yuan, Yuan, hold on to my hand, tight! Yuan was bawling her eyes out. Save me, sis! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Lin Na was panicking too. Yuan, just chill for a sec. I'm pulling you up right now. Yuan just kept wailing. Hoo-hoo! Sis! Hurry! I don't want to die! But then this huge, jagged piece of rock above them snapped in two and came crashing down super fast. And in the most messed up twist of fate, it fell and speared right through the arm Lin Na was using to hang on. The pain made her lose her grip, and boom, both girls were just free falling through the air. As Yuan was falling, she let out this blood-curdling, hopeless scream. Then, out of nowhere, her body was caught by Yuan Di. With tears in her eyes, Yuan looked up at the red-headed girl holding her and whispered in total disbelief, I'm not dead. Yuan Di just winked at her and said, Hey, any civilian caught in the crossfire would be freaked. I'm the Class C hero Yuan Di from the Cherry Company, and I'm here to save you. The reporter on the scene, seeing Yuan get rescued, was like, Wait, where's the other girl? Then someone pointed, Over there it's Lin Na. She was still in a freefall, completely silent, like she was already out cold. Then this black blur just zipped across the screen, leaving everyone watching the live stream like, what the fuck was that? The announcer didn't get a good look either and could only stammer, folks, something definitely just flew past here. I have no idea what it was, but that young lady has been snatched away. On the other side of the fight, Qinglan suddenly screamed, Get out of the way! The monster had just fired a sonic wave at the news chopper that was filming the whole thing live. She immediately popped her raging wind technique, slinging a blade of wind straight at the helicopter to block the monster's attack. The two forces smashed into each other, setting off a massive explosion. The shockwave it kicked up sent the helicopter spinning. Yuan Di, clutching Yuan to protect her, also had to brace against the insane force of the blast. On the other side of all that chaos, Yang Shi had already caught Lin Na and landed her safely. It looked like she was really unconscious. Yang Shi gently set the totally messed up girl on a park bench, whispering, I'm sorry, Ju. Yang Shi gently touched her chin, so tenderly it hurt, and said, I was too late. Then he used his powers to heal the arm that got skewered by that rock. After he healed her, Lin Na's entire body was like spotless. She didn't look messed up at all anymore. Yang Shi draped his jacket over her, the wounds healed, it won't hurt anymore, and right on cue, she woke up. She looked at the guy standing in front of her and asked all innocently, I'm still alive? Yang Shi stood up, trying to put some space between them. But Lin Na grabbed his hand and was like, Wait, aren't you that chicken guy who went viral online? Did you save me? Yang Shi pulled his hand away and said, all polite, I was just passing by. But in his head, he was totally apologizing. I'm so sorry, Ju. I still can't tell you who I am, or it'll just bring you a whole world of trouble. He hopped on his hoverboard and, before taking off, gave her a heads up. You should chill for a minute, then get to a shelter. Before she could even get a word out, he was already long gone. Lin Nauer yelled after him, Hey, wait up! But he was already gone. She just kept staring at the sky, her mind totally racing. So weird. I've literally never met him, so why does he give me such a familiar vibe? On his triangle-shaped flyer, Yang Shi pulled a full-on Naruto, using a cloning jutsu to make another him. He then grabbed 2 blue power orbs and slammed them into the clone, saying, These 2 abilities, Heart of Light and Snow Maiden, are going to be your loadout. He watched as the clone started soaking up the powers. Since your whole kit is basically healer and support with some ice powers, let's just make you a girl. He hit the clone with a transformation, and boom, it turned into a chick with long blue hair and a bunny ear headband. Yang Shi said it with, like, zero emotion. And just like that, the 3rd member of the Adjudicators was born. Your name is Mao. He gave her the mission. Go save anyone in trouble. Don't let the body count get any higher. Her reply was just one word, bet. After that, he zipped back to where that soul-eating rat was, just giving it the death stare. All right, time to deal with this nasty rat. But then he spotted someone else. Wait, who's that? Up on a rooftop, there was a figure just posted up on the ledge, looking tall and completely fearless. It was a woman with long black hair, known as the Tyrant Fist Maiden. She was rocking a fire-red fit with some white bandages, all wrapped up like she was about to enter the ring, and she was cracking her knuckles. Her eyes were giving off major, I'm about to throw down energy as she said, I literally just got back from vacay, and this is the mess I come home to. After that, he zipped back to where that soul-eating rat was, just giving it the death stare. All right, time to deal with this nasty rat. But then he spotted someone else. Wait, who's that? Wait, isn't that Green Harbor City's biggest A-rank hero, the GOAT of the last 15 years? And you already know everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen as the camera zoomed in on our main character. On the Jumbotron, you see this girl in a fire red fit, hair snatched in a high bun, just serving looks with eyes full of pure confidence and sass. She turns to the camera, flashes this killer smile, throws up a hand to wave, and goes, "What's up, y'all? Did you miss the Tyrant Fist Maiden?" Instantly, the whole place starts buzzing. The chat's probably going crazy because her whole vibe is just iconic, powerful, but still a total baddie. Meanwhile, up on some high platform, this other hero, the Great Chicken Lord, is just posted up, looking all edgy in a black cloak with his face covered by a plague doctor mask. He gives this little wave and a chuckle like, "Oh, bet. Looks like a hero's already on the case. I'll just kick back and watch the show for a bit." Down below, the Tyrant Fist Maiden is staring down this absolute unit of a beast, which is just roaring its head off. But she's totally unbothered, not even a flinch. She's just got her hand on her chin, sizing it up with this little smirk on her face. A rat this big, it's got to be asking for a beatdown. In that case, I'm about to have some fun with this. The giant beast with the fiery gold fur just throws its head back, lets out 3 massive roars, and then blasts this blinding golden energy beam from its mouth, coming in hot. Qinglan, seeing this from the sidelines, starts freaking out, yelling, "Senior, dip! Get out of there! Quick!" That sonic attack is no joke. It'll mess you up. But, true to form, the Tyrant Fist Maiden just flashes this wicked grin, her voice dripping with challenge. How am I supposed to know if I can tank it if I don't even try? The second she said that, a massive explosion just rocked the whole area. The giant rat shot its laser beam right where she was standing. But psych! She was already gone. That crazy powerful blast just ripped straight through the skyscraper behind her, leaving a huge gaping hole with smoke and dust just billowing out, blocking out the sky. The blonde reporter was shook, but also kinda standing. Oh my god. The Tyrant Fist Maiden could have easily dodged that soul-devouring rat's attack, but she chose to face it head-on. That's just her vibe. We absolutely live for it. The spot that just got blasted now has a hole straight through like a bunch of floors. Debris is raining down, and the dust is still thick. Meanwhile, the giant soul-devouring rat is just pacing back and forth, its angry eyes glowing, letting out these little squeak-squeak sounds that just make you want to give it the hands. As the Tyrant Fist Maiden is just floating there, the rat is still acting completely clueless, like a total fool. But then you see our girl's eyes go wide, locking onto it. She clenches her fists, her whole energy shifts, and then bam! A crazy, powerful, lightning-fast punch from her connects right with the rat's face, sending it flying before it could even blink. Just poof, gone in a cloud of smoke. After eating that nasty hit, the giant rat starts to back away, all defensive now, its eyes looking super weary. Seeing that, she can't help but smirk and start talking smack. "Keep it coming, big fella. Why'd you stop screaming? Cat got your tongue?" You could tell the rat's pride was seriously wounded. It was giving her the nastiest side-eye, looking so salty and pressed. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Fist Maiden is just radiating that overwhelming power of a 17-year-old in her prime, came in hot like a tornado. She snatched its long, thick brown tail and just yeeted it into the ground with everything she had, making the rat jump for its life, letting out this weak little groan. But she wasn't done. Once she was bored with it, she straight up launched the massive thing into another corner. The throw was so wild, it crashed into the wall, and everything just exploded into chaos. Then dust clouds kicked up again, totally fogging the place out. Watching the whole thing from a distance, Qinglan was shook, just sighing like she's an absolute menace. The level of chaos she's causing is on the same level as the monster itself. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Mao was scouting from up high. Her eyes went wide when she saw some dude about to get pancaked by a giant rock that would have totally unalived him. She didn't even blink, just yelled, "Look out!" Then swooped in, grabbed him, and zipped out of there. The guy she saved was blushing hard, all embarrassed, and stammered, thanks." After getting his head straight for a sec, he was like, "So, what hero squad are you with? I've never seen you around before." Rabbit Mask wasn't having it. She just dropped him on the ground, cold as ice, turned, and bounced, leaving him with just judgments, Rabbit Mask. Then she just faded into the background, leaving a whole crew of dudes to start spilling the tea. One guy's like, "Yo, who is that?" Another one goes, "A total baddie for sure." Then this bald dude with a goofy look on his face it's like a goddess just dropped in. For real, that Judgment's crew is stacked with heavy hitters. Rabbit Mask kept it moving till she spotted a group of girls whispering up ahead. She kind of huffed, scanned the group, and then clocked it was VMD and her bestie, Xiaosus. The girl saw Rabbit Mask show up and knew her ride or die had arrived, her face just lighting up. Even though she was all sweaty, she immediately started begging for help. They literally fell out of the sky and they're messed up bad. Can you save them? Without skipping a beat, Rabbit Mask flipped on her selfless queen mode and started healing the two girls right in front of her. Like a second later, the girls Rabbit Mask healed were looking so much better that everyone watching was totally floored. Some dude nearby was just gushing in awe. Whoa, their injuries are completely gone. What kind of power is that? She's gorgeous, nice, and has some OP healing skills. But Rabbit Mask stayed frosty and just gave them a low-key warning. Y'all should dip from the shelter as soon as possible so you don't get wrecked again. And right on cue, this massive, sketchy shadow pops up behind the building. Its roar just echoed everywhere, making two guys scream their heads off. Thonlum cringed and covered her ears, frowning like, "This roar hits different. My eardrums feel like they're about to explode." Brute Force Fist was feeling that nasty sound too. She got pissed and yelled, "Crap, that thing's about to go nuclear." Rooster Overlord looked like a light bulb went off. He freaked out, yelling, "We are so screwed." He watched the giant rat slowly get back up, his eyes full of dread. It's literally sucking up the souls of everyone who died. Brute Force Fist stared down the huge gray rat in front of her. Its body started soaking up this massive wave of green energy. All this power was just flowing into it, and its chubby body started to patch itself up. It dragged its colossal self upright, and every slow move was giving off major "I'm gonna wreck you" vibes. Its face started to get all twisted and mutated, its eyes turning demon-level crimson. Its mouth dropped open, showing off these sharp fangs that were basically a threat to everything in sight. Then Lam, who was standing nearby, was totally shook. Her eyes were glued to this freaky scene unfolding in front of her, and she asked, all confused, "Senior, what is this?" Brute Force Fist just shot back coldly. "This nasty rat is literally eating the spiritual energy of the dead." The rat, looking all intimidating with its crazy eyes, just charged forward like a freight train, and every step made the ground shake. The people in the chopper watching from way up were freaking out. Someone yelled, "The rat's injuries are totally gone. Going up against a soul-eating rat like that, can Senior Brute Force Fist even pull off a win? Where's the hero backup?" Brute Force Fist tuned out all the noise. She looked at Than Lam, dead serious, and said, "Little sis, you need to get out of here first. I've got a bad feeling this soul-sucking rat is about to blow." Then Lam was hesitant. She didn't want to dip. She started to say something, all stressed out, but before she could even get the words out, the giant rat reared up and just blasted this blinding yellow beam of energy from its mouth. Seeing it cross a line, Brute Force Fist's eyes flashed with rage. She shot up into the air and yelled, "Pipe down, you nasty rat!" The second she said it, she dive-bombed and slammed a massive thunder punch right into its huge body. A crazy loud explosion sent smoke and dust flying all over the place, totally blocking out the sky. Brute Force Fist hit the ground, all tired and hunched over. She was mumbling to herself like, "That's gotta be it. I definitely got it this time." But before she could even catch her breath, a giant tail came whipping straight for her. She was like a split second too slow to react and took a nasty hit right to the back. A little bit of blood started trickling down her chin from her mouth. She grit her teeth, totally in pain, her eyes just blazing with fury. She cursed under her breath. Another cheap shot. "You piece of trash!" The huge tail swung out again, and this time it sent her flying. She got absolutely yeeted, her whole body just slamming back first onto the solid ground. Oof, she let out this cry of pain. You could totally feel that. And the second the tables turned, that giant rat got so cocky, just letting out these little squeaks like it was trash-talking her. But even though she was in a world of hurt, Brute Force Fist was already trying to get up. You could see that look in her eyes, like she was telling herself, "I am not going down. I gotta finish this freak, like, right now." But yo, her body was completely limp, like a rag doll that got absolutely wrecked. Then Lam sprinted over, totally freaking out, her voice all shaky, and Senior Brute Force Fist was just shook. Seeing Then Lam pop up next to her, she gave her this look like, "Bruh, why are you still here? You got a death wish or something?" But Then Lam clapped back, all serious, "Yo, I'm a pro hero too. I got all these people behind me who need protecting. You really think I'm gonna dip on a monster? No cap. Those words hit different. totally gassing up brute force fist, even though she was hurting. She struggled to get back on her feet. Meanwhile, the blonde reporter was watching from way back, hyping it all up on her mic like, "Everyone, you gotta see this. These are the legendary pro heroes of Luckang City, the real MVPs." That jumbo rat gave them zero chill time and just kept coming. Brute force fist charged in, body blocking for then Lamb. She muttered something under her breath, her eyes going ice cold, and yelled, "AVZ support elixir!" And bam, this white staff just appears in brute force fist's hand, glowing so bright it lit up the whole sky. That thing was packing so much heat, you could only call it a straight-up bomb. The injured rat leaped up, letting out these pained chi screeches. Its cries were just echoing, full of despair, and right when the vibe got super tense, another figure just appeared in the sky. The masked dude was none other than the Rooster Overlord, just casually vibing on a hoverboard. Next to him was a stone-cold stunner with a resting witch face named Rabbit Mask. The reporter in the chopper caught the whole scene, and she immediately went feral, literally screaming, "Ah!" into her mic a few times. Then, her voice dripping with hype, she started the introductions for everyone, and in their darkest hour, Rue, the super A-rank ability user, has entered the chat. And get this, he brought a baddie with him. The Pro Org's cameras immediately snapped over to get the shot. They zoomed all the way in, giving them the full dramatic intro. But Brute Force Fist was looking at their whole theatrical entrance like it was mad sus, her eyes full of suspicion. She couldn't help but ask, what's their angle? What are they even doing? Then Lamb, who was right there with her, was just as clueless and could only shrug, like, "Beats me, fam." Then Lamb added her own little theory, but, like, maybe they're here to save us? Rooster Overlord was serving major main character energy, completely stealing the spotlight. He slowly raised his hand and just yeeted out a whole bunch of sharp objects that shot out like a flock of angry birds. Every little glint off their tips was like a lightning flash, leaving these sick trails of fire behind them, making the whole thing look like it was straight out of a movie. His voice was super chill and steady when he gave them one simple command, "Go!" And just like that, all those daggers blasted straight for the giant rat at a speed so fast it was basically light speed. Seeing this, the furry rat got all cocky, throwing its head back and spreading its arms out wide like it was saying, "Bring it on." Its mouth let out a few kichi sounds, basically just trash-talking them. Violent Fist Maiden was watching from a distance when her eyes lit up, like she just had a galaxy brain moment. She suddenly yelled out, "I get it. This beast has a lifesteal ability. It heals by devouring energy. This isn't some low-level mob. The main quest is to break its self-healing." Hearing that, then Lamb, standing next to her looking totally lost, scrunched up her face and asked, "So how do we break it? Put a gag on its mouth, or what?" That question made Violent Fist Maiden whip around and give her a solid bonk on the head, growling, "Gag its mouth? Are you for real?" Just then, the masked man, without saying a thing, casually raised his middle and index fingers. A massive explosion went off, and the chonky rat was instantly launched high into the sky. Violent Fist Maiden looked up as it all clicked, and she shouted, "It's the distance!" Up in the air, the giant rat was getting absolutely skewered by all the sharp things. You could just hear it screeching in pain, totally helpless. Not only was its mouth brutally pierced, but its limbs were also getting turned into a pincushion, making it look like a giant, messed up rat kebab. The masked man kept controlling this big flying disc, and then smoothly but powerfully, he tossed the rat right into the middle of it, where something was sticking out. Then he turned to Blood Rabbit and said in an ice-cold tone, "Blood Rabbit, don't let it open its mouth." Instantly, Blood Rabbit gave a little nod. She floated forward. Her moves were so smooth and graceful, like she was literally gliding on water. She raised her hands and started to power up the Snowflower Dragon Fist technique. In a flash, this wave of cyan energy just erupted from Blood Rabbit and spread across the whole sky, making this ridiculously beautiful, shimmering scene. Those streams of power swirled around before they slowly wrapped around the giant mole, hitting its body and making its movements slow to a crawl. The young guys watching from far away were just gobsmacked. Their eyes were completely glued to the screen, watching this epic scene unfold. With their jaws on the floor, they were like, "Yo, look! They froze the mutant beast and it's huge. Their power level has to be over 9,000. That poor giant mole was trapped in a thick layer of ice from Blood Rabbit, completely immobilized. Its whole body was getting squeezed, looking totally miserable, with all those sharp spikes still sticking through its limbs. But then things got even weirder. A second later, that green energy that was around it before just reappeared. A hand in a black glove rose up, and Rooster Overlord's voice just dropped, like, Don't even dream about getting a power-up. My guy was straight up talking down to this huge but arrogant mole. With the temp this high, you ain't touching a single body, and you for sure ain't absorbing their crystal energy, period. The second Rooster Overlord said that, he balled up his fist and added, "It's a wrap for you." Then he just unleashed his Blade Storm technique. No hesitation. The mole was getting absolutely bodied, completely shut down, and couldn't even fight back, just had to eat all those hits. You could just hear its weak little squeaks as it kept getting wrecked by the move. It was a sad sight, for real. That mole was just full of despair. A dude with blue hair standing nearby was just glued to the orbs flying around. He had to drop a comment like, "Bro got diced into snowflakes." Rooster Overlord coldly spun the green orb in his hand, hitting him with the ability plunder. A fat info panel popped up in front of his face, the usual. This little notification was spilling all the tea on the Soul Guard technique he just yoinked from that giant mole. Rooster Overlord scanned the notification panel, really digging in. After a sec, he muttered to himself, so it's not like Spirit Link Heart. Soul Guard's heal pulls from other people's mental energy, but it still counts as a healing skill. Bet. The organization's chopper then swooped in low for a better look. The voice of the blonde reporter came on. Totally hyped. Y'all, don't even trip. I'm flying right up to the cloud level to give everyone the real-time scoop on the live stream. Just then, she glanced up and her eyes met the masked man just vibing on a platform near the clouds. She let out a gasp, then turned to get everyone's attention. "Rooster Overlord! Yo! Can we get a quick interview?" Hearing her, Rooster Overlord did this slow, dramatic turn. The camera got this epic shot of his back, and the live stream chat immediately blew up with nothing but W's for him. Tyrannical Fist was also mesmerized, just looking at him with total admiration. Still, she couldn't shake a weird feeling. She was thinking, the pressure he gives off is next level. He's got to be an S-class awakener, no cap. While she was lost in her thoughts, something totally random happened. Blood Rabbit just appeared out of thin air, standing right behind Tyrannical Fist and Van Lamb. Feeling that presence, Tyrannical Fist whipped around, her eyes locked on Blood Rabbit. Her voice was super sus, like, "What do you want?" But Blood Rabbit just gave them a cold stare, saying nothing. Then she just unleashed this light blue power, and the beam shot straight for Tyrannical Fist. Seeing it, a freaked out Van Lamb screamed, "Senior, watch out!" She then booked it over and yeeted Tyrannical Fist out of the way of that super-powered blast. Then Lamb watched the beam coming for her, totally tensed up. But when the stream of power got right up on her and still didn't do any damage, she, being completely fine, finally got the guts to slowly look up. Then Lamb's eyes went wide, but she was also hella confused. Her face was pure shock, but her mind was just one big question mark. "Senior, my wounds, they're healed!" At that exact moment, the same glow-up was happening to Tyrannical Fist. Her injuries were vanishing like crazy. She got her color back, and her whole aura got way stronger. Tyrannical Fist turned around, still confused, and hit Blood Rabbit with a question, a rare healing ability. "Who even are you?" Blood Rabbit slowly dropped 4 words. "Judgment Organization, Blood Rabbit." After that mic drop, the reporter in the chopper started her commentary again. This person who just showed up with Rooster Overlord is a member of the Judgment Organization. She's got a healing type ability and is currently patching up the injured heroes. The camera was now all about Blood Rabbit and Rooster Overlord. Tyrannical Fist kinda shyly scratched her head and said to Blood Rabbit, "Is Judgment like a new hero agency or something? I've never heard the name before, but hey, thanks for handling the cleanup." Blood Rabbit just replied, "Don't sweat it, you're a hero who deserves respect." At this point, the blonde reporter in the chopper was still gassing up Rooster Overlord and Blood Rabbit. "Dear viewers, the heroes with abilities have once again saved Green Harbor City from the mutant beast invasion. And the MVP for this one is the Judgment Organization. Let's all spam the chat with a thank you for them." The second she said that, the screen was instantly flooded with a non-stop stream of thank yous from the viewers. Then Lamb looked at Blood Rabbit with heart eyes and was like, "She's so gorgeous." Meanwhile, Tyrannical Fist puffed her cheeks out, all salty, thinking, "Are you kidding me? They totally stole our spotlight." Elsewhere, Rooster Overlord stood with his back turned, telling the Blood Rabbit clone that his adopted son hit him up and wanted to meet. He was kind of worried, thinking, "I wonder what kind of intel he's bringing me this time." As he was just lost in these thoughts, Rooster Overlord was suddenly snapped out of it by his own clone, Blood Rabbit, calling his name. Blood Rabbit told him that the timer was up. Rooster Overlord asked back, "The clone's time is up already?" Putting a hand on his chest to feel the power, the big boss continued, "The ability orb from the clone comes right back to my body. This is actually super convenient in the future. My clone can totally handle the dirty work for me. But real talk, Rooster Overlord made a mental note to never again make a clone that cross-dresses. That dude was getting way too much action. It was a whole situation. Man, what a ridiculously cringe situation. So get this. This dude named Lu Yuan, with his long curly hair tied back, is just leaning on a fire-red supercar. And he's literally picking his nose while spitting the cheesiest riz ever. Like, even a superstar smile ain't got nothing on you, babe. This had Rooster Overlord straight up facepalming at his adopted son, who had absolutely zero chill. Peeping the scene, Rooster Overlord was just muttering, "Over in that rest area, this punk Lu Yuan is getting tailed and he's completely clueless." Then he sees his boy, hyped up and running towards him with a piece of paper, so he asks, "You got the new tea already?" Young Lu Yuan just grins like a happy kid and chirps back, "Foster dad? You forget whose adopted son I am?" But right then, a click from behind makes Lu Yuan stop his happy little rant and just freeze. He asks his foster dad, "Yo, what was that noise?" "Is somebody there?" Rooster Overlord just coughs a few times, playing it cool. Like, "Just slide me the doc first. Let me see the intel." Rooster Overlord snags the paper, gives it a quick scan, and then says, 8. So the Hero Association is planning to unlock that blank space in Green Harbor City soon. Loki thought we had way more time. Hearing this, Lu Yuan gets all amped up. "Foster dad, I heard that in the mutant beast world you can score some S-tier upgrades for your gear and abilities. We gotta get a head start and snag all that loot for ourselves." Hearing his adopted son's idea, and he's literally picking his nose while spitting the cheesiest riz ever. Like, even a superstar smile ain't got nothing on you, babe. This had Rooster Overlord straight up facepalming at his adopted son, who had absolutely zero chill. "Is somebody there?" Rooster Overlord just coughs a few times, playing it cool. Like, "Just slide me the doc first. Let me see the intel." Rooster Overlord snags the paper, gives it a quick scan, and then says, "Rooster Overlord was actually feeling it. Bet. This intel is fire. The merit points should be enough for the org to cop a declassability potion." Lu Yuan then just slams a blue can, who's making a pained face. Some advice. "Hey, sometimes the cure tastes nasty. You feel me?" After chugging that weird brew, Lu Yuan suddenly screams. In just a few seconds, "Yo, foster dad, this stuff tastes like wasabi and that nasty bitter dark chocolate." Rooster Overlord pats his back to help him out, then gives his kid. He morphs into a massive class ability werewolf. Looking totally feral, he throws his head back, lets out a hype wolf howl, and then says, "Sheesh, I can deadass feel my strength and senses leveling up like crazy, ain't it?" Before Lu Yuan could even reply, Rooster Overlord just drops the armored war hero. This random comment left Lu Yuan completely lost, with a whole question mark just popping over his head. So he asks Rooster Overlord, "Foster dad, what are you even on about? My old man is probably off getting lit with some baddies right now. He ain't got time to mess with me." And my guy barely finishes talking smack when, boom, some old dude appears out of nowhere. Turns out, it's the exact person Lu Yuan was just dragging. He snaps back, his eyes practically on fire, radiating some serious "I'm gonna end you" vibes as he goes, "But before we get into it, I'm gonna handle this punk kid of mine first." And you just hear these sad little whimpers fill the room. He morphs into a massive class ability werewolf. Looking totally feral, he throws his head back, lets out a hype wolf howl, and then says, "Sheesh, I can deadass feel my strength and senses leveling up like crazy." So he asks Rooster Overlord, "Foster dad, what are you even on about? My old man is probably off getting lit with some baddies right now. He ain't got time to mess with me." Lu Yuan, even in his big bad wolf form, had this look on his face like his soul was about to shatter. He's crying while begging his dad for mercy. "Ah, for real, I didn't mean anything by it. Please, have mercy. You're literally gonna unalive me, Dad." The middle-aged armored war hero was so pissed his blood was boiling and he just lost it. He launches a kick while cussing out his son, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pushes himself up, looks up, and whines to his pops, "You already got your hits in. Fine. At worst, I just won't leak the family tea anymore. Just stay out of my business with my foster dad." The armored war hero, already fuming, hears his kid mumbling back and just roars, "Shut your trap and get over here." With that, he turns to grill Rooster Overlord, who's just standing there. "This punk son of mine was born a total normie, no powers at all. You're telling me you can just hand them out that easy?" Hearing this, Rooster Overlord had a whole different take, thinking, "No abilities? Yo, I honestly didn't expect you to roll up in person. His deal with me was just because he wanted to get some powers. You ain't got to go that hard on him for it. Whether it's giving him one ability, or two, or three, it's easy work for me." Hearing this, Lu Yuan shot up, totally hyped, and yelled, "What? You're telling me I can get even more powers? Damn, it sounds like you don't even know your own kid. I've been sitting on his A-rank rebirth ability orb this whole time, waiting for the perfect moment." After a beat, he replies, That's a small thing, but that's just how it is. Anyone thirsty for power can't say no to a glow up. At this point, Rooster Overlord just spreads his hands and warns him, of course, but snagging an A rank power, that's gonna cost you big time. The dad got all serious, like, spill the tea. How do I get this A rank power up? So Master Rooster just whips out this little green orb and was like, you know what this is? The dad pinches the green thingy with 3 fingers and is all, nah, never seen this in my life. Hearing that, Master Rooster was totally shook. Like, huh? And clapped back with, bro, one of your own crew was popping these pills and you're clueless? When an Esper takes this, their power literally triples. The Armored War Hero's curiosity was officially piqued too, and he asks, so, can like anyone get one? Even an A-rank hero like me? Hearing his question, Rooster Overlord just thought to himself, laugh my ass off, the old tiger took the bait. I only messed with Lu Yuan because I was trying to get the inside scoop on them. Then, he just turns and calls Lu Yuan over to spill all the deets he had. Once he got the signal, Lu Yuan steps up and starts running his mouth, like, Li Sheng Yang, he's with the Piercing Brave Guild. He used some sketchy juice to put a bunch of people on a permanent timeout. I saw the whole thing go down. The dad was literally bugging him. He couldn't believe it. He's staring at this little green pill in his hand. Like, how can something this tiny cause so much chaos? Master Rooster was like, I knew it. It never made sense for the Piercing Brave Guild to pull a stunt like this. We finally figured out the real tea. The dad, dead serious, hits him with, so after all that, you want me to help you dig up dirt on the crew behind this pill? The dad got all sus, asking, is this some shady stuff from your squad too? Master Rooster just waved him off, like, nah, this ain't us. This is from a whole different crew. Hearing that, the dad was like, hold up, you want to join Beishang? Don't say I didn't warn you. That place is like Hotel California. You can check in, but you can never leave. And hearing that, Master Rooster shot back. It's more than that. You got to join the Beishang clan too. For your trouble, you'll get an A-rank ability potion. It'll make you a dual threat A-rank Esper. Master Rooster broke it down. Ability factors are like the main ingredient for making these power-up potions. You can get them from criminal Espers or by farming materials from mutant beasts. And the sick part is, the mutant beasts in Baisheng have an infinite respawn. You can take out as many as you want. The dad was still skeptical. Like, how do I know this power-up potion isn't just snake oil? Master Rooster was like, bro, look at me, I'm living proof. If you think our whole vibe is sus, then bet, we can just call the whole thing off. Hearing that, Lu Yuan totally freaked out. Master Rooster just flexed the ring on his finger, all confident, like, don't trip about me. I'm using this bling to farm some ability factors. The dad was like, ability, what now? And he chewed him out like, you ungrateful little punk, I do all the work, and you can't even be bothered to show up for the easy part. After laying into him, he turned back to Master Rooster and was like, aight, bet, I'm in. And I'll deal with the Piercing Brave Guild myself. Master Rooster was stoked to hear that and bounced, throwing back a good call. Here's to us making bank together. Catch you on the flip side. Then the scene cuts to a whole new spot, this super bright hospital room, and this cute, brown-haired girl, Xiao Yu, is stumbling out. She's rubbing her eyes, mumbling to herself, ugh. My whole apartment building got wrecked yesterday. Can't believe I had to crash at the hospital. Then all of a sudden, she totally jumps because she sees someone she knows. And get this, Master Rooster had switched back to his regular dude form, Yang Shi. Seeing him, Xiao Yu was shook. Like, Yang Shi, what are you even doing here? The second he saw she was awake, Yang Shi ran over, grabbed her by the shoulders, and was all frantic. I've been looking for you all day. I heard they moved the injured people from the shelter over here, so I came to find you. I'm so glad you're not hurt. Xiao Yu was so touched by how much he cared that she started blushing like crazy. She got all shy and was like, it's nothing. Just a few little scratches. It's just, my apartment's gone. I've got nowhere to go now. And hearing that, Yang Ji's eyes totally lit up, and he blurted out, that's no biggie. You can crash at my place. Xiao Yu's face went tomato red as she was like, wait, what? Like, live together? Isn't that moving a little fast? Hearing her say that, Yang Ji totally freaked and tried to backtrack, saying that's not what he meant. And when she heard that, Xiao Yu's blush turned into a full-on pout. Oh, not what you meant? Fine, whatever. It's not like I wanted to live with you anyway. And with that, she just turned and stormed off. Her little exit line left, Yang Shi standing there totally confused. He started screaming, yeah, if you're gonna flake, then just dip. I'm worried you'll mess up my grind if you show up. Hearing his useless son spouting that nonsense, the armored-up dad literally knocked some sense into him. Yang Shi started sweating bullets. Like, a drop literally rolled down his face as he asked, What was that about? Rooster? But just mentioning Master Rooster made Xiao Yu's whole face light up, and she started gushing to Yang Shi. Oh my god, you won't even believe it. I almost bit the dust today, but then the mysterious Master Rooster showed up out of nowhere and saved me. He's like, so dreamy. After fangirling, she kept daydreaming, thinking she's totally gonna find a way to interview him. It would be an epic scoop for the news. She was so zoned out in her fantasy, she didn't even notice my boy Yang Shi standing right behind her. His face just got darker and darker, listening to her simp over his alter ego. But that whole helpless vibe quickly flipped to some serious main character possessiveness. Yang Shi made his move, went for it, and scooped Xiao up in a princess carry, making her totally freeze and shriek, "Ah, Yang Shi, what's the move?" And then asterisk thump, asterisk, he yeeted the girl in his arms right onto the bed. She rolled onto those crisp white sheets and was like, "Ah! Ow!" Then Xiaoyi all clumsily scrambled up to hit him with, "Wait, what's the play here?" On that hospital bed, with its whole sterile white vibe, Xiao was now in a low-key spicy pose, trying to get her bearings to face Yang Shi. Her face was beet red as she breathed out the name of the guy in front of her, Yang Shi. Hearing his crush say his name in that super soft voice, Duong Hai felt like Cupid's arrow hit him right in the feels. His heart did a whole backflip as he whispered her name back, Tio Tui. Duong Hai made his move and leaned in closer, like just trying to appreciate the view. But you could totally tell that as soon as he moved, Tio was getting all flustered. She was trying to back away all shy, then jumped up like, "Yo, we can't be doing this in a hospital." Asterisk, record scratch, asterisk. This whole tangled up, legs cuddling situation was giving major spicy vibes. Oh my god, for real. Duong Hai and Tu Tui were on another level of bold. They were literally on the bed, all tangled up, face to face, and both blushing like crazy. Like, Tutu was usually super shy, but her brain was kind of turning to mush in that moment. She just kept whispering his name, Duan Hai, lying there, nose to nose, with their two pairs of sparkly, locked-on eyes just staring at each other. But a real one, like Duan Hai, wasn't about to get weird. He was a total gentleman about it. He just opened his arms, pulled Tutu in for a real hug, and whispered, "Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'm helping you move. From now on, you're moving in with me." On the outside, Tutu Ye was like, bet. But low-key, she was feeling 1,000 different things, thinking, for real? In this whole vibe? Is this really all that's going to happen? Aight. So flash forward to the next morning on a Staliax Airlines flight. Duong Hai, super awake, was glued to his phone call. A second later, he was kinda awkwardly like, "What? A flat-bottomed pot? Did you check the kitchen cabinet?" On the other end, you could just hear Totu sighing about how clueless my man is with house stuff. "I've checked everywhere, dude. There's literally not a single grain of rice in this kitchen. Oh my god, Dan Hai, how are you even living like this?" Hearing her go off, Duan Hai just took it like a champ. While he's stashing his backpack overhead, he's all chill, replying to her rant like, Ait, my bad. Just use that card I gave you last night and get whatever you need." Tutu was like, "Okay, bet. When you get back from your trip, I'll have a May surprise for you." Hearing that cute little joke, Duang Hai couldn't help but crack a smile and repeat, "My me." He got so flustered, he even started coughing a little. Then he wrapped up the call with Tutu, like, "I'll hit you up when I land." Later, this dude in a white turban sitting next to him who'd been eavesdropping the whole time saw him being all cute saying, "My me," and decided to clown him, "Yo, my guy, my me." Duan Hai just lost it and started laughing, "My me." The plane kept cruising through the blue sky, flying higher and higher. All of a sudden, Duong Hai's like, wait a sec. Turns out, this girl with orange hair across the aisle totally caught his eye. He clocked that it was that girl he'd met before, Tienda. He was thinking, I'm heading to Exact Chow for a deal with the Fanhe Trade Guild. Never thought I'd run into Tienda on the same flight, but in my regular clothes, she probably won't even clock who I am. Meanwhile, Tienda was having a real bad time. You could tell she was super annoyed and pissed off because while he's stashing his backpack overhead, he's all chill, replying to her rant like, Ait, my bad. Just use that card I gave you last night and get whatever you need. Her friend with the pink hair, Hai Dong, kind of shyly asked the flight attendant, excuse me, could I get a blanket, please? The flight attendant was super nice about it, like, of course, just one sec. So the flight attendant brings the blanket over for Hai Dong and says, here you go, ma'am. Tien Dada, who was already on edge and also feeling weirded out by Duan Hai staring, just snapped, what are you looking at? Never seen a hot girl before or something, you creep? Bro, Duan Hai was just zoning out and got called out for literally nothing. He was silently fuming, thinking if she only knew I was that god tier player she's obsessed with, she'd be singing a different tune for sure. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. Out of nowhere, this piece of brown cloth just drops onto the flight attendant's red-heeled foot. Next thing you know, a gun is pressed right into the flight attendant's back. She totally freaks out, throws her hands up, and is like, "Please, don't!" Danghai looks up, clocks the whole scene, and is like, "No way, someone's trying to hijack this plane." The hijacker is this good-looking dude with some wild, edgy hair, and he gets all up in the flight attendant's face, yelling, "Don't move, hands on your head, now." Then his whole crew pops out, telling everyone to get their hands on their heads. The passengers, scared for their lives, Tien Dada, who was already on edge, and also feeling weirded out by Duan Hai staring, just snapped, "What are you looking at? Never seen a hot girl before," or something. Clocks the whole scene and is like, "No way, someone's trying to hijack this plane." The hijacker is this good-looking dude with some wild, edgy hair, and he gets all up in the flight attendant's face, yelling, "Don't move, hands on your head, now." Then his whole crew pops out, telling everyone to get their hands on their heads. The passengers, scared for their lives, but see, Duan Hai can't just go full god tier player mode with all these witnesses. He's got to play it cool, but first things first, he better put his hands up before he gets any more unwanted attention. Meanwhile, this dude with some wild orange hair is pointing his heater at the flight attendant, telling her to pop the door. She's shook, like, okay, I'm doing it. Just please don't unalive me." Duan Hai is watching all this go down, and his face is screaming, "This is mad sus." Then the orange-haired dude turns to his blue-haired homie and is like, you, stick to the script." And blue hair is like, "You got it, boss." The poor flight attendant is just a mess, watching them, shaking and crying, totally freaked out, and just over it. She finally asks them, "The manual controls. Like, where are y'all even trying to go with this plane?" The orange-haired dude just shoves the gun in her face, zero chill, and goes, "Oh, you already know. We're taking this bird to the tallest tower to crash the party with the council members from your Sector 2. And y'all, the look on this dude's face, it was pure chaos. Straight up unhinged. He was radiating, "I'm gonna hurt someone" energy with those dead, empty eyes. But get this, the real weirdness was coming from these two other goons, one with a buzz cut and the other rocking purple hair. For some reason, both of them start looking super strained and uncomfortable, like they're in major pain or something. Their eyes are bugging out in pure horror, and while that's happening, this old dude in a white turban next to Duan Hai is literally giggling to himself like he just got a text from his crush. He's blushing and everything, turning beet red. Bro is living his best life on the edge of death. Then he turns to scope out Tian Dada and starts spilling his random thoughts to Duan Hai, saying, "Hey, if this is my last ride, at least I get to look at a dime like her. Not a bad way to check out, you know?" Duan Hai in the middle of this whole crisis is just shook. Absolutely speechless. Next thing you know, a gun is pressed right into the flight attendant's back. She totally freaks out, throws her hands up, and is like, "Please, don't." Danghai looks up. He thinks for a sec, then says out loud, "For real though, where did these clowns even come from?" And Tian Dada, who's sitting across from him, her eyes totally light up like he just asked the million-dollar question. He is so over it, he doesn't even answer. Duan Hai is just thinking, this old man is about to get yeeted, and he's still down bad. So yeah, he just ignores the dude. Duan Hai is soaking this all in, but he's still got questions, so he's like, "Sector 35? Spill the tea. Why them specifically?" She looks at him, kind of shocked he's asking something so basic like, "Wait, for real? You don't know the lore behind this?" And then, boom, Tian Dada goes full history teacher mode on him. He is so over it, he doesn't even answer. Duan Hai is just thinking, this old man is about to get yeeted, and he's still down bad. So yeah, he just ignores the dude. He thinks for a sec, then says out loud, "For real though, where did these clowns even come from?" And Tian Dada, who's sitting across from him, her eyes totally light up like he just asked the million-dollar question. She leans in, ready to spill the tea. He literally said they're going to the White Tower. They must have some serious beef with Sector 2, so my money's on them being from Sector 35. She's totally on the same page, 100%. This is just going to get a bunch of innocent people hurt. But just as they're deep in their little chat, guess who pops up again? Mr. Bald and Angry. He's all annoyed, like, "What's all the whispering about over here?" Now, Tianda is smart. She knows how to de-escalate. She immediately goes into damage control mode, trying to chill him out with a soft voice. "Oh, nothing. We weren't saying anything. Sorry, boss. I wouldn't dare. But this dude is a total brute and has zero respect. He just yanks Tianda Da's hand and starts screaming. You wouldn't dare, huh? Looks to me like you got a lot of nerve. And with no warning, he just flips her over his shoulder and starts stomping toward the open plane door. He's screaming at her, "You want to die so bad? I'll yeet you out of here myself." Tianda Da is obviously freaking out, begging, don't throw me, please don't. Somebody help. Okay, Duan Hai has seen enough of this dude's toxic masculinity. He is not having it. He stands up, sees the whole mess, and balls up his fist like he's about to drop the hammer of God on this guy. But bam! Before he can even move, the bald guy gets rocked with a punch so hard his fake teeth go flying. Turns out, someone beat Duan Hai to it. After decking the dude, this new guy catches Tianda Da and is all like, "Don't be afraid, girl, I got you." And who is it? It's Tindion, a blonde A-rank hero, dropping in with major main character energy and stealing the whole show. So Tindion rolls up, does this whole beauty queen wave, and is like, "Hey y'all, sorry to keep you waiting." And, the dude who saved Tiandara was totally feeling himself in that moment, just soaking up his own W. Turns out this old head is also an A-rank hero, some dude named Tu Jiangui. The rest of the passengers were totally bugging out, hyping them up like, "Oh my god, it's the A-rank hero Tu Jia Ongui and the A-rank Tindu Fong. We're so saved." Duang Hai could finally breathe again, thinking, okay, we might actually be good this time. Meanwhile, the purple-haired dude and his orange-haired sidekick were giving Tindu Fong the nastiest side-eye for shutting down their whole vibe. They were like, "You're such a buzzkill," and tried to jump him, but got absolutely bodied by a red cloak that was moving faster than light. Duang Hai was scoping the scene and was like, "Yo, that cloak is the most OP soul weapon I've ever seen. For real." This guy's power level was no joke. The orange-haired guy, who had this totally feral, unhinged vibe, just sneered. Real cute, Tindu Fong, real cute. But Tindu Fong was not having it with these wannabes. He just gave them this look and replied, "It's just the two of you clowns left. Y'all gonna drop your weapons or what?" Duang Hai was shook, watching their next move. Like, no cap, people from District 2 are shady AF. But then they were like, "You really think this is game over?" And bam! The feral dude and his milk tea-haired buddy went from 0 to 100, glowing up from these skinny dudes into two totally jacked, six-pack having monsters. Apparently, they popped some crazy skill called the human bullet ability. Tindu Fong and Tu Jianggui's faces just dropped. They were like, "Oh, we are so cooked." And not even a second later, the plane just went K-a-boom. It started spiraling out of control all over the sky. Everyone on board was losing it, just white-knuckling their seats and screaming bloody murder like, "Help! He immediately starts screaming, telling everyone to get their anti-toxin masks on, like yesterday. Then he turns to his A-rank homie like, "Tindu Fong, you gotta play here? Anything? Like, can't your cape just fly us up or something?" Tindu Fong snapped back, totally annoyed. "Bro, do I look like an S-rank hero to you? Everyone here is just a regular person. Best I can do is carry a few people with this thing. Any more than that is a hard no." And the second he said that, the whole plane erupted. Everyone was screaming and begging, "Please, take me." This one purple-haired kid was straight up crying, "Take me too. I'll give you money, any amount, I'm begging you, please." Then some other dude with shrimp paste-colored hair chimed in. "And me!" Duang Hai is just watching this chaos unfold, thinking to himself, are these people really about to mob him? Dada was trying to plead her case all sweet like, "Please take me, I'm begging you." But before she even got an answer, some loudmouth from the back yelled, "Get out of the way, he should take me first." But the uncle next to her, just chillin' and puffin' on a cigarette, gives Dada a look and says all calm, "Hey, little lady, you should probably get back to your seat. Make sure you buckle up." Dada could tell he was a good dude, so she gave him this little smile and was like, "Wow, you're a really kind person." As she walked off, then this little girl comes up, her eyes all big and worried, and says to Dada, "I'm scared." So Dada just kneels down, gives her the most comforting smile ever, and goes, "Hey, don't you worry, I'm back now, aren't I?" Meanwhile, the young dude sitting down is trying to cook up a solution when, boom, a light bulb goes off. He gets this little smirk on his face, turns to Thu Wai next to him and says, all confident, "Thu Wai, I got a plan. Come outside with me." Thu Wai is giving him major side-eye, like, what are you even planning? We can't just dip on all these passengers. He could totally see the doubt in Thu Wai's eyes, but my guy didn't even flinch. He was just like, "You just got to trust me on this. Let's go. We're running out of time." So the two of them hop on this flying carpet, and in a flash, the carpet just shoots up into the sky. Duonghai's face got all serious. You could tell he was deep in the think tank, staring off into space. Then, all of a sudden, it hit him. That's it. I can pop a shadow clone inside the cabin. Even though it's only got like 1/10 of my real power, it might just be clutch enough to save this whole plane. And right as he thought that, the system just goes, shadow clone activated. My dude looked dead serious, not even a hint of a smile, just lost in his own head. His clone of Duonghai appeared, checking itself out in the mirror, probably feeling that new power surge. At the same time, the plane was absolutely nosediving, screaming through the sky like a cold, sharp arrow. The kid from before was screaming at Thu Y, his voice cracking, "Thu Y, quick, use your power and make a giant parachute to slow this thing down." Thu Y just froze for a hot second before it clicked. "Oh, bet. Why didn't I think of that? You're still the brains of this operation, for real." And as soon as he said it, Thu Y activated his ability, yelling, "Long snowy mist." A massive cloud of thick smoke just erupted from his mouth, filling up the entire sky. The crazy dense smoke he was spitting out started to change shape. It wasn't just formless black clouds anymore. It morphed into these huge parachutes that started to slow the plane's fall. You could see sweat dripping down his face. My guy was giving it his all. As things calmed down, he finally let himself relax, sighing like, "Good Lord, that took everything out of me. I am completely gassed. Not an ounce of energy left." But then, all of a sudden, the young dude gets this scheming look on his face. His eyes got all sharp and shifty, trying to hide his shady moves. He slides up behind Thu, his hands already glowing with power, and he's like, "You've really been putting in the work. Thursday, being the good guy is tough. For real." Thu finally clocks him and turns around, totally confused by the vibe, and is like, "Huh? I mean, as a hero with powers, this is literally my job." Meanwhile, Duonghai just rolled up on the scene, watching these two from above and thinking, "What's the tea here? It looks like the plane got rocked by something." And yep, those are the two A-list heroes who came to the rescue. But then the young dude straight up shanks Thu from behind and says with so much venom in his voice, "It's 'cause you're such a goody two-shoes that I can't stand you." Thu gets totally blindsided and just screams out in pain. "Ah!" The plot twist was so wild that Duonghai, watching this all go down, could only be like, "What the actual heck is happening?" The guy is just spewing hate at Thu. Like, "I'm just as skilled as you, no cap. But on every single mission, you gotta be the main character and steal my spotlight. It's messing with my clout, and I can't even lock down any brand deals." Thu just collapses, clutching his wound, and barely manages to get out. You're really doing this to me?" But Homeboy just gives him the cold shoulder and is like, "If you love being a hero so much, then go ahead and die for these normies." I'll just spin a story for the media about how Thu made the ultimate sacrifice, saving the plane. And with that, he just dips, leaving Thu bleeding out and struggling. The second Duonghai sees him bounce, he zips over and is like, "Yo, hang on, man. Don't give up. I've got a healing ability. I can totally save you." Duonghai starts blasting his holy light powers to patch Thu up, but Thu, dripping in sweat, struggles to tell him, "It's no good, bro. This wound is from his soul weapon. It's like impossible to heal." Hearing that, Duonghai is just completely shook. Like, what? Thu uses the last of his energy to keep talking. "I messed up. I was careless. I never imagined he was holding that big of a grudge against me. My little boy, he's still at home, waiting for me to play soccer with him." Duonghai is just heartbroken, not knowing what to say, and just whispers in total despair, "How is this even happening?" The plane had kind of stabilized for now and was slowly heading down, so it wasn't an immediate crisis anymore. After straight up backstabbing Thu, the villain flies right into the plane's cabin. The second the passengers see him, they all let out a huge sigh of relief, yelling, "It's Starling Jacket! We're saved! Another hero is here to help!" He puts on this super fake sad face and tells the passengers in this dramatic, sad voice, Thu gave it everything he had to slow the plane down, but he couldn't stop it completely. "I'm so sorry. I can only get a few of you out of here for now." And literally the second he says that, his cloak just stretches out and wraps around all the girls, yanking them away. One girl gets snatched up by a scarf, and she's reaching back for Dada, screaming, "No, I want to stay with Dada." Dada is trying to pull her back, screaming her name, "Hodong." The plane is still going down, just slowly, and everyone left inside is totally freaking out. Their faces are pure panic, and you can just hear the hopelessness. They're all terrified, like, did he really just leave us like that? Are we about to become a crater? We're so screwed. Yeah, we're definitely dead. Just then, Yang Shi was using his power-stealing skill to absorb Shang Yi's ability. He made a promise to him. Shang Yi, I swear I'll get revenge for you. Shang Yi's power was an A-rank ability called Shua Mist. Quick power-up screen. The Shua Mist can be turned solid and absorbed. Basically, if there's air, there's mist. User rating. This stuff is probably bad for your lungs. You should cut back. For real. Yang Shi's arrival totally caught the attention of everyone on the plane. They were all hyped. Like, look, someone's out there. Is that Master Doge? Are you here to save us? Yang Shi flew right up next to the plane, fired up his metal-bending powers, and yelled, "You are not crashing." The plane was already super close to the ground. It kept going down and then slammed into the desert up ahead, kicking up a massive dust cloud. But lucky for them, he cushioned the landing, so none of the passengers got hurt. They were all cheering so stoked, like, "I'm alive!" We landed in the desert. Again? Wait, where'd that A-list hero, Shang Yi, go? And what about Master Doge? I swear I just saw him. Dada finally let out a breath she was holding and was like, "That was terrifying. I legit thought we were toast." This feeling, like coming back from the dead, it's actually kind of amazing. But when she heard what the other passengers were saying, Dada was super confused. They were all like, "Master Doge was here, so where is he now? And yo, what's that up ahead?" Kicking up a massive dust cloud. But lucky for them, he cushioned the landing, so none of the passengers got hurt. They were all cheering so stoked, like, "I'm alive!" We landed in the desert. Again? There are injured people waiting for us to save them. A news chopper was already circling overhead for the rescue story. A reporter's voice came from inside. "We are now reporting live from the scene of the hijacked plane crash." Wait, where'd that A-list hero, Shang Yi, go? And what about Master Doge? I swear I just saw him. Dada finally let out a breath she was holding and was like, "That was terrifying. I legit thought we were toast." In the distance, 4 ambulances were speeding toward them, and it's that same young dude, Starling Jacket, flying in front, putting on this big show and yelling, "Let's go, people!" The hijacked plane crashed right over here. You could hear one of the passengers being interviewed saying, "Honestly, we don't know what happened either. All we know is the plane landed safely. Somebody saw Master Doge right before we crashed. He's the one who can control metal. Why is everyone perfectly fine?" Seeing him act all weird, Dada got pissed and called him out. "Yo, Blondie, what's with the attitude? And where did you take my girl Ho Dong and the others?" And his whole vibe just dropped. He rushed up to answer their questions, all like, "Shang Yi Jia, he was on the rescue mission with me, fam." Someone shoved a mic in his face and was like, "Xing Diaofyong, can you spill the tea on what actually went down?" The dude started feeding the reporters this whole story, so look, when the plane was going down, Shang-Yi went full beast mode, using all his power to slow it down. In the end, he just completely gassed out and died, and I could only snag a few of the passengers. For real, I thought the plane was a total goner. That's why I called in the ambulances, like, as soon as possible to help out. I straight up didn't expect the universe to come in clutch and for everyone to be okay. Then a voice from up high called out, "Yo, cut the crocodile tears. You know better than anyone if the universe was being kind." Yang Shi floated down holding Shang-Yi's body and kept going. "Come take a look at your good homie, Xing Dao Feong." Everyone was just shook, staring at where Yang Shi just popped up. Dada was bugging out, like, "Master Doge, no way, it's really you. The word on the street is you saved the plane. Is that for real?" Yang Shi hit Dada back with, "Dada, I barely did anything." The real MVP who saved everyone wasn't me. It was Shang-Yi Shuhia. Dada's face was pure shock. Shang-Yi Shujia? For real? So he just ran out of juice? Then what's up with that massive, gnarly hole in his body? The crowd got the chills looking at Shang-Yi's body and started whispering, "Yo, he's right. There's a straight up hole in him. That is not dying from exhaustion. That's giving. He got taken out by someone." What the heck actually happened? Just thinking about it is creepy AF. Yang Shi pointed right at the dude and said, "So, what's the real story? Xing Diaofyong?" The guy's face was pure panic as he yelled, "Don't look at me. How am I supposed to know why he did that?" But Yang Shi just put him on blast. "Let me tell you, I saw the whole thing with my own 2 eyes. Xing Daofyong pulled Shang-Yi Jia off the plane. He used saving the plane as an excuse to run his boy's battery dry, and then, when he was at his weakest, he took his shot and ended him with 1 hit from behind." Yang Shi pointed to the proof on him and said, "Loud and clear, and I got receipts. The blood on Xing Daofyong's clothes is a 100% match for Shang Yi's. All we need is a medic to run the labs, and we'll know for sure." The dude could only stare at his sleeve, like he couldn't believe the evidence was literally on him. Everyone stared at the bloodstain, totally shocked, like, No cap. There's blood. Did he really do his own teammate dirty like that? The audacity of this guy. If it's not what Master Doge said, then there's no other way to explain that wound on Shang Yi's body. All the reporters swarmed Xing Dao Feiyong, asking, "You gotta answer for what Master Doge is saying. Is it true? Are you gonna hand over your coat for testing?" Xing Dao Feiyong just spat on the ground, all bold. He scowled and said, pissed, "Yeah, my bad. I never thought my perfect play would get wrecked by some random scrub showing up." He flashed back to seeing Shang Yi get all the hype while he was just in the background, and added, "All bitter, I really don't get it. The looks, the build, the money. How am I not on his level? Why is everyone simping for him and not me?" Yang Shi just clapped back at him. "Those plane hijackers from Area 35. The second they saw you, the look on their faces screamed, 'Traitor.' My guess is you were secretly working with them to jack the plane, weren't you?" And with that, he shot up into the air. He let out this evil laugh and was like, "Damn, you clocked that too. Haha, you ain't wrong. I'm also a refugee from Area 35. Xing Dao Feiyong ripped off his cloak, floating in the air as he said, "I let so many of my boys get clapped, and for what? I still took the L in the end." The massive tornado he whipped up was insane. He said with this smug, threatening vibe, "You people from Area 2 are all a bunch of two-faced fakes. Y'all can just perish." The tornado started trying to suck everyone up into it, and you could just hear people screaming their heads off. Then Xing Dao Feiyong started telling his life story. "When I was a little kid, I was obsessed with this coat. It was the last thing my mom gave me before she passed. She said, all the real heroes, the ones out there saving the world, they all rock a coat just like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died." And she said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. And she said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died, she said. This coat? It's like my whole backstory. My mom gave it to me right before she passed. She was like, all the real ones, the heroes saving the world, they rock a coat just like this. She was out here on a killing spree while he was doing the most to save people. Snapping back to this messed up reality, his voice just boomed. What a joke! He's just standing there, dead center in a whole ass tornado, screaming his head off. Screw Area 2, screw the cops, screw you, Shang-Yi Shua, and screw the ability user law. Y'all can just drop dead. Data was bugging, thinking he was about to go full on psycho and do something wild. She's screaming at him like, you're unhinged. You're a total psycho. Look at you. You're giving the same energy as the invaders you were beefing with. Dada's face was pure terror. You could see it. She whips her head around to Duong Hai. All the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. It was the last gift my mom gave me before she died. She said, all the superpowered heroes who protect the world have a coat like this. At the black hole, thinking to himself, damn, that soul weapon totally absorbed its owner's psycho vibes. It's racked up so many KOS. It's leveled up like crazy. We're talking an S-rank soul weapon now, no cap. Dada's jaw just hits the floor when she hears Duong Hai. She's like, S-rank? For real? I'm trying to get that loot, but my inventory is not equipped to handle an S-rank soul weapon. What's the play here? She asks Duong Hai, kinda hesitant. Master Zuji, you got this? You think you can take him? Then Dada straight up clocks Duong Hai's hands. Yo, master, your hands are shaking. If you're shook, then what chance do I have? Duong Hai sees her bugging and hits her with, Dada, for real? You think I'm some punk? I'm not scared. I'm hyped. Dada's just like, Master Zuji, what? Duong Hai, posted up above, just projects his voice at, Starling Wind, Ayo, Starling Wind, you've been running your mouth. And you've also been offing a bunch of regular folks from Area 2 just to get your rage out, right? With this absolutely foul look on his face, my guy cracks a wicked smile and is like, you know it, a whole lot of them. Let me see. Yeah, there were some stands who came looking for me. And he just lunges while he's talking. There was some random I saved, and even a few kids from my college. I saved their lives, so they basically belong to me now. Duong Hai's voice drops, realizing this dude is an A-rank hero with millions of fans who's also a straight-up psycho killer, living out his own twisted main character fantasy of destruction and rescue. Duong Hai's whole vibe shifts, his face gets dead serious, and he lays it out. Once the victim starts victimizing others, their tragic backstory card is officially revoked. No excuses, no sympathy. Starling Wind is just unbothered, laughing his head off like, laugh my ass off. You sound just like that Thootie at Gia, dude. That's hilarious. As a reward, I'll give you a 100-second head start. After 100 seconds, he throws his head back all cocky and screams, "It's game over for you!" Duong Hai just stays quiet, not saying a word, and starts using his metal-bending powers, whipping up a little iron dart. Suddenly, a whole swarm of these darts just pops into existence around Duong Hai. He's just flexing his powers, completely ignoring Starling Wind's countdown. 67. Seeing Duong Hai just vibing, Starling Wind gets tight and growls, "I ain't got all day. Let's see you try to dip." And just like that, the dude in front of him just ghosts. Duong Hai is gone without a trace, leaving Starling Wind scrambling and screaming, "Where are you? Where'd you go?" Then a voice booms from way up high, followed by this super loud, disrespectful laugh. "Ha ha, you're a punk!" And something just zips right into that freaky black hole Starling Wind made. Next thing you know, the black hole just shatters, and everything it sucked up, people, debris, all of it, starts raining from the sky. Everyone's just free falling, screaming their heads off with their eyes squeezed shut. Starling Wind is absolutely shook by what he's seeing. His jaw is on the floor, and he's just like, what just happened? Why did it stop? What did you do to my cloak? Starling Wind's cloak is just floating there in midair, and right next to it is Duong Hai, basically puppet mastering the thing. He's thinking to himself, first time throwing an S-rank power at an S-rank soul weapon. I didn't expect this thing's power would be so hard to get on lock. Then Duong Hai yells down, "Dada! Dada! You gotta do something! Save the people who are falling! Now!" Dada, quick on her feet, grabs her gear and shouts back, "Don't even trip, Master Zuji. I got this." Then she starts chucking dozens of eggs out of her bag. She's watching them go with tears in her eyes, crying, "New!" These exotic beast eggs, each one of these costs 30,000 yilum. This is a major hit to my wallet. The eggs just explode midair, and this thick, gooey slime starts pouring out. These streams of gunk just flow down to the ground, and everyone falling just lands safely in the goo. Starling Wind, still trying to process all this, just snaps, "No! They're supposed to be unalived! They have to go! Give me back my cloak!" He whips out a piece and just unloads hundreds of rounds at Duong Hai. The bullets are just flying nonstop. Duong Hai is weaving and dodging the storm of lead, sighing like, "So shady," but the bullets just keep on his tail. He pulls up for a sec to clock the situation and is like, "Oh, they're heat seekers, bet." Realizing he can't outrun these things, Duong Hai just stops cold and turns to face them head on. Starling Wind reaches out for his cloak, talking trash like, "I just got sloppy for a second. That's the only reason you got me locked down." The cloak zips back to him and lands perfectly on his shoulders. The second that cloak is back on, it's like Starling Wind got a full-on power-up. He just charges, screaming, "Zuji!" Duong Hai whips around, surprised, and just grunts. He tries to use his holy light healing power on the cut on his hand, but it's a no-go. The wound won't close. He thinks back, "Damn, thought you Gia was spitting facts. Wounds from this dude's soul weapon are straight up immune to healing power." Yo, seeing Duong Hai struggling to heal up, Starling Wind was on his high horse, laughing like, "Haha, bet you're wondering why you can't patch that up, right? That's because my soul weapon is on some mind game stuff. It hits your spirit directly, so good luck trying to heal that." Hearing this, Duong Hai was like, for real, that's a pretty sick soul weapon. It'd be a straight up shame if I didn't make that mine. Starling Wind's face went white as a ghost. He looked down all panicked and saw 4 little blue pills pop up on his cloak. Seeing that, Duong Hai put it all together. So that's the tea. The fallen hero is definitely juicing with these blue pills. An S-rank soul weapon times and times these pills. Nah, that's OP. I'm cooked. All of a sudden, the cloak went rogue and just force-fed the pills down Starling Wind's throat. He's grabbing his neck, trying to fight it, and screaming, "I'm not eating it! Ah, gulp, gulp, cough!" Cough, cough. Duong Hai kept spilling the tea. Looks like when the soul weapon levels up, the owner loses the driver's seat. It's got a mind of its own now. After taking those pills, Starling Wind looked like he was about to go full-on psycho. He roared, This is all your damn fault. Now I gotta choke down your cursed things again. I hate you. I hate you. His cloak just blew up to a colossal size, swallowing everything around them. Seeing how bad it was getting, Duong Hai said, "Oh, hell no. This thing is massive. There's no way I can fly out of this." Then, the cloak just sealed itself into a sphere. Duong Hai yelled, "For real? I'm trapped." Starling Wind's voice was echoing from inside. "Sucks to be you, my guy. I can't even control my own gear anymore." A whole storm of light beams started raining down from the ceiling, totally catching Duong Hai off guard. The voice kept echoing in his ears. "You just gotta let it do its thing with you and go out in total despair." The tips of those light beams were shaped like little stars. Duong Hai was shook by what was happening. He was like, confused. "Yo, what the heck even are these things? Why are they clinging to me like this?" He picked up one of the stars, and it started making some weird noise. Next thing you know, thousands of these stars were all over his body. He could feel them heating up and said, "They're getting hotter and hotter. Don't tell me these things are a bunch of tiny bombs." The stars got thicker and thicker till you couldn't even see Duong Hai anymore. You could only hear him screaming, "Ah!" Dada saw Duong Hai was in deep trouble and cried out all worried, "Master Zuji!" Starling Wind just smirked and was like, "Stop yelling! He's already been blasted into smithereens." After that insane explosion, the whole area was just thick smoke. Dada, with tears in her eyes, couldn't process it. She was in a daze, like, "No way, Master Zuji." Then she just froze when she saw a rock that was shaped like a person. Then the rock started cracking. Starling Wind saw something was off. He yelled out, totally freaked, "No shot, he's still alive after all that?" Duong Hai let out a sigh. Phew, that was a close one. Almost walked right into that. The crowd went wild seeing Duong Hai pop up, shouting, "Let's go! The great god Dauk ain't dead. He's a beast. Dauk is the GOAT." Dada was also screaming with joy, "Great, Dauk. I knew you wouldn't go down that easy." Seeing her all hyped up, Duong Hai sighed and was like, "This girl's got some serious riz, I swear." Duong Hai immediately got back to business, saying, "Check it. This is the snow fang I pulled from that snow fang creature's body." He held up the item to show him. An image of Tuong Wee popped up right in front of Tin Du Fiong, who screamed out in surprise, "Tuong Wee." Then, he just blitzed forward at a crazy speed, shouting, "Tuong Wee, ah." Duong Hai put his hand up in front of him and thought, "This one's for you, Tuong Wee," to Yet Ra. He hit him with that soul-sucking move, and it was game over. Tindu Fiong let out a shocked, his face, a total mask of disbelief as blood poured from his throat. His whole body just disintegrated. Duong Hai thought, "Turn to dust. Every last bit of you is mine now." As the last scrap of his clothes faded into nothing, his voice echoed, "I just want to go home." Duong Hai got the mastery cloak. Description: this thing has its own consciousness. It's a soul-type weapon that hits the enemy's mind or soul directly. A. Rank immunity can extend buffs. Skill: Star Inquiry. After charging up, an external star can self-destruct to damage enemies. Evaluation: a soul weapon with a major glow-up obsession. Duong Hai looked at the new cloak he was wearing and said, "You're a real clout chaser, aren't you? Your old owner gets dusted and you immediately slide over to a new one, even changing your whole vibe to match my aesthetic." Duong Hai went on, "To keep a soul weapon like you in check, I gotta stay way more powerful than you, or else, sooner or later, you're gonna end up consuming me." The people outside called out, "Great God Dauk, you mind giving us a hand? We're kinda stuck here and can't move." Dada said awkwardly, "Yeah, about that. I'm the one who made this sticky stuff, and I can't exactly unmake it." Duong Hai just replied flatly, "Oh." Then he just flew off, his voice trailing off. "Just hang tight. The next rescue squad will be here eventually. I'm dippin'." Dada cried out after him, "Don't leave us. Great God, Dauk." Scene change. Chillin' in the backyard at Tuong Woo at Ross's crib, his kid was just vibing, playing with a soccer ball, waiting for his dad to get home. Duong Hai stood in front of him and blocked the ball. Seeing this, the little dude ran over, all excited, and asked, "Ha ha, you trying to play some soccer with me?" Duong Hai replied, "Nah, I'm good, but peep that over there. He wants to play with you." The little boy turned around, his face totally lit up as he said, "Wow, he looks exactly like my dad. Bet I'll go play with him then." As the boy turned away, Duong Hai put something called the Yenvu Tweet Raw on his back and said, "Go ahead. He's always going to be with you." So this kid was totally vibing with the shadow Dong Hai whipped up. Then Hudong's voice just cuts in like, "Oh my god, Dada, I'm still shook that Tindia Fiong actually iced Tuong W to Ra. But get this, Daoko came in clutch and saved the whole squad." Tianda, who was rolling with Huang, was like, yo, it's a real shame you didn't see it live. The throwdown between the goat Dauk and Tindu Fiong was straight up legendary. She was like full on acting it out, waving her hands everywhere. The goat Dauk was doing the matrix dodge on Tindu Fiong's homing shots, then just effortlessly deleted him from existence. You could tell Huang was kind of bummed she missed it. For real, it was a major L. All the people he snatched got straight up ditched in the desert. Huang remembered when that chopper just bounced on them and was like, good thing they found us later. Otherwise, even if we didn't bite the dust on the plane, we would have been toast out in this desert. Tianda put a hand on Hudong's shoulder, all supportive, like, hey, sis Hudong, the fact that we're even breathing right now is a total W. But get this, Daoko came in clutch and saved the whole squad. Tianda, who was rolling with Huang, was like, yo, it's a real shame you didn't see it live. The throwdown between the goat Dauk and Tindu Fiong was straight up legendary. She was like full on acting it out, waving her hands everywhere. The goat Dauk was doing the matrix dodge on Tindu Fiong's homing shots, then just effortlessly deleted him from existence. You could tell Huang was kind of bummed she missed it. I'm literally bugging that the guild sent me to lock this down. It's like the universe is finally on my side. Huang got all hyped up, asking, wait, does that mean I finally get to see this total smoke show, powerhouse goat Dauk you're always simping for? All of a sudden, Tien Dada just freaked and pointed, screaming, sis Hudong, look out! And boom, Duang Wei just popped up out of nowhere behind Huang. She totally jumped out of her skin and yelled, who the heck are you? Duang Wei just looked surprised. Tianda was checking out Duang Wei's whole vibe and was like, yo, your fit and gear are giving me major deja vu. You with Takwet? Hudong leaned in and whispered to Tianda, Dada, I got some tea from the hero rank branch a while back. There's this dude in Takwet named Thais, and his whole thing is a snake print mask. So Tianda walks right up to Duang Wei and goes, Thaisa, am I right? Just so you know, me and the goat Dauk are ride or die. Duang Wei just kind of hummed, not really giving her anything. Seeing this dude's super icy vibe, Tianda was thinking, okay, he's from Takwet, but why the cold shoulder? Maybe I should dial it back a notch. So she turned and started walking, saying, look, we got an invite from your crew to help handle the loot. So, my guy, where's the stash at? And then Duang Wei just snatched Huang's wrist. She was kind of shook like, Lord Taisawa, yo, what gives? Tianda was confused too, like, what are you whipping that chain out for? And he's like, weren't you asking where the goods are at? And the second he says that, he yanks the chain. A frickin' trapdoor opens up right under Tianda's feet. She just screamed, "No!" While Duang Yi was totally smirking to himself. He's thinking, heh, gold digger, let's mess with you a little today. Huang sprinted to the edge of the pit Tianda fell into, totally freaking out. Dada, are you good? Where are you? It was dead silent from the pit. Duang Wei just counts down 3, 2, 1. Then you just hear Tianda scream, ah, I'm rich. Huang was so shook she literally fell over. Tianda was yelling, sis Huang, you gotta get down here. Like, now. Right in front of Tianda were literal mountains of gold. She was losing her mind. Holy crap, I've never seen this much bling and gold in my entire life. Then Tianda did a full Scrooge McDuck, diving right into the gold pile, totally giddy. He, I could literally live here forever. Duang Wei was like, this is all the loot from Taiki. And for some hush-hush reasons, all the rights are getting signed over to your Funhai Merchant Guild. The bag Tianda Datada was holding just started hoovering up all the gold. She gave a little wink and said, I bet. We'll do our best to help your crew take care of this stash. Don't you worry about a thing. Later, Tiandata asked Hudong, hey, sis Hudong, what's the tea? Why do you think the Taiki.org is just handing over this insane treasure to the Fanhai Merchant Guild? And Hudong was like, I mean, let's be real. Our Fanhai Merchant Guild is the top dog in this game. After a deal this big, we'll build some serious clout with them, which will make linking up in the future way easier. Tianda was kind of lost. Like, linking up? So Huang broke it down for her. Think about it. Down the line, when ability users want to level up, grinding solo just won't cut it anymore. They're going to need some seriously OP weapons to back them up. Tianda looked at the crystal in her hand and was like, wait, you mean our guild's master smith can actually craft those insane beast weapons? Huang just nodded. Later on, when he's looking for gear and weapons, that's when our merchant guild becomes his go-to plug. Then, boom, we cut to a totally different scene. Some dude is laid up in a hospital bed, hooked up to an oxygen tank. He's white-knuckling the bed rails, his face all twisted up in pain as he whispers, it hurts so bad, big bro. Meanwhile, over at Lang City Airport, people are getting off a plane. Then a voice shouts, Duang Hai! Lomni Tuyet comes sprinting over, saying, Duong Hai, I saw the news about the plane getting jacked and crashing. I seriously thought you were gone for good. A couple of dudes nearby were totally bug-eyed watching the gorgeous Lamni Tuyet run by, like, whoa, Lamni Tuyet is hugging Duong Hai. Duong Hai tried to calm her down. Twet, come on, it wasn't that deep. But Lamni Tui just started bawling. Boo-hoo, you totally freaked me out. Duong Hai clocked all the jealous looks they were getting, so he gave Lamni Tui's head a little pat and said, It's cool, Tuyet. See? I'm all good. Lamni Oet was kind of giving him the side eye, like, next time some crazy stuff like this goes down, you better hit me up first and tell me you're not dead. Duong Hai just put his arm around Lamni Tui's shoulder, comforting her while they walked off. Aight, bet. I'll drop you home first. Gotta link up with my godson later, Lamni Oet asked, all confused. Your godson? Dang Hai just laughed and was like, haha, nah, chill. It's just a nickname between the homies. Hearing that, Lam Nuet was like, okay, then go and hurry back. Meanwhile, Luong Nguyen is posted up with a girl on each arm, looking salty AF and muttering, damn that old dude. Ever since he met his godfather, the guy's been mad, secretive, and keeps ghosting him. I have no clue what the hell he's even on. Luong Nguyen's just chugging his drink, all in his feelings, sighing, ugh, I guess I was just a pawn for my godfather to get tight with my old man. Now that they're besties, I'm not needed anymore. Then boom, a system window pops up. Asterisk. Mental wave, asterisk. The two girls suddenly get all woozy, then they both just pass out cold. Luong Nguyen jumps up, totally bugging, and asks, what's wrong? Yo, what's happening to y'all? Then, splash! Water just dumps all over Luong Nguyen's head. He absolutely loses it, screaming, Arg! For real! Who dares to drench me? I'll mess you up! Duong Nguyen's voice hits, all challenging. You want to throw down with me? Too? The second Luong Nguyen sees Duong Nguyen. He starts sweating bullets and stammers. Adoptive father. Nah, no way. I wouldn't dare. If anyone's getting hands thrown, it's you hitting me. Duong Nguyen just pats Luong Nguyen's head and asks, Luong Nguyen, you really just said I was using you? Luong Nguyen replied, all sulky. Well, am I wrong though? Hearing that, Duong Nguyen was like, you're selling yourself way short, bro. In my eyes, you've got the most potential, and you're my most trusted ride or die. Luong Nguyen was like beyond moved when he heard this, and with tears literally streaming down his face, he said, is this for real, adoptive father? No cap, nobody has ever gassed me up like this before. He snapped back to reality, his eyes flying open. Peep this, Luong Nguyen was standing on a whole layer of clouds. He asked, where am I? Why do I feel like I just teleported a crazy distance? Duong's voice rang out. Luong Nguyen, you've basically entered a spiritual pact with me and have leveled up past the whole body and soul distance thing. Luong Nguyen was so shocked he was stuttering. Adoptive father. Father, where's the rest of our bodies at? Duong Hai explained. Don't trip. This is the soul space, where spiritual power can literally manifest thoughts straight from your imagination. I've been grinding and copped a bunch of new soul system skills and soul artifacts, and I took the chance to discover this whole soul space thing. You make a spiritual contract with someone, and then you can share a soul space together. Then a gem just pops up on Luong Nguyen's forehead. He asked, totally shook, is times this times the spiritual contract? Duong Hai replied, yep. Now try to vibe with this gemstone. Luong Nguyen closed his eyes to lock in, saying, aight, I'll try to focus. The gemstone on Luong Nguyen's forehead started glowing like crazy. A whole-ass giant castle just appeared behind him, with Duong Hai just chilling on one of the 12 thrones. Luong Nguyen's jaw was on the floor. Duong Hai, sitting on his throne, said, silly boy, what are you just standing there for? Get over here. Luong Nguyen was geeking out. Whoa. The Judgment Organization is on a whole other level. This spot is like 10 times more impressive than my family's company. This is so sick, Duong Hai explained. Didn't I tell you I'd give you the perks of an official member? This place is the Cloud Top Palace, which our Judgment Organization uses to pass intel. From now on, the two of us can swap tea right here. Luong Nguyen's face was lit with determination as he asked, so, adoptive father, what's the move? What's my position? Dang Hai hummed a little, then pointed to a throne way off in the distance. I told you about the official member perks. The tutu spot is open right now. You should. Luong Nguyen got all hyped. Bet. So from now on, your boy is the tutu. Duong Hai just flicked Luong Nguyen right on the forehead. He cried out, ouch! Luong Nguyen rubbed his forehead and turned to look at Duong Hai. Like, adoptive father, Duong Hai, cut him off. What's the rush? I don't have the authority to just make you the tutu. He kept going, my position and the tutus are on the same tier within the org. You trying to be on the same level as me? Hearing that, Luong Nguyen was quick to backpedal. Nah, that's not it. I just thought you said I was an official member. Duong Hai coughed a couple times and said, ahem, let me finish. I said the tutu's position is times vacant times, and you can be one of the times candidates asterisk. Luong Nguyen said, surprised. One of the candidates, but everyone knows about my dad? Duong Hai replied, that's right. The heroic combat machine is also in the running. The outcome of the election is going to be decided by the big boss of the judgment organization. It finally clicked for Luong Nguyen, and he said, adoptive father, this is so savage. You're pitting me against my own old man on the same stage. Duong Hai thought to himself, this kid catches on quick. He replied to Luong Nguyen, my hands are tied. The judgment is an organization where strength is everything. If you want to sit in a top spot, you got to have the power and the W's to back it up. Luong Nguyen whimpered, I get it, adoptive father. I'm not going to pass up this opportunity. Please hit me with a new mission, like, as soon as possible. Asterisk, cough, asterisk. Duong Hai laid out the mission. Your pops refuses to give me the ice-piercing brave. I'm going to have to let you figure out a way to bait him to an ambush point, and I will personally handle things. Luong Nguyen replied, no problem. I guarantee the mission's getting done. But, adoptive father, I still want to ask. Hearing this, Duong Hai said, if you got something to say, spit it out. Spit it out. Luong Nguyen was practically vibrating. Real talk, if I clutch this tutu spot, you gonna put me on with Sister Rabbit? Duong Hai just hit him with a and my dude looked like his soul left his body. Bro was down bad from the get-go. Ever since he caught a glimpse of Sister Rabbit's silhouette that one time, she's been living in his head rent-free. He was all like, if I could just wife up Sister Rabbit, my life. Would have like zero regrets. Meanwhile, Duong Hai could only let out this super awkward laugh. He was sweating bullets thinking, this kid is absolutely bugging. Is he seriously trying to get with my times clone asterisk? So Duong Hai literally yeeted Luong Nguyen into orbit, screaming, in your wildest dreams, fam, now get back to the grind. You could just hear my guy's scream fading into nothing. And scene.